Udah. Tutup dong. MXC. Berapa menit lagi mulai? 15 menit lagi. Gimana nih guys? Gila loh. V1 versus Bluetooth ini kayak bakal seru banget sih menurut gua. Halo. Demen nih gua. Halo Sen. Halo. Ano, Hito, Azizi, Tara. Ini HRS. Oh ya, siapa ya nih? Nggak sama Kanat bang. Sama dia lagi. Cuma dia baru kelar mandi. Nonton di mana sih? Channel gua. Kucing gua 2 biji lagi ada di kamar gua nih. Pluto serang Maxi Pluto. Mana rekan kerja Sen? Ada cuy, ada. Rekan kerja ada. Lagi kucing gua lagi bercanda ya. Sangar banget. Maxi Pluto apa mau dibuka? Hah? Mau dibuka? Ngeong dulu, mana ngeongnya? Mana ngeongnya dulu? Ngeong. Mau dibuka nggak? Mau dibuka? Ngeong dulu. Mana ngeongnya? Nah, ini. Gede banget sih Maxi nanti jam 12 1 tahun dia. Umurnya 1 tahun. Maxi nanti 1 tahun ya. Ya. Maxi nanti 1 tahun ya. Ulang tahun kamu ya. Manja banget nih kucing. Maxi 1 tahun, gengs. Nih. Nggak kelihatan ya? Nih. Aduh. Sini dulu. Tuh, siapa tuh? Itu. Tuh ada kucing lagi. Tuh, siapa tuh? Maxi 1 tahun udah nggak jadi kucing, jadi singa. Cewek apa cowok boleh Maxi? Cewek Maxi. Yang Munchkin yang cowok Pluto. Jatuh headset abang Maxi. Mana ngeong dulu ngeong. Maxi ada cita-cita jadi itu. Maxi punya Instagram cuy. Maxi sama Pluto punya Instagram bareng ya. Ya ngantuk nih dia kayak nih. Gue tau lah lu kasih makan apaan. Dia vitaminnya kenceng banget, terus tiap malam makannya ayam anjing. Makanan cemilannya itu Royal Canin. Tiap malam makan ayam, buset nih kucing. Kucing jenis apa? Maxi udah bukan kucing lagi ya, udah setahun ya. Maxi jadi singa ya. Jatuh. Coba pelihara babi San, punya banyak di Discord, buset. Bulunya nih Blay Maxi. Pakai bibir gue bangke. Mau dibuka? Nah, ya. Plutonya mana? Max ini gara-gara nggak dikawinin Blay, nggak dapet jodoh dia, jadi bulunya rontok. Jadi antara dia tuh udah umur buat kawin. Pluto, ini Pluto, ini yang cowok. Tuh siapa tuh? Siapa tuh? Itu tuh. Itu. Kalau Pluto munculin, jatuh loh. Nama IG Max-nya Pluxi kalau nggak salah. PLUXXYY. Kalau nggak salah itu ya. Ada di following gue dah pokoknya dah. Buntutnya Pluto injek tuh nggak untung langsung ketahan. Maxi keluar. Makan kerincing apa sih? Punyanya Maxi hilang. Tapi kalungnya ada. Ya udah dimakan kali. Layar siapa? Maxi? Nggak ada tadi kok mau pegang layarnya. Nggak ada. Nih. Tadi buat abang aja satu ya. Ini punya Isa. Beliin dong. Maxi bulunya lagi parah banget. Apa? Maxi, nih ngumpet. Maxi, kamu kalau mau keluar ngeong-ngeong yang kenceng ya. Blay tahu Subi gak? Susi gue tau ya. Di steril kalau kagak dapet temen ngewe, Blay. Oh iya, lampu belakang nggak dihidupin. Ya Blay, relax. Nih, gimana nih Blay? V1 Nutter menurut kalian menang siapa Blay? Maxi jantan apa betina? Betina Maxi. Maxi masih ada di kamar gue, Pluto keluar. Kemarin nggak nonton Sen Blay. Wah, lo nggak nonton streamingan gue berarti. Gue pokoknya tiap VCT gue bakal tiap master yang Reykjavík bakal gue tonton Blay. Kalau nggak ada halangan. Gue bakal gue selama master live gue bakal cuma live nobar dong. Siapa menang-menang gak bakal 2-0. Iya, feeling gue juga gak bakal 2-0. Kami butuh nanat. Nah, udah nongol cuy nanat ya. Bitcoin udah kebeli berapa? Buset. Bangkrut Blay, bangkrut. Berapa sekarang koin gua? Nih Bitcoin gua ada 150 Blay. Gua ngepick Nutron apa viewan ya? Nah banget tuh asli. Liatin Blay, si Maxi. Mundurin. Tadi udah gue liatin. Gue kalau ngegendong Maxi lagi, gue harus ngerosot baju gue lagi nih. Bulunya banyak banget.
Accompanied by some fantastic analysts. The day ones, we got Veli, Achilleos, and Lothar joining me.
Sendino main gak boleh, main Blay, Sendino. Besok. Mainnya besok.
Pull up the bracket and get a lay of the land as we head into the midpoint of this competition. Now, Sentinels remain undefeated in the upper bracket after 2 matches with X10 and KRU Esports advancing in the lower bracket. Now, for our PETA viewers, if you guys are out there, you might want to turn off your streams because some animals
Iwan, tapi kamu bete Nutornya ya.
With Crazy Raccoon and YMG Sharks eliminated from Masters 2. We'll be seeing two
Gue bakal ngebet Nocturne anjing.
here today. But Achilleos, man, X10, you know, the pride of Thailand, they have looked unbelievable, especially in their matchup against Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it was
Liquid lawan ini, cuy.
a wonderful turnaround from them. Crazy
Lawan
Raccoon,
KRU.
it looked like they just couldn't really find their groove that we saw them have versus version 1. You know, they played two very
Gua
close
pin
maps in
bracket
that
dulu
series
dah.
versus version 1. I was expecting this to go, you know, really
Guys,
back and forth,
di
maybe see some
ini ya.
overtimes and whatnot, but X10, they leveled up and Crazy Raccoon just couldn't show
10.000
up. Yesterday,
dari
Peyton was
bintang
talking
kecil,
about it. He said this is
pesan
gonna be the
gua
showdown
megang
of
V1.
Munchkin versus Paddy
Gue
Power.
megang
Paddy
V1,
just came
mantep.
out way
Gue juga
on
megang
top.
V1, cuma gue mau kaya, Blay. Gue mau kaya, gue bakal ngepredik Nocturne.
Pop-offs that we saw from him versus version 1.
Blay, jangan lupa di like, oke? Di like, di share, di sub, thank you.
They kind of fell to the wayside, and X10, they took it, they ran with it, clean 2-0, but now they've got to deal with Fnatic.
Yeah, and then, you know,
Maxi?
that's going to be a problem in of itself. But on the other side of that, though, you have KRU and Lothar. I'm going to keep it real with you, man. A lot of people wrote this team off yesterday. I think everyone on the desk was uniform in predicting that KRU would lose their game against the Sharks, but they handedly defeated them.
Everyone was surprised. I mean, seriously, Sharks looked really sharp on Haven when they were playing in the match, in the previous match, and they showed the utility usage that was really well comboed, and we expected that to be in the match against KRU, but then KRU showed up out of nowhere. We have seen them play against Fnatic and they got absolutely demolished, right? Everyone was like, well, that doesn't look good for the Argentinian and Chile team. And they're gonna go into the next match and probably get eliminated.
Udah tadi, Blay.
Turns out,
Swipe up
KRU
belum,
actually
Bang?
played
Udah
really well.
dong.
A big MVP in my book was Klaus. Klaus played
Kalian lihat swipe-annya gak?
Really, 7 first bloods, only 2 first deaths in those.
Swipe up terus sekarang, Blay. Buset.
Absolutely insane. He was at +5 and those stats. It was instrumental to winning that match. But also Mazina on the Viper showed up big. That was a big free kill on Icebox B side, if I remember correctly, which turned out to be game-changing as well. Like, a lot of stuff was happening on a personal level when it comes to KRU, something that we didn't
Fucking
see
stealing
in
the videos.
past,
Are you
there's
sure,
still
bro?
the question mark, are they able to change the way they
Chunky
play on
monkey,
defense? Because
are you
we
sure,
have
bro?
seen them play very,
Are you
let's say,
fucking sure I'm
just
stealing the video?
unified in a way that they don't really change how they play.
Are
because
you
they can't
fucking
really
sure,
adapt.
bro?
Will that be
Oh,
the
you
case in
want
this
me
match?
to steal
We'll see.
your
They're going to definitely need to
mother? You want me to steal your mother, Chunky monkey?
I believe against Team Liquid. So
Oh, you cannot talk anymore.
process is not getting
Sad.
easier from here for them. But one team that seems to be having I don't want to disparage anyone, but seems to be having a pretty easy time in this one is a North American
Extend dulu kan, Bang. Pertama V1 lawan Luther. Game pertama.
And this is a softball for you, Poppy. They obliterated Vikings. I mean, dude, they just looked so good yesterday.
Not even the worst. They beat the brakes off those boys. They beat them like they stole something. And you know what? There's an excerpt from Shazam in an interview where he was talking about how people stereotype regions, aggressive play.
Nanti Extend bakal lawan Fnatic.
I went over to VOD and I was looking at what Sentinels did, and a team that dominates
Game kedua.
other teams.
Seru sih kayak Extend
One that
Fnatic.
call that aggressive, right? But the thing is,
Patipan
they play
lawan
extremely
Dirk.
safe. You look at round 3 against Vikings, where when Shazam got
Swipe up dulu,
info that
Blay.
they
Udah,
were
Blay.
fishing in a
Lu nggak
hate
ngeliat
site,
story gue ya?
that sick user ran it back while they use an owl drone to fully attack and scare away Vikings. That's not aggression. That is smart play. It looks aggressive, but they're aggressive, but not with their real bodies. I like what Sentinels are doing. They're looking like the hottest team right now. And it looks like they're going to go all the way. They're going to be in the finals, definitely, man.
Yeah, it only looks aggressive because they're killing everyone. That's the only reason why it looks aggressive. Let's not beat around the bush.
They're scary, man.
They're a scary team. They're a scary team. Well, they are scary, and Sentinels are going to be advancing to that next round in the upper bracket, where they're going to be facing off against the winner of today's first match. A battle between North America's version 1 and Korea's new turn, which is an exciting matchup. Honestly, you're getting to see NA versus Korea here. And X10 continues their lower bracket run up against Fnatic. And then you see that final match of the day. We're going to have Team Liquid taking on a very game, KRU Esports. They're going to be fighting for their tournament lives. It's going to be exciting stuff. But for now, though, let's focus on our first matchup of the broadcast.
Website judi master VCT apa? Sukatoro.com.
Semi-final matchup here with version 1 and New Turn Gaming. Achilles, as I had mentioned previously, you get to see this NA versus Korea battle that we have been very much looking forward to. We always look forward to the
region mana? Nuturn Korea.
I'm gonna keep it real, man. New Turn, they're looking a little shaky coming out of their last matchup.
Okay, they were looking shaky at the beginning of that match.
Kok bulunya Maxi banyak di Mousepad gue ya?
They said that they felt
dia kagak naik-naik anjing.
They're playing against a Korean team. They're playing in this giant
Bahaya
warehouse.
banget nih.
They might not have the screaming audience there, but there is obviously that LAN
Gue cuci
pressure.
Mousepad darah abis nobar.
Even though they've been playing on LAN out here in Korea for the entirety of 2021.
Besok gue mau main Blay.
That's excusable. I'm willing to give this to them.
Abis apa? Abis Jumatan besok. Prediksi final.
On Haven. Them losing with only picking up 5 rounds is pretty uncharacteristic. I mean, everything that happened on Haven was
Liquid
basically
70
uncharacteristic. But they bounced back in such a huge way. They closed out the final 2 maps, 13 and 5. That was the New Turn that I had been anticipating from the get-go. So I think that now that the jitters are shaken off, I think that they are going to explode into this series versus version 1. And version 1 needs to be ready. They put up a really good showing just yesterday, taking down TL. They looked a lot better than I was anticipating. So I think that this could be a very close series between the 2 squads.
Yeah, they most certainly will need to be ready for version 1. But Lothar, a player that will need to figure that out, and I'm sure he will, is going to be Solo, the veteran on this squad.
Yeah, you know what's funny? His nickname is Solo, but he's definitely not a solo.
Lu ganti kacamata dulu bentar, Blay. Yang satu lagi kacamata gue ada radiasinya, cuma kalau gue pakai headset Sennheiser ketekuk banget. Karena besi ini karet plastiknya, jadi nggak kalau gue pakai headset nggak gitu nukuk.
This post plant meta, I think is the first successful also attempt to do that with the Viper and the shock dart from a Sova combination, which makes the debuff from snake bites, then make it very lethal for the shock darts to actually kill someone. And now the question is, Solo as the coach of the team, but also the IGL player in game, he has to figure out how do we approach that. If there's do we play like aggressive on sides, do we fight for him, right? Or do we play an aggressive retake with huge flanks? Because you have to do something about that.
Cerita lu sendirian nih, Blay. Kagak, Blay, ada nanat, Blay.
Utility from the Viper and the
dikit lagi dia nongol nih.
Go into the side, which can be done with the pressure, or you have to figure out what to do when they're gonna go for those
cuaca Iceland kayak mantep banget, Blay.
That V1 only has one
Buset,
location
opa.
when you do the possible lineups like in the previous match. So this is easy to read unless V1 has something in the back pocket. And I expect that as well. So this is gonna be a very exciting matchup.
Yeah, and by the way, Veli, I don't know if you saw the jackets there, the coats, bro.
The white jacket.
That white coat,
jacket
though.
was clean.
Hook a brother up, all right?
I'm saying though.
Oh my God. Anyway, moving on though. I need to find me that.
Dominating in more ways than one.
If there's one thing I can speak very highly about, Korea, it is the fashion game is unmatched as 100%. But
Kalau Iwan ya ente
V1 though, they are looking very confident despite New Turn having the drip for days. V1, they're confident on that stage.
Mikir V1 bakal menang, cuma gue pengen Nutur menang dan gue bakal ngepredik yang nggak ada apa-apanya ini. Gue bakal ngepick Nutur, berharap Nutur menang dan gue bakal kaya raya mendapatkan Bitcoin 8 juta.
You look at a B fake, you look at an A fake, then you look at just an ultimate default with a 2-heavy push going to A. They keep you guessing, they keep you on your feet. The reason why I'm bringing this up is the fact that Solo, he's going to be the lurker, and not only that, he is the main utility dump player for New Turn Gaming. If they keep Solo on his feet guessing which site they're going to go at, they're going to cause a lot of problems with him. Now, on the flip side, if Solo happens to do extremely well on the lurker, just adapting to their gameplay, that utility so I'm hoping that version 1 continues to do well when it comes to their info gathering and playing as a team, because that's what
ngepick yang orang remehkan dan berharap dia menang, Blay.
Because unlike other teams here,
biar gua kaya raya, tau nggak lo?
You really can't game plan for them.
Yeah, and you know what's even more interesting is that when they're gonna be playing against New Turn, they have to be aware that there's an aggressive playstyle and defense coming from that team. There's a huge emphasis on the flashes coming from Breach, coming from Sky, and especially on Ascent. They play so aggressive on every single lane. You know, either A, B, or mid. There's always something gathering the info, but at the same time pushing with the flash. So you have to be prepared for every single angle, and that might be important to have a default setup that
check
can
them
counter
Discord.
that, right? So it's gonna be a counter-strat meta right now in this match, and this is why I'm so exciting. It's NA versus Korea. This is a nuts match. and I'm hoping
Anjay.
to see some flashy
Boleh,
strategies
boleh
coming
lu,
out,
Jidun.
out of those teams.
Yo, my man Lothar, I'm so happy you brought that up. I'm gonna make this quick, Golden Boy. If you guys remember the first time we saw New Turn play, they like to push 4 out of a lane really fast on pistol rounds and set the tone.
Gue dibikinin thumbnail,
Version
Blay.
1, they like to group up as well. So
Lu mau liat
Golden Boy,
nggak,
I'm
Blay?
looking for a
Bagus
cat
nggak,
and
Blay?
mouse game throughout the entirety of this series. It's gonna be really fun to watch.
Yeah, a little Tom and Jerry action never hurt anyone. I'm looking forward to it. But of course, guys, we want you to join in on the fun as well as the conversation by using that hashtag Verizon 5G All Chat. And we'll feature your tweets throughout today's broadcast, just as we have been. It'll pop up right below me, right
Mantap,
by
Blay.
the smoggy area here. So, you know, get out there, get tweeting right now. Speaking of social media, by the way, we had a poll on @Valorant Esports, and fans believe that version 1 will win today's matchup.
They're so smart.
Well then,
I'm not surprised.
I think it's time to go to the predictions here. Achilleos, you seem like you're a little perturbed, maybe a little
Kelas,
verklempt.
eh?
What's going on? Who do you got winning?
Good vocabulary is getting shown off there, but look, like I said,
Mantap,
version
mantap,
1, they looked
Mantap.
way better than I anticipated. I think they
Kan
bounced back. I
Korean
think they
Jet,
also had
kagak ada
off
Blay
season at the
Korean
beginning
Jet.
of this
Fan
tournament,
vote
going up
V1.
against Crazy Raccoon.
Set.
Came up, they looked
Bagus
great
lu.
versus TL.
Lu
They dropped
pada
one
ngepick
map,
V1
but it
semua
was
buruan.
They looked
Biar
dominant. They looked like they were
gua
adapting on the
predik.
fly. They looked
Nutur
really great. So
menang,
version
beuh.
1 is not going to win this series. It's going to be New Turn. They're going to take it.
Temen gue yang
They're
bikin
going to
itu
win
Blay. Oh
this.
bukan
You
lu.
want to talk about adapting to their
Thank you, by the
playstyle,
way.
how difficult that
Bilang
is.
ke temen lu ya,
You've got
makasih ya.
Solo. You've got Perry.
Pakai
These
Blay,
guys
nggak bisa
have
kalau sekarang
over
dong.
2
Kan sekarang
decades
gue
worth of
bikin,
combined FPS
kan gue sekarang
experience
nobar.
between the two of them.
Itu
They're going to download the ever-loving hell out of version
thumbnail
1.
nobar gue
They
keren banget
are
Blay.
going to
Buset.
destroy them. They're going to advance forward.
Wow.
That's it.
War Valorant kapan desain baru Blay?
That
Juni,
is
Juni.
a very strong term. I
Lu ngebet
expected
di mana Blay?
Achilleos to
Kagak ada
just
ngebet-ngebetan gue Blay. Ini gue ngepredik pakai Valorant point.
Who do you got? Obviously, I know,
Kalau
but why don't you
lo
tell the viewers
dapat
at home?
4.000 nih, lo bakal bisa nge-unlock
Lothar, Lothar,
Unlock random sub.
Dude, I just wanted to ask: is Achilles the 6th player of that
I
team?
think
What
he
is going
might
on
be.
here? You
He
know?
very well might be.
Hype man, right? Exactly. I'm gonna be honest. I mean,
Sub
unlike
emoticon
European
doang
fans
tapi
out
ya.
there coming from the NA, we know what winning feels like because that is just all we do. I rock with version 1. I think it's gonna be a 2-1, and I'm rocking with Vanity all the way. He has been
Thank
an
you, Blay.
impressive Astra. Can't
Thank
wait
you
to
apa
see
nih?
him pop off.
Oh,
All
ini
right,
si
and
Rudy yang
Lothar,
bikin.
you're the
Si
decider
Jidun
here.
yang
Where you
ngomong.
going?
Thank you Rudy.
For me, it's gonna be a very close match. It's gonna be a 2-1, but I feel like
Bakal gue
Newton
pakai
will
ntar Rudy.
take it, but it's not like 80% Newton, you know. I feel like 52%, you know, maybe for that team. It's gonna be an exciting
We
match.
were
It's
right
gonna be
day
a
one.
close match. I expect a lot of stuff, you know, going back and forth. So I'm very excited to just watch it and see who's gonna win it.
Well, look at that, folks. We got a split desk here with Twitter, as well as you amazing analysts here with me in the studio. But that's it, folks. The time for
Itu
talk is
earphone iPhone Blay,
done.
betul ya?
Day 4 of Masters Reykjavík starts
Kalau
with a
udah mulai
showdown
kabarnya, ini
between
mulai,
North
Blay. Ini
America
pas jam 10.
and Korea. You don't want to miss it, and it's starting right now.
Hari ini siapa aja yang main? Kalian kalau ngeliat bracketnya itu ya udah gue pin ya. Bracketnya. Bakal singit gak Blay? Harusnya bakal.
Halo Hyung.
Halo Onica. Wah, gue suka banget nih anjing opening yang Riot Games ini. Bagus banget cuy.
Hyung Mansen sudah bersiap hari ini meneriakkan ente Hyung.
Buset, siap banget. Gue perlu pakai baju Hyung gue apa?
Baru tadi aku mau tanya, kamu kok nggak pakai baju Hyung?
Gak ada panas anjing. Lu pegang siapa? Gue pegang V1.
Bandar betting sudah masuk, ayo dimulai betnya. Belum. Nanti abis
Belum.
map ya, kita buka.
Oni-chan buat cowok Blay. Kalau buat cewek apa ya?
Tujan.
Oh cincin. Tucan, Oni, Nissan, Ike.
Mau aja Mansen dibuangin dah.
Blay, bau
Mansen tuh
bawang nih,
gampang
Blay.
dibuangin
Lu
ya.
kalau mau ngomong Oni-chan, bau bawang ini, bau bawang. Main agent lu apa, Sen? Hyung Jet Hyung.
Hyung Jet.
Enggak ngotak anjing, bagus banget dibikinnya. Blay, lu ada yang bisa bikin begini-beginian gini Blay buat opening konten gue Blay. Asli, gue bayar.
Dulu berapa ya kalau di approach sama
Valorant
Mansen?
Masters Reykjavík. Two EU
Kalau ada yang bisa bikin begitu-gituan, Blay, lu DM IG gue dah, sumpah.
North America for the ages.
Pokoknya gue mau yang benar-benar keren banget. Mamat, aduh.
I think Korea play a Valorant that is not seen anywhere else in their world. We like to play in people's face just as much as they do. I think it'll be a great matchup.
Ambil aja dari Master Sen, lu record pas opening, buset.
게임이다 보니까 또 저희가 약체라는 평가를 항상 받는 거라서
Hina itu mah Blay.
좀 발로란트에서는 좀 좋은 모습을 보여드려서
Amati, tiru,
FPS도
menjiplak.
잘한다라는 보여드리고
Iya
싶었어요.
nih.
네.
Ntar gue
This
jadi
was a very
diplaksan.
impressive performance from KRU.
Vamos a intentar adaptar a lo que juegan ellos y a meter nuestro granito de arena de decir, bueno, así jugamos nosotros y le vamos a dar para
Jangan
adelante.
yang
a intentar
jangan
mejorar todo
apa
lo
yang
que
pakai
podamos y
CGI
sacar
gitu-gitu
hacia
juga Blay.
adelante.
Tapi model-model yang begitu keren.
animasi buat S3D.
Iya, animasi 3D.
NA versus EU
Lu mau lihat ini
showdown
nggak?
saw the North
Gua
American
belum pernah
region
ngasih lihat lu pada
go
kan?
a full 2-0, pushing Team Liquid
Apaan?
and Fnatic to the lower bracket.
We're in the lower bracket and I love a lower bracket
Oh,
grind.
Montage yang itu Nat.
We're gonna be a winning team. We're gonna be a champion team.
Nggak tahu yang
เต็ม
mana.
ที่ครับ ยังไงก็ทุกคน
Lu kasih lihat nih Blay kalau lu pada.
ไม่ว่าผลจะเป็นยังไงเราก็เล็งแชมป์เอาไว้ครับ
Ntar gue mute dulu. Lagunya copyright. Aduh, dia ganti nama lagi, gue lupa lagi apa namanya ya. Dia kalau nggak salah udah dibeli sama tim Fnatic deh. Buat ngedit konten Fnatic. Aduh. Gue cara ngeliat
Yang
subscription
itu.
list gue gimana sih? Nah ini.
Yang
Iya
trik
sih.
itu.
Iya, yang si keren itu. Triton.
Buk CGI mat. Apa ya namanya? Yang buat 3D modeling itu loh.
Nih orang editannya gila banget. Seharusnya dikit lah, cuma dia sebelumnya nama YouTube-nya Triton doang. Sekarang udah Fnatic ya, Blay. Kayak dibeli anjing.
What?
Goblok
Kayak gitu.
cu editannya asli. Lagunya copyright nggak sih? Oh enggak. Nih ya, yang pertama
Mansen
kali
tuh
dia
soalnya
bikin ya.
anaknya jedak-jeduk banget. Ya enggak.
Najis nih, gue gak suka jedak-jeduk, cuma ini kayak pas banget gitu loh. Pakai KineMaster
Nggak
bisa kayaknya itu
Blay,
bisa.
pakai KineMaster.
Segila loh. Nih mana ya yang pertama kali banget gue lihat.
VNGNC. Ntar aku cek ya. Thank you Rian. Pakai CapCut.
Enggak kok. Kalau nggak kita lihat yang baru aja deh, yang baru nih. Ini udah bikin buat fanatik nih.
Udah masuk stage ini.
Apa belum mulai, sabar. Nih last.
Kan mau open bed, guys.
Ntar sabar 2 menit.
Iwan ngepick Haven.
Buset, goblok bagus banget.
Nutun Asen. Kelasnya split, ya split. Haven apa nih? Nutun sama V1.
Ladip menjelek anjing. Skip anjing. Ladip sama ini jauh, cuk. Editannya. Ladip
Tadi masih bawa kuping.
Ladip better.
Nah, Mansen pun lebih males lagi. Lah, kira. Kemarin ini gue tanya kan, lo mau nambah sewa 1 editor lagi buat ngelihin konten.
Ini editin nias banget loh. Terus satu konten 1 juta kayak ada anjing. Kalau nyuruh orang edit begini. Ntar kalau gue udah kaya Blay, konten montage juga begini semua asli.
Gimana mau kaya, konten yang gak dibikin-bikin dari sekarang males.
Dia tuh bikin ini loh, bikin 3D modeling semua. Dia ngejual ininya juga. Ngejual 3D recordan dia.
To the team to rotate around the map. We'll be keeping an eye on that for version 1. New turn, we're playing aggressive. We'll see what they continue to do with that. Solo.
Nah, gue cuma butuh opening doang. Gue cuma butuh opening.
I think version 1 are gonna have to be afraid of
gue cuma butuh opening.
That Korean pride is.
Opening kayak opening siapa ya?
Knowing they should win and having such a strong mental throughout a long series.
Kayak opening ini dah.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm looking
kayak
at
openingnya
is when we think
serot.
about these two teams and specifically what the play style that they had.
Tau nggak lo opening kontennya serot?
Well documented that version 1 excelled and really kind of set the pace for how to play the post plans, right? Like they
gue cuma butuh yang begini doang nih, Blay.
They had all of this utility.
Nih, gue cuma butuh opening begini doang.
To get through them, you either have to deal with the utility. It is
opening keren, tapi bikinnya niat, cuy. Jangan yang lu ngambil yang gratisan. Yang udah ada begini terus ntar lu tambahin nama gue Mansen gitu.
Right, like surely they were watching.
Gue cuma butuh openingnya doang. Habis itu udah kelar nih, Blay. Cut sampai akhir. Yang penting depannya aja, Blay.
You can know that the shock dart's coming. You can know that the snake bite's coming on a post plant scenario, but that doesn't make it any easier.
Belum bisa predik banget.
So again, things to look out for. Solo was a monster in their first series. You got to keep watching for him. Him and Perry being teammates. A lot of good composition and synergy work together there. Lakia on the Sova.
Iya, tapi jangan pakai template, sumpah. Kalau pakai template mah.
Have to watch out for. This as well on Haven. They're going to be the ones coming into Sates.
Kelewatan.
11.111 dari seseorang. Pesan, suara ceweknya ngeselin BGT.
Suara ceweknya ngeselin banget. Gila kali lu ya.
Playing a lot bigger of a role than I expected as a sub. being left out as an anchor, holding
Ada yang donate
positions,
seseorang,
moves around,
suara ceweknya
absorb
ngeselin banget.
utility, and then moves forward. The
Coba intro
fundamentals
liquid
are
bang.
there. It gets very interesting in the middle of the round is how all of that secondary utility is used, how the retakes are done. And really, what are going to be the agent
Lu
compositions
sadar
here
nggak
for
kalau
our
lu
gaming agent
ngedonate
select
ada
jammies
email
on
yang
the
lu
Viper, and we have noticed
masukin
New Turn do not play the
dari
Viper.
cara
It's one
bayar
of the
lo,
things that
dia
really has
nge-track
seemed to
nih
separate
Tim
nomor
Liquid kan?
rekening lo,
and being able to stall out,
QR
create their own
QRIS
situation,
code
their own
lo,
environment
gue
with
bisa
some
cari
toxic
lo
strain
di
as
mana
they go in. So
Black.
we'll see if that
Jangan
mana
salah,
seeing the Sova on
udah
both
ada
sides
korban
is
satu.
great because when we have
Lah,
not
lu
seen
mau
teams
jadi
with a Sova
donat.
recently in this tournament,
Oh iya
their
boleh nih.
retakes just seem so chaotic. You can't ping past walls, you can't dart past smokes. And it
One Up
seems like there's
Studios.
really a lack of control.
One Up yang bikin.
Or I should say initiation.
Udah
Oh,
ada,
si-
gue udah
No, I agree. I
buktiin
think
Si
it's
Leviathan.
kalau gue nyari orang,
so it's good to see those
ketemu.
two. I think across the board, this also bodes well.
Perlu
And again,
gue
I'm
share
keeping a close eye on
orang
U-turn
yang minta
because
maaf
of how
sama gue kayak
Haven went the
gimana.
last time we saw this on this map. They have not made
Mau
any
jadi
adjustments as far as
donat.
competition
Boleh
goes.
nih.
Playstyle might be a bit different, but so far they're sticking to their guns,
Tungguin
they're
aja,
starting
Blay.
off on the attack, and it looks like early on this is going to be a bit of
Gue
like a
bilang
feel
sih
things out default.
hati-hati.
You've got the
Back in
Astro
CS,
Stars
it's been
already
very up and
holding
down.
down a long to
Along the way,
denying the
we've all had our
information
own hardships.
potentially gathered by FaZe on the peak. This is a good setup.
Boleh mantap Blay.
Make sure to mention
Udah mulai.
get a track of them. Penny on
We are
Jet.
ready to show
Watch out for it. Allow on the Jet on the other side. That's for version 1 and New Turn respectively as we start off. So the wall here coming in from version 1 basically denies a fast A, or at least an A that New Turn has to think about as they would run through the toxic screen. And no real aggression here to start coming in from V1. They're happy to stay, set down some stars, and we do see the Astra on both sides as Perry starts laying some out towards Garage.
I do think it's good to see Penny take some of this space away on a short and get a bit more of aggressive positioning, right? Like, this area of the map is so heavily contested, and it's because of that, right? Like, you get so much control if you can exploit that area. Penny already swings out, deals the first blood of the series. Oh, Vanity's on the flank as well. They've taken the middle of the space. New Turn, they're trapped right now. They're gonna have to fight their way through the defenses.
Beautiful job by Vanity. They've been able to separate the map a little bit with the way they played the Killjoy turret, which allowed them to play back, allowed them to play these hard corners. Zelsis now picks one up, and they're just picking apart New Turn ever so slowly.
30 seconds left.
So the spike is down in A short. They have to slowly, you see Allow like slowly working his way around because they don't know how far up Vanity's gone. As we can see,
Bang, buat
Vanity
thumbnail
has
kayak
retreated back.
thumbnail 10 minat.
Again, like, because of the way the early round played out, they really have nowhere else to go. They have to commit today. And V1's
Begitu
not
bagus
giving them
sih.
an inch. Perry
Ya kalau
looking to
bisa
take some of it.
mantap,
However, he's
Blay.
gonna get dropped at the hands of
Coba
Zelsis.
demi
V1
gue deh,
with
Blay.
a pistol.
Kita obrolin ya kan,
Shots of
anjay.
confidence coming in from version 1 as New Turn was looking to read the map, feel it out, see a few pitches coming
Delay
in
ya,
from version
buset.
1, and the first
Gua
one
kasih delay,
was a
8 jam
laser shot
delaynya.
from Penny. He picks up 2 on the round, an extra 400 in the pocket for him and Zelsis as now we head into round 2. We will see Spectres now coming out of New Turn. The wall is switched up, so they basically cut off A this time. This may give Penny a little bit more of a push. You see the turret being placed on the left side of B here. This allows Zelsis to actually play between 2 sites. Awesome distance and use of the utility there.
So that's such a good counter to that Viper's wall. When that wall goes up, there's no information of what's happening in a short. You have to respect the possibility that somebody on the side of V1 has already pushed their way aggressively through that, right? But right off the bat, Lakia drops the recon dart right past that to expose where Penny might have been going. He had to wait it out before working his way forward, but it seems like New Turn feels comfortable working their way in anyway.
Lakia towards the back. He is watching on their flank right now. Possibly waiting for that sonar bolt to come up to fire it over. You can see him setting up. Spice got dropped, but Jammy's already pushing before they can get the strategy into position. Lakia with 2 beautiful shots.
You can see V1 went hunting, trying to look for the remaining members of New Turn, and they may have bit off a bit more than they
bisa nih nuturnya asli.
10.000 dari Iya Gua, pesan, Blay, konten yang bagus buat belajar Sentinel Killjoy atau Ciper siapa Blay?
Konten yang bagus buat belajar Sentinel Killjoy atau Cyber siapa Blay? Yang ditonton Mananat tuh.
By version 1, if you look at it and they played the time
10.000 dari Iya Gua, pesan, Blay, konten yang bagus buat belajar Sentinel Killjoy atau Ciper siapa Blay?
Si Nenkyo. Yeah.
That's just going to be Solo doing what he can. $300 is what they want to get as Elsus finds Lakia, and he's going to go straight to the land, drive it into the ground, and hope for the best.
Predictionnya.
Well, you can hope. But there wasn't a whole lot of best there. I think in that 1v2 situation, the nice thing for V1 there is even though they were heavily invested from a personnel perspective on the A side of the map, they had a ton of utility. Right? All of Zelsus's utility was on C, and you saw that as soon as Solo came out. Both Nano Swarms were activated to delay that plan, and then Vanity showed up with a bit of CC of his own. So I gotta say, like, that right there is why you can't sleep on U-turn. It's because of guys like that don't know their way. Right? If not by timing, Lakia has a chance at Zelsus, and the round easily goes the other way. So you're feeling that this map already is just like being decided by split-second moments that can change the outcome of what's going on.
Absolutely. And we see version 1 being able to pull that out and do damage.
Model-model kayak Tens kayak Srot gitu kabarin ya di demi
gua. May become a bit more tough. Suggest able to do it again. The Ion Sheriff headshots. They're almost free, I tell you. And they're going to back out. A nice grab. They have a Phantom. They can now start to move around. That was dropped to Lakia, so the priority on how they need to move this now starts to come in division. And they're still waiting. The same wall we saw on round 1 from the toxic screen, placed up around B towards A, slowing things down if they need to on an initial rush.
Nutur nih masih sering banget pakai bridge jet, cuy.
To creep up. I think Suggest has then seen that there was or heard. He would have heard that a
flash dash.
So they know a bit of Killjoy positioning. They haven't identified B, so I wonder if the turret is known to be there, stopping them a little bit. And it's going to be the A strat once again. They creep up as close as they can get. They feel like not having too many weapons dug. They got to get as close as possible and close the gap to get these frags. Effie's close, and so is Penny. We'll see if they can make it out of this one as the chaos ensues.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this will be noise. They decide not to drop it.
The dart, the flash, the cloud burst, the dash as they work their way onto the side, and so far Allow has gotten through entirely unscathed, but unfortunately for U-turn, Suggest and Perry are not nearly as fortunate as the wall comes down. Effie's is greeted with a handful of folks on the side of U-turn. Hello! He's able to get a couple, but Allow looking to trade things back. He's gotten two. Zelsus getting that back himself as he gets onto it solo with the flash, not able to make anything happen out of that. This is big from a financial perspective. Riv, they win the pistol, they win the following round, and then even with the damage that U-turn did to their bonus,
10.000 dari Apparel, pesan makan Blay.
Absolutely.
Makan Blay. Apparel, thank you Apparel. Terima kasih donated Blay.
There's going to be one less person.
Ini gara-gara kamu nggak pakai baju hiung nih.
To put the spike down. So version 1 working it methodically, even though they seem to be running around the map here, and U-turn's doing a great job about that. They are finding that they're having priority in numbers once they get to a site. So U-turn is learning what the movement, what the pressure of version 1 is.
10.000 dari SKR, pesan tim favorit apa Blay?
Tim favorit apa Blay? Gak ada Blay. Gua nikmatinnya Blay.
How many are at a site? But now in our first gun round,
sudah kurang pakai Killjoy, tetap dipakai Killjoy-nya ya.
Different look from V1 already. Look at the aggression down C long, right? It wasn't flash, it wasn't dash, it wasn't noisy, but it wasn't expected, at least you would think, because they hadn't done it. But Allow holds fast, is able to stop the aggression. Penny with the op, we saw how devastating he can be with this weapon.
Dari pertama kali baru sekarang nih gue charge nih. Ini juga masih 30%.
Yeah, baby, he delivers. Blade Storm out. As Penny tries to
pertama kali beli nggak tuh? Pertama kali dikasih.
The counter from the cloud burst to keep him alive. That's insane.
And again, new turn, overwhelm. It's how they're able to get in. The first one, obviously, Allow.
Lu lihat
you're not allowed to do that. You can't push. And it was a great read. If we remember what really came to fruition on new turn was that at the beginning of the game, a lot of pushing happened towards them. They were pushed back by Sharks, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to look for this next time. We're going to make sure nobody can get on our flank, because they aren't looking to work with that Cypher on the side. They're keeping everything that they have with them for these attacks. So they got to be their own sentry. Allow had that time perfectly, reading a bit of version 1's push on the first gun round.
To have the wherewithal to even expect that, knowing we hadn't seen that look from V1 at all, was very impressive. Mixed by for the boys on the defending side here as we enter round 5. No presence towards A this time on the side of U-turn, as they're actually looking to exploit the middle of the map. See what they can find.
Lu milih mana? Gua nggak predict Nuturn, cuma otak gua bilang V1 bakal menang.
Play with the minds of version 1. Oh, that's a showstopper coming straight in. Actually, just shot to the left, a blind fire on the showstopper here, and that's going to be great for version 1 on the frenzy round with 2 vandals.
Yeah, getting that ultimate offline with really no value.
Kayak bisa lu tembusin aja nggak sih? Sayang banget, anjing showstopper dipakai begitu.
Certainly not what you're looking for when you invest in an ultimate like that. So they cut noise. They look to reset things a little bit and see what they can find towards C. They're still postured heavy that way. You still see a couple of pings on the minimap. The nice thing for V1 is that if they do push
berarti lu predict nggak pakai otak, Blay. Emang kagak. Gue berharap tiba-tiba langsung kaya ya, Blay.
Wow, traded back quickly by Perry. Nice little retribution kill there as they head in. And they don't even know he's there. Allow just can't find the targets. And V1 attacks back with 3 fast. Perry looking to do it again.
Kagak ada untung, kagak ada ruginya juga, Blay, ngeprediknya, Blay.
Hunter Fury and he managed to get away from that unscathed. He's got to get a shot onto Penny, but no. Penny continues to impress. The young cracked out star on the side of V1 secures the round for the boys on defense.
It's just version 1. If they do go down, we see the next round they just info deny until they say, all right,
kayak lu main sofa bridge ada jet gitu, udah sih manjain aja jetnya.
In your opponent's senses where they would be rotating, you catch them in that rotation. Just to dodge the showstopper, come up with the frenzy, especially on the rounds where you're going up against full guns. Version 1's got to be feeling great right now.
Main bridge, main sofa. Mau masuk garage, pakai showstopper, anjing. Kesel banget liatnya.
Go up, and this time you see Jamies and Penny have taken the space aggressively, and they double down
tuh,
on it by
dropping
the Viper's pit.
Buat ngeclearin ini, Blay.
This is a tough situation for Newturn because they have to decide, are we going to fight into it or not? Jamies off the board already.
What a read on the triple ult here coming from Newturn. They wanted to get in. That's going to be Bladestorm. That's going to be Rolling Thunder as they get into A, but it's all slowed down, and they lose Jammies. So a ruffle of the feathers to start. Newturn handles it perfectly, and they still have those ultimates to use as they come in. We did see Hunter's Fury come out there, and now it's going to be another trade. They still set up. They still want to go through with it. They feel good, Doug. Here it goes.
Rolling Thunder leading the way as Lakia follows shortly thereafter, and Effie's drops. Penny looking to trade things out. There's the lockdown that we were expecting out of ASUS to try to equalize things. They respect it, but Penny's on the read! Penny's on the read! He's cut him off! They're stuck, Riv! There's no way for them to work their way out! Penny good for 1, Penny good for 2! Make that 3 on the round! Full control for V1!
Just when you think you're getting out, a Penny for your thoughts on the flank. And it
tadi di short saja saya lihat Penny udah kejadian kayak gini ya.
With the ultimate there being down for the lockdown, I should say, I was just super impressed with how they got them out early. But it still comes down to the fact that Perry has to make it work again. Always on the flank. We saw this last round. He's trying to make things work from across the map with the smokes, but still be present for the late game situation here in
ini, Blay. Gua kemarin kaya dibikin gara-gara V1, tau gak lo? Pas V1 lawan Liquid, gua nggak predict V1, buset dapat Bitcoin gue, Blay, 55 juta Bitcoin anjing.
But version 1 feeling good, reacting well to these as Newturn continues to put up strats.
Dude, I have been floored, to be honest with you, by how well version 1 have read this map, right? Like, there have been a couple of times now where we've seen them position themselves in such a way that they're just a step ahead of Newturn from a macro perspective. Even like having him trap them in to the lockdown, not giving them an easy escape is huge. Slight adjustment that we see here out of Viper's wall from Jammies. You hear the gravity well has been used early on. Short control has been taken away, and that's the narrative that we're going to continue to see throughout really the entire map.
We'll have to keep an eye on if Newturn continue to watch that flank past the early game. Allow picked up 2 big frags at long C. Just a few ago for Newturn, watching version 1 push, reading version 1 a bit. Version 1 then sets back.
Ini udah berapa lama main kripto? Wah, gue main kripto dari 8 tahun yang lalu gue.
Kan dari SD.
Dari SD juga sih. 8 tahun lalu gue masih SD, guys. Jadi gue SD gue main kripto. Makanya gue sekarang nggak kerja, gue udah kaya banget gara-gara kripto.
If they can get it. I should say credits.
8 tahun lalu masih SD berarti.
This may be a bit of a, make some noise,
Sekarang
see what
lu
kills you can get, which so far have been none. Perry did have the only rifle on the
SMP
side
kelas
of
2,
U-turn. But the
kelas
nice
3.
thing is that is going to draw some attention away from CU, which is where Solo is just very quietly going to waltz his way up. But you've got to remember here, they don't really have weaponry. And Solo's alone. Zelsis once again is on the read with jammies. I'm telling you, Riv, they're a step ahead every time.
I was going to say, V1 does not usually rotate out of their sight until the spike is being planted. So big credit to Newturn there for making them bite, because Newturn has been going to every site. They say, let's switch it up this time. We're on the eco. We kind of need to even stretch ourselves thin to make that work. Version 1 in the middle of the round say, wait a minute.
Aduh, woi, Newturn.
They come right
Udah
back.
telepon Blackpink dulu buruan.
And they were a moment from having it, right? But
Asli
V1
kalau lo
with the
menang,
switch, they're like,
gua
no,
beli Bitcoin
Here
ini
we go. So round
55
8,
juta Bitcoin gue beli.
Version 1
Masa gue bangkrut lagi sih bangsat?
down. Newturn attack.
Tiap predik gue all in anjing.
They've picked up right where they left off. This time, it's unfortunately against them. I think they set the record the last time we saw them on the big stage for most flawless rounds probably ever in the history of everything. But again, this time, receiving it from V1. So now they're going to have better weapons. Now they're going to have rifles. Similar Viper wall that we saw from Jamie's, controlling that A short area, and a ton of utility across B here, Riv.
Doug, look at this wall as well from Jammies. They're giving them less and less as the map goes on. The next time Newturn gets guns, well, you're going to have to really work for the right side of the map. They say, well, we're going left. Zelsis eats a bit of a nade there, and we'll see how they can control C. Full retake in position right now if it is a C play here. Newturn's going to have it to themselves. How can they post-plant this?
Oh, and Zelsis already dropping early on certainly doesn't help.
Tuh udah kecil aja terus tiap hari kecil, sumpah lu menang goblok. Asli. Lu ada bridge, ada sofa, jet sama race, tinggal lari dong lu. Tinggal lompat pakai skill. Dapat DC-nya, habis itu tinggal main post plan asli.
The good thing for version 1 here is that they're going to be approaching the retake from multiple fronts, but Newturn are so well positioned right now. Right? They also still have the Cosmic Divide out of parry that they can invest should they choose to do so.
Here we go. You got Jammies coming down on the bottom. Sonar Bolt going through now that he's there, and they're working as a team with 3 to come up, but allow.
Last player standing.
Effie's on the tap. The snake bite to buy some space. Solo good for 1 anyway, but he didn't have enough health. He had to take it. Is he gonna get the defuse, Riv?
Enggak. Udah dapet tuh.
Oh.
Found it.
Full clench.
0,78 cuy.
Full clench.
And honestly, that Viper bite from Jammies on the stage is the sub. Very, very quick thinking to understand what happened within the site.
Kedukun dulu sana biar nggak salah predik ya. Astagfirullahaladzim, susah banget ngejelasin.
Absolutely helped clutch that round. Been very
impressive. Gue udah tahu Blay, otak gue nih, gue udah tahu di otak gue ini V1 pasti bakal menang Blay. Cuma gue berharap Newturn menang biar gue tiba-tiba banyak.
That was excellent display of one power. You gotta give it to him.
That was some diaphragm usage.
It was a little dash early on. Jammies once again reads it like a book as we see that even if you try to push in towards A, like V1 they have it locked down. They haven't found very much success on that side of the map at all, and much like we've seen previous times, whenever they show that
bisa
way,
di-report nggak sih, Blay?
he takes the middle of the map. Look at where he is on your mini-map right now. He's about to walk into the defender spawn. He's got the Viper's wall to conceal
udah kena mental kayak kagak belum main tolol.
Yep. And that's just too easy, Riv.
Dia mau maju tuh tolol.
He had the spike, he drops, Suggest is left alone in a 1v4. Things continue to go sideways for Newturn.
Ngecek shirt, ya elah, udah di recon nih, shirtnya di recon nih, Blay. Di recon kan begitu tadi ya, nih di sini doang. Masih bisa ngumpet kiri kanan sini. Pede banget, dia langsung ngeliat langsung jauh gitu.
It's quiet, but when he pops off, it is a loud statement. Firing forward, trying to catch that drone off guard, but they're still too distance from the play.
Mati.
Okay. I was gonna say, he's got the showstopper.
Better bias ngasih Black iya dah.
He might whip something up. But no, an excellent stop from Effie's there, as you said, with the shock dart to win the round. Again, secure it for V1.
Nggak bisa diklik kanan apa gitu, report.
Even while there were questions,
right, report sabotage the game, anjing.
Right, like Newturn were calling a good map against Sharks on Haven, and things just kind of didn't go their way. I think now we're seeing them really get exposed on both sides of the proverbial ball. Defensively, they didn't look good against Sharks. On attack, they certainly don't look good against V1. And Newturn just seem at a loss on this map.
Udah Blay nih
Nah, ini lagi ditelepon nih, Blay. Ini lagi ditelepon nih sama Blackpink nih. Kayak kemarin nih, Blay. Persis kayak kemarin nih, abis ditelepon sama Blackpink, bro. Mainnya langsung ngacir nih, Blay.
Vanity knows that he freely has window. Just based off a few things that are going down. The shot calling we're seeing from Vanity here is absolutely amazing throughout the tournament so far, and it's no wonder that the Cinderella story here, from challengers to team roster switches to subs, albeit one at a time, that version 1 is definitely a team meant to be here on the world stage, and wowing people or not, they have worked for this in their showing.
Now, Riv, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna put you on the spot. At what point do version 1
sama Jenny apa Lisa nih?
Cinderella
Gua nggak tahu lagi tuh yang mana.
Kind of goes back to Pumpkin and drags at the end of the night.
Gua benar-benar belum pernah lihat Blackpink kayak gimana, Bangsat.
At every single time.
Tapi kalau nanya, Bang, pernah lihat Phantom nggak? Phantom pandal gitu. Tahu gue, Blay. Cuma kalau nanya gue Jenny sama Lisa, gue kagak tahu, Blay. Apa? Waduh, kamu nyebut-nyebut kadal. Parah udah ini. Banyak ini yang terangsang di live chat aku. Live chat aku soalnya banyak yang sange ngeliat kadal.
Because honestly, they could it could
maaf
be
ya,
written
guys.
here, and you'd be like, "Holy damn, that was a really good book. Version 1 was a great book, and I can't wait to read the next
Bang,
one."
ini upper bracket kan?
But
Iya.
that's not what they have in
Double
mind,
elimination,
right?
upper bracket. Nanti
So we'll see what they got here.
bakal,
Round 10.
waduh, ketarik tuh.
Sofanya.
Lihat tuh sofa udah di minimap tengah-tengah.
That's going to be an operator in Penny's hand for this round.
Dude, Penny hit that after the Viper's Pit was going up. Down C long with no information. There was no dart. There was no nothing to reveal the position. That must have been like a, give the dude a haircut. Just saw like a pixel onto that shot. I hate that we missed that. Hopefully we'll be able to get that on the replay to see if that was as gross as it seemed in my mind.
Tuh kan lu lihat no live chat gua.
To recap, V1
sekali ngomongin kadal bahaya banget anjing.
There's no easy entrance there. What I do like about Newturn here is that they're feeling things out in the middle of the map. They're about to find out that it should be pretty safe, but Vanity, Vanity! Lakia gives him the business left, right, good night, he drops, and that should give him entry onto A, except for Penny is on the flank. The flash is not gonna land. The patience, the Blade Storm's not gonna land. He's gonna have to go in aggressive. Push things back. The spike has not moved, Riv.
4v3, Effie's looks like he's hanging out in sight, but they do have the Hunter's Fury if they want to get it. That Viper's Pit has been dropped as Jamie starts to twirl around. I was going to say Perry is making some good moves, but they are privy to what's going down. Solo now being seen. 25 HP with the overkill from the operator's shot.
Tuh kan, aduh. Jangan ada yang pakai skin kadal dong.
Aduh, udah. Shot on that. Another 3v1.
Aduh, lu lihat no kadal lagi baringan gitu.
Dude, I'm getting like,
aduh,
Monty Python and the Holy Grail type, like,
ada kadal tak berdaya di bawah gitu tuh, aduh udah bahaya banget tuh.
They're feeling things out, right? It's not like, oh my god, Penny, you're so bad. Like, it's not like they're running their head into a wall on one specific site and they're just trying to brute force their way in and they're just getting stuffed. They're feeling out different areas of the map, right? Like they're calling fakes, they're calling rotations. They're doing all the right things. They just can't find a way in.
I guess this is really a time as well when we get to see, you know, what Newturn is made of. And that's not to say 9-1. It's always strong mentality coming out of Korean teams. They weather the storm, they find a way back, they know it's never over. Is right now version 1 seems to have them in a bit of chaos mode where Newturn can't do their own strats. They're kind of playing the version 1's game, and that means you're always a step behind what you as Newturn want to be doing. So again, they wait. Zelsus pushes, they find a frag, and this is where Newturn may start to grab a little bit of momentum. 2 down now on the side of version 1 is Newturn adapt.
You really have to here. Oh gosh, and the spike's down too.
Playing the toxic
spot now. He doesn't have any backup. Yeah, so if he drops, he's gonna be able to regain control. They're gonna know that A's open. Nobody else was pushing up, but even with that in mind, they're gonna pull back off. But Vanity again. Oh no, Vanity gets a couple shots right into the back of the head, courtesy of Perry. Effie's on the cut. Effie's good for 2. The spike goes down again, and it's Effie's. In a 1v2, he's already taking care of 2 of them. Looking for the third, not able to land it. Perry gets the kill. Newturn get another round.
Last round before the switch.
Epis yang kemarin
Slowly
saginya
making their
bagusnya.
way with a few more
Iya,
points
iya.
back in, giving themselves that cushion
Yang
for the
di
next
split.
game. Looking at what we have for new turn here, as we said, 59% attack win rate,
Yang ini banget.
Pakai ini lagi ya.
win rate. So
Pakai sagi lagi.
getting the rounds
Yeah.
on attack were almost necessary here, as a version 1's gonna have momentum. They're gonna feel good, and new turn maybe back to that position.
dah
where Solo in
Yung,
his
Yung.
interview said we felt
Bangkrut
nervous,
gua
you know?
Yung gara-gara lu
Maybe it's one of
Yung.
our favorite maps. So it seems like they're just kind of being locked into this position. Here, they have 5 ultimates up. They're dealing with that same wall that version 1 has been putting up. And let's see how they use their util on the side of new turn here.
Satu kali like, let's go, Blay, let's go, di like.
Showstopper.
You like, you
Online.
share, you
Suggests
stop.
playing it a bit more slowly, and now is going to dash his way forward.
Wah nih.
I mean, scene of the crime from last time.
No
and the
guarantees.
the same output. No, it's a meat grinder of as new turn have already lost 2. Penny with the op holding down that tight angle. A garage sees the shoulder, not going to land, and Suggest punishes it. The cosmic divide's going to come out. Zelsis quietly playing in the back corner, has not been spotted. The alarm bot helps, but Zelsis lands a kill, looking for a second, not able to do it. As Suggest seems to be on a one-man mission to get new turn back into this thing, and that was heck of a way forward.
And then they win that. Douglas, like hardly any information grabbed, and you use one of the most impactful ults, blind again, but then they outshoot the round. But at that moment, that almost feels like, all right,
Suges
we're
ultinya
out of
2 kali loh Mat kayak gitu dia. Nggak ngerti lagi gue, dia main ada bridge, ada sofa, tapi mainnya kayak gitu.
But it made Suggest feel comfortable. You can't
Lagi marahan
complain
kali ya
after a
Suges ya,
round
sama teman-teman yang lain ya.
And there it is.
Elah.
New turn coming alive a little bit here, Doug.
Dia
They have a
pakai
lot of
skin
work to
kadal
do,
tuh.
but that is good to see from the Korean squad.
Yeah, a little bit of fire lit under them as they get us to a 9-3 half. Version 1 now going to test their mettle on the attacking side of the map. The Viper's wall goes up to block off A, and they're actually going to full send B. There's nobody there, Riv. They don't even they have no utility there. They're going to get him for free.
Nade's a little too deep out. Fault line won't do too much. So it actually stops Penny down as he gets one, though, and the Frenzies are pushing forward, Doug.
Absolute chaos. You got to keep an eye. Yes, that was it, right? Like, that is vintage version 1. Look at the lineups. James was playing back on the site from downtown, denying any sort of way in. And then Celsius, the one crossbow right into the back of the head, drops Locky, picks up another weapon, and then you see the shock dart, too. It's not just the snake bite. There's really no way in. Allows gonna have to get through all of the utility that exists, and then the remaining members of V1 just to get a chance at this thing. There's no need. Celsius good for 3. That right there is V1 putting on full display how good they are on the attacking half.
That is V1. Watch that round over and over again. Forward aggression, post plant, still have a flank, still have post plant, lineup from downtown, and more lineups that you cannot, especially on a pistol round, shoot Sova through that wall. You don't see him, you know, and if you do, you're only going to tag him for a bit of damage. So there's so many things they easily capitalize there.
Oh, mampus, hilang loh.
Yeah, we did.
Aduh.
Yes, we did indeed. What do you turn do? In response, no force up. Suggest is the only one with a little extra, a little something packed.
Diludahin Viper, di shock dar, di swarm grenade, ya Allah, bisa apa cuk? Disedot juga ntar bisa Mastra.
To the blade
Asli.
storm, and I mean like puppets. Riv, look at that. They just showed a little bit down C long. And mind you, Neutron don't have much to fight with, so they're almost forced into this situation where they have to show off of the first thing they see, but they have fully stacked C here.
Look at the info Vanity's trying to get here. He runs up, activates his own smoke so he can instantly hide on it, trying to just get shots out. Now, nothing really came of it. Neutron's playing this super smart by holding util, info denying themselves. I think we might have heard a shorty go off, and that's not going to give you too much. So we see in the eyes of Vanity what they're trying, and it looks like they're going to go for what is a B once again with all 3 util smokes placed around it.
Effie still has a shock dart as well.
Better luck next time.
But how much of a lineup do you have when you're already dead, sitting on the site? Cold. Penny on the flank, good for 1. But if it's not Effie's, it's Jamie's. Again, man, the exact same setup. It was slightly delayed, but the outcome's the same. V1 get to 11 as they dominate on the defensive half, and now they show they can do it on attack as well.
You know what seems absurd right now, especially on those rounds? If you win first round, I feel like the way version 1 plays it, or the way a team can play it, is you know you can spread a team slightly thin by waiting out the round. They're going to have to at least choose a site, and it's probably not going to be one at B. It's be more of a retake. So to be able to get in there, you will always have the 7 seconds to throw that down, right?
Yep.
And then be able to get out, so your guys who are already on those front lines can do it. They almost have guaranteed rounds there without having to use ultimates.
Oh man,
Just the
Celsius
timing.
gets his hand on the lockdown. Effie's gets the opener into the site. You see the nano swarms already coming out. Now keep an eye, again, keep an eye on James. He's playing
50 juta
back.
Bitcoin
He's
gua.
got a lineup here, but he
Gagal beli pulau, Blay.
Solo, no! Solo, the timing was bad. Jammies catches him sleeping. He gets around, they get the kill. They get the spike down on C as well, and now they have control. But they go right into the belly of the beast. Vanity not waiting for Newturn to take the fight to them. He's going in.
This wall gives them so much pressure. The first gun round, they go ham towards C on this. Toxic screen still up. Penny takes a bit of damage, but the positioning they have is great. You can see Suggest. Where's the flank? Which one's going to flank me first? Because that
Gue udah nggak ngerti sih. Dia main nggak kayak kemarin anjing.
Third or 2A or 2B of Newturn's
Cara main sama pick-pickan agent dia tuh
This is good for Verve. They're trying
ngasal.
to hold some guns for themselves. Things are only getting harder and harder. And there's another one. That's
Saya tapi enu ngace, Blay. Sumpah, kayak orang ngasal, Blay. Ini sengaja di-throw gimana sih?
Early match point as V1 again seemed to
Dia
be in
dibayar
full
atau gimana
control.
dah?
Tadi kan udah ngomong.
It's just been so impressive from version 1. Again, I mentioned at the beginning of the series that I think Newturn have a much better map than we saw on Sharks, but man, I am entirely wrong. As we see Newturn call on another tactical timeout, and Riv, I know we're only 3 rounds in, about to play round 4 of the second half, but I mean, at this point, it seems like a foregone conclusion.
Kita lihat
version 1 has been reading. Honestly, you got to give them credit for this. The way they're reading on Newturn, laying around them,
terus
finding
gagal.
Honestly, for the first
Blay,
few rounds,
bahkan nih Blay, dia nge-pick agent tuh nggak main sesuai agentnya anjing.
In the beginning to start capitalizing on bankrolls.
Itu by round dari tadi pas dia jadi attacker, Jet jalan sendiri, Race jalan sendiri lah, Bridge-nya ngapain anjing? Ngebutain mata dia sendiri.
The walls they have been putting up on defense from Jammies were successfully encroaching more and more onto the attacking side, giving Newturn less room to even start with, and that just it feels weird.
Dibayar nih feeling gue nih kayak nih buat dikalah-kalahin.
Starting your strats because you're saying, oh my god, they're just going to push us, they're just going to do this. Let's wait and turtle, which turtle again does not mean you're scared. You're reading the play and see what they're doing. And version 1 continue to find the success out of those plays, even if Newturn stays back in turtles, because they're holding. You know, Newturn will always have to come to you. But now on the other side, we'll see what Newturn can do on defenses. Version 1 has to come to them.
I will say the one like silver lining so far that we've seen from Newturn is that Suggest is on one today. He's like big boy on
one. Ini kalau turni Indo udah gua close nih asli. Gua udah paling males anjing nonton yang begini nih.
But I'm sure he's by and large dragging out for Newturn. I think Suggest has played really well, but otherwise it's just been a bit.
I mean,
the
guy has a
wanting
33% headshot out of Korea. I know Scream is 36-ish at the highest, so like quiet. Like I said, you know, you think of Allow, you think of Lakia, but Suggest is quietly one of the best players on this team.
Oh, dude. So they showed this exact look against Sharks. It was the breach flash, it was the Allow dash down C long, and it was met with, I mean, I think they got a little bit more out of it when they tried it against Sharks, but V1 wisely waiting it out. They don't push in aggressively. They don't get caught with the flash. They just wait it out, and then they respond in kind. Now they're pushing it a bit more aggressively. Vanity playing in his smoke just on the other side with the judge. Oh, no! Vanity swings, drops parry like a bag of rocks as V1 continue to creep their way onto C. Zelsis leading the way. Oh, Solo! Solo's got a judge of his own. If it's not him, it's Lakia. As Solo with 2 shells left, no, he's gonna get dropped. Lakia looking for a bit of action as well as he and Suggest are the last ones that remain. Suggest has to wait out the lockdown. That's gonna give Zelsis a bit of breathing room. And now Suggest. with a Vandal in a 1v2. As the spike continues to tick away, there was a bit of a snake bite there to delay his entry, but no, that should be enough info on where he's coming from. The alarm bot is going to come out as well. But even then, you see Jamies has played off. He's playing off site because of all the utility that he has. Suggest is going to have to tank through this. There's the snake bite as well. I love the use of the Roomba to try to flush Jamies out. There he is, Suggest trying to land the shots, and no, Jamies does it again. V1 13-3 from top to bottom. Even when things look good for New Turn, they take care of business.
What a game for version 1. Vibing throughout the entire thing from start to finish. The few rounds they lost, they were able to recuperate, and the bleeding was never that bad. New Turn again, feeling a bit shaky on Haven. Honestly, yeah, you're one map down, but I don't think that affects them too much. They came in here knowing Haven might be one of those maps. We have Ascent next. One of the better maps for New Turn as well. Haven is one of their favorites.
Jijik banget gue ngeliatnya asli. Gue bikin kopi bentar Net, biar aku rada tenang gitu dikit asli. Trigger banget gue.
Itu in-game chatnya V1 ke Neutron ada yang ngomong gini ya, GG easy gitu. Kayak Vanity ngomong deh, gue cukup yakin Vanity ngomong GG easy gitu. Add suggest gitu, GG easy. Di map 1 guys, ada map 2 masih. Map 2-nya apa sih? Belut ya? Gue mau pesen kali. Ya ampun, nggak ada yang mau nyautin gue apa? Belut banget. Ya mungkin Korea pengen apa ya namanya tuh superior di industrinya entertainment gitu kan. Lucu tadi, cocok entertainment. You guys from Indonesia? No. I'm from Spanyol. Mansen from California.
I'm back guys. Apa?
Mansen!
Apa?
Menurut kamu si Vanity in game-nya ngechat gini nggak? GG easy gitu.
Enggak lah, gila lo.
Orang tadi digituin sama saja terus dibalikin kayak begitu. Terus
Iya, tapi nggak mungkin ngechat gigi lah anjing. Dia
ya kan in game kagak
bisa
baca.
Ya kan ada panitianya di situ, ada adminnya. Bisa di ini dia, bisa kena kartu kuning anjing.
Kan Gigi.
Ya kan ada izinnya bangsat.
Masih mending dibilang good game. Daripada dia balasnya suggest. Yelah gitu.
Yelah segini doang
mending
bang.
Gigi easy. Ya nggak?
Kayak gue mending di lain dah daripada Gigi easy. Serot aja Gigi sama game barusan deh. Sumpah asli. Blay, kalau boleh jujur-jujuran, gue udah nahan banget Blay. Ini versi yang gue menjelek-jelekan tim tuh yang udah paling dikit banget Blay. Soalnya gue gak boleh menjelek-jelekan tim yang lagi gue tonton. Itu udah porsi paling dikit itu Blay, asli. Kalau nggak dilarang udah habis asli.
Udah, kita lihat map 2 ya. Map 2 apa sih? Tadi lupa aku.
Aku juga lupa. Match fixing nggak sih?
Pokoknya
Enggak
ada
harusnya.
split.
Berarti split.
Aku lupa yang kedua split apa yang ketiga split.
Gila
Pokoknya
kalau
ada
game ketiga split sih kayak udah pasti banget menang V1 anjing. V1 splitnya nggak ada obat. Match fixing apa? Match fixing itu pengaturan match. Cuma nggak mungkin lah. Kayak emang kayak apa ya? Ngejelasin nih, kenapa ya? Kenapa ya nuturin tadi ya? Kurang tidur
Tapi
kali, kurang
kalau-
tidur. Kalau
Tapi
nggak ada komunikasi kali. Sumpah mainnya aneh banget kayak nggak ada komunikasi. Sumpah iya bener. Mainnya kayak nggak ada komunikasi.
kalau map 3 Ascent pun nutur menang, map 2 Ascent pun nutur menang, map 3-nya split play. No hope, cuy.
Split udah map andalannya V1 anjing. King of Split anjing V1. Kayak solo queue sumpah, kayak solo queue. Nih ya, dia punya 2 inisiator, Bridge sama Sova. Punya 2 duelis yang bisa maju. Mainnya sendiri-sendiri. Ya Allah.
Tadi lihat gak yang dia ngeplan di A ya? Astranya di C. Astra di C. Reza di C.
Nuturin dari mana? Dari Korea. Padahal kemarin nuturin mainnya bagus loh pas di Bind. Di Bind tuh.
Tapi.
Pokoknya nuturin tuh menang lawan Shark. Ya Shark juga nggak gimana. Shark juga dibantai sama KRU sih kemarin 2-0.
Tapi kan dia map 2 comeback. Shark. Map pertama ya yang dibantai ya Sharknya.
Nuturin yang dibantai map pertama 13-5. Terus di Bind dibantai 13-5. Di Ascent nuturin menang lagi 13-5. Kayak nuturin mengambil lower bracket. Ini double elimination, Blay. Dia ngambil lower bracket, match dia makin banyak. Dan kalau ini dia menang lawan V1 nih ya, dia lawan Sentinel. Kelar lawan Sentinel dia nggak bakal sejauh itu. Paling ntar tinggal nunggu dia lawan tas siapa nih, sisa berapa tim berarti tuh. Bisa lawan V1 lagi antara Fnatic Extend sama Liquid Crew. Liquid Crew. Iya bener. Ini nggak mungkin dia berusaha untuk ngambil lower bracket. Soalnya udah jauh. Lu lihat bracketnya dah, lu lihat bracketnya yang gua pin. Emang kayak kagak ada otaknya tadi. Sorry. Maaf nutur. Ntar gue di nuklir makin jauh anjing. Liquid kapan main? Nanti jam 3 jam 4. Habis ini siapa lawan siapa? Habis ini Fnatic Extend. Itu Korean Jet bukan lo yang di YouTube, bukan. Kagak main dia. Dia jago di klip dong, Blay. Turnirnya nggak menang timnya.
Berarti apa tuh?
Jaklip itu. Dia Korean Jet tuh. Jet lokal ya.
Kamu tahu nggak aku apa?
Apa kamu?
Aku Jamong.
Lu jamet nih. Lu jamet banget. Surat marah-marah. Kayak wajar deh, udah pasti banget, Blay. Lu pasti banget marah ngeliat game yang kayak gitu. Udah nggak mungkin enggak. Itu Surat juga gue yakin banget dia udah nahan, Blay. Soalnya Surat tuh kalau mau nge-live-in ini juga dia pasti minta izin. Nggak mungkin lah dia nggak minta izin, kayak orang tololnya nggak minta izin. Nah, Itu tuh di izinnya tuh udah pakai tanda tangan segala bla bla bla. Tuh lu nggak boleh ngejelekin siapapun. Itu gue udah yakin banget. Serot gitu kayak ngeliatnya males juga dia udah nahan Blay.
Jelekkan. Mengkritik boleh, menjelekkan nggak boleh.
Ya, mengkritik boleh, menjelekkan nggak boleh. Ya cuma bikin males anjing nonton yang begitu. Demi duit aja itu Stroud. Mana ada demi duit anjing. Lu nggak tahu seberapa banyak duit yang Stroud bangsat.
Yalah, nyarin VCT doang ya. Iya. Ditiup sama
Kayak dia bahkan bisa yang dibayar Blay buat nyarin VCT. Set, duitnya Stroud kagak ngotak Blay. Buset. Wah, gue diledekin masalah Red Bull Net sama dia.
In general, I'm liking the compositions coming into this tournament, but it seems like non-NA and EU regions lack controllers like Viper, and this is a good example. Newton didn't play.
Iya benar, Stroud dibayar VCT buat streaming. Belum tentu juga sih, gue nggak tahu.
Piece of either both defense and attack. You know, on the attack, Viper is great. On defense, she's great. Killjoy on attack is also pretty good. On securing something that happened in this round when
tapi apapun itu
on pistol round by V1 without contestation like at all. Imagine
kalau izin buat nobarin ini itu ada peraturannya Blay, kayak lu nggak boleh menjelekkan orang yang lagi main, tim yang lagi main. Terus lu nggak boleh apalagi sih? Nggak boleh apalagi sih?
From Effie's. Let's just
run
this here. You can see a Nathan Effie's in his natural environment right after this game.
Kayak tadi kan ada Red Bull tuh Blay, terus tiba-tiba gue ngomong Blay.
There it is.
Apa ya saingannya Red Bull ya? Kerating ding ya Red Bull ya. Begitu-begitu Blay. Nyebat kemarin nggak ada sih.
It is going to be on Ascend.
Kemarin nggak ada kan nyebat mana?
Just before we send it into the game. Do you feel like this is
antara enggak dan gue nggak baca, jadi berapa bego aja udah Blay.
I gotta believe that it's possible. They showed it
kalau
versus
yang kemarin yang Indo nggak boleh nyebat. Yang kemarin tuh nggak ada tulisan boleh nyebat apa enggaknya. Jadi bodo amat.
Tapi Stroud dari kemarin kritik caster VCT ya nggak apa-apa. Kan kritik boleh.
Kalau kritik nggak apa-apa, menjelek-jelekan ya nggak boleh.
That being said, this is still going to be tough. I said,
misalkan gue
coming into today, like version 1, they really impressed me yesterday. Taking down TL, they look great. I wouldn't be shocked if Newton can't make it happen, but
tim lainnya nggak dianalisa itu nggak apa-apa. Tapi kalau lo bilang casternya jelek nyebelin gue nggak suka banget, nah itu nggak boleh. Nah tanpa alasan dan lo menjelekkan.
Thank you GB. Yeah, believe it or not folks, it may look like we
TP kena ban gara-gara nyebat VCT Indo. Kagak, TP kagak izin goblok. dia nggak mau izin kalau dia mau izin tapi nggak sejalan sama kelakuan dia di live. Kan yang bikin story.
2 against Shako. Well, okay. We've seen they can do it.
Yeah.
Can you do it again as we hop into Agent Select, courtesy of our friends at Prime Gaming?
Well, we knew we were getting a clash today. That's why we clashed.
But
we didn't expect it to clash that hard. We thought we might clash a little harder. So, coming up, Prime Gaming Agent Select, like you said, we'll see what we have as I look around the board. Same composition for New Turn. They'll be on attack first, as they usually run here on Ascent. And we're looking at basically the same thing that you are getting out of version 1. Coming out of Challengers version 1 did have a Phoenix in this composition. But you do get that swapped out now. You find that Viper in there instead. Jammies locks that down. And we'll see what they can do. Focusing on version 1 here as we get into game 2. They have 2 games ahead of them if they want to make this happen with New Turn, or version 1 taking the first map. Seeing our Viper wall set up here from the left. It's like Jammies will start it there. If he plays to the right or left side of the map, you will see Jammies kind of set that wall up as well from where Penny's standing right now and other times. But version 1 with the spike and a 2-3 split to start. New turn, rather.
I'm agent
some of that. I think another thing we need to keep an eye on is the Astra Star investment. Where do they place it and how do they play around it? There we saw Top Cat, smoke went up, Drone was able to clear the middle of the map for free, and they were able to work their way in through that. Now, they are not investing in it from a personnel perspective, but I mean, look at Penny, dude. He most certainly is. Allows trying to hold down market because they've taken that away, but the problem is the rest of the team can't work their way in through Garage. The hit's gonna have to go to A because they couldn't find any other entry.
If Allow can stay alive for even a little bit longer, the pressure he creates in this position is amazing. But they're going to be able to find him, take him down. Now they start heading to the site here. Zelsis.
Apa?
Zelsis with the heroics. He does it again. The Burst Classic takes care of business. Vanity shows that anything Zelsis can do, Vanity might be able to do a bit better. He gets a kill of his own in the exact same fashion. Vanity gets the last. The defuse comes through for Zelsis. V1 win the pistol.
I like the play from New Turn, off the ball, send a few towards B, make him think there's a play over there, find some utility, and then you kind of hard hit A site thinking you might have power in numbers. The start here from what Allow did in middle, if the rest of the team was then set up to instantly execute, that would have been awesome for them. But version 1 just seems to continuously
speed hack belum? Nggak bisa di speed hack yang ini, Blay. Bisa nggak sih?
Like
kalau nggak salah nggak bisa, Blay, kalau Twitch.
No, it looks like James is lining up. Okay, for the exact same wall. So same utility invested.
Nggak bisa.
I think another place that we want to keep, well, there is some of that utility there, but it looks like this time, actually, they're heavily leaning towards B. The drone is going to clear out the middle. Zelsis swings out and is able to punish suggestibility on Allow, following the drone to clear the middle of the map. Yeah, the door's going to go down, but at least they have that space, much like they did in the previous round.
Right, so let's see what they do this time. Right? They know they can take that space. Felt comfortable for the last round. We know New Turn's going to buy, so they'll be able to pressure a little bit more. Not just having an eco around here.
400.
600.
And now Allow so does version 1 info deny there and say, okay, we know you're there, right? Sometimes nothing has to happen. It's the pressure. New Turn is trying to create nice little drone in here by Effies to figure out what's going on. Is everybody's just patiently waiting on version 1 for the New Turn play. And you have Perry all by his lonesome hanging out in wine right now to see if there's any push out, anything version 1 wants to get an info.
You see New Turn slowly working their way towards middle because in the previous round, as we saw, Penny had wrapped his way around through mid and was behind Allow. And Allow got the kill, but you can see them adjusting towards that, expecting that aggression from Penny. This time they get through the middle of the map unscathed and much different from the previous round. They're not going to be funneling in from the same way. As you mentioned, they have Perry and Wine. They're going to work their way in through Tree onto A, and it looks like for now Vanity's going to be the first line of defense. And what else but the classic, the Judge, man. Vanity and the Judge, name a better duo. Lakia looking to get the spike down, but with 11 seconds left, they're going to have to go. Allow control the middle of the map. Jamies punishes him.
Yang kenapa dia pakai 2 inisiator?
A few things that shouldn't be happening here for New Turn, like those frags going down, could allow
Arsen susah dimasukin
version 1 to come in with the better numbers.
Makanya defender side banget, pinter sebenarnya dia kalau ngepick 2 inisiator ya, Sen. Soalnya dia kan attacker duluan.
This could be a tough post-plant hold.
Yeah, and then the snake bite was there as well. Perry alone with the frenzy. Spotted a little bit of something, but wasn't able to deliver. So V1, they follow, they hold serve. We see what we expect out of them so far. New Turn have managed to, the last couple of rounds, right? Like, they'll show a little. We need to keep an eye on that stuff, right? What is New Turn doing? They'll show a little B, they'll exploit the middle of the map, but that's now 2 rounds in a row where they end up back at A, and while it was a slightly different variation of what we saw in round 1.
Who won the first game? V1.
They're playing the numbers game. The lower the clock goes, the better chance you have at having bringing more numbers to a site than the defenders have. That's what New Turn's doing. The clock goes down, you know the defense has rotated out. Chances are you're not going to meet more numbers there, just the way that defense pans out. But that's what they're doing. That's where they feel most comfortable, because right now the aim isn't on. We saw that from last map. It's a little bit shaky possibly. And New Turn's trying to get themselves in the most comfortable position before making something happen. And nobody on version 1 is going to let him get comfortable here on a save round.
Dude, we can do an analyst segment on that play alone, but we're going to run out of time as Penny took the middle of the map, but solo Sheriff punishes it. I want to take a quick moment. We saw Perry work across with the fake smoke, right? And like that's a space that it buys. It allows you to pass it and leave the question mark on the other team around, okay, did somebody work their way through that or not? But Vanity read it like a book. He knew exactly where Perry was going to be to land that kill, and that's big. That said, V1 still have the numbers advantage, although there were a couple of trades.
Doug, New Turn is right there on reading version 1, but it's always a step behind. It's a Lau following Zelsis. He feels like he knows he's there. V1's always pushing, and they call it right this time. A Spectre pickup now for Suggest. They have 30 seconds left in the round. They're going to have to force it through tree.
No concern of Killjoy utility as Zelsis is sitting on the sideline for the rest of the round, but the gravity well leaves them sitting. It's so hard to work your way through that, and it's open season on members of New Turn. You try to walk your way in through there, you're stuck and you get mowed down.
The verdict has been laid down by Vanity as he judges New Turn around Gen on A. That it's just having the right numbers, right? It's whether or not you're going to be at the right site. And as I explained it last round, unfortunately, they chose the one with more version 1.
Moderasor, kalau ada yang ngejelek, kalau ada yang kritik nggak apa-apa, kecuali udah parah banget ngehina-hina. Kalau ngehina-hina tipis-tipis mah nggak apa-apa, Blay. Nggak usah di-delete, nggak usah di-tell, biarin aja.
We do have the Blade Storm Frenzy from Allow.
You see the Nanostorm and the Gravity Well combo coming out from New Turn at the exit to trees, so there's value. They've invested utility to control that area of the map every single round because they want to work the middle, but they've gotten the middle before Riv and they haven't been able to do anything with it.
And this is an incredibly different setup as well from V1 with now Jammies on the right towards A, all of the util, Sentinel, Initiator utility towards that left side of the site. They're expecting something big here for the gun round and they want to be able to retake. A little bit of a lean rotation coming out of Effie's here as they reconsider what New Turn might be doing. Trailblazer comes through, Doug, and it looks like a small commit here to get some info from New Turn.
Yeah, Zelsis should be able to help him out, though. The shock dart, oh my gosh, throw all the utility you want at him. It doesn't matter as Vanity continues to hold fast, looking for the third. Suggest is just down to crumbs on health, 33 HP. Effie's has shown up as well. It's a party on this side of the map. New Turn don't want to have anything to do with it as they somehow, through the chaos of the buckshot, walk away with enough personnel and enough health to try to flip the map.
That's a bit of a different look from V1 too. Oh, great job by Allow. They need to open this up as he lands 50 damage coming in from the snake bite. And now it's up to Suggest. 33 HP and a dream on this one. He does hear the dash. Quick on that. And like I said, a different look in where they put Jammies there. But usually version 1 will only put 2 towards B. So having 3 there was probably a bit of a turn. Vanity being inside here. Usually Vanity is doing a little bit more rotating around, but he uses the shock bolt and sonar bolt there coming in from Effie's to do a lot of work. And the judge comes up big here. Vanity's not afraid to use it. Back to Sheriffs here. 1 Phantom as Allow was on Bladestorm last round. But that's 4 already for version 1. They continue.
Allow the only one bringing a rifle into this round. But the play has been the same here.
What they need.
I guess the one difference is Solo like aggressively went in by himself this time. Got a weapon upgrade. He's already good for 2, Riv.
This is the Solo that version 1 or New Turn needs. The fans need right now as version 1 gets taken out 2 in a row, 3 in a row if you count the last one. And we're coming up on a minute left here. New Turn feeling much more comfortable even coming in with this eco round, but they are starting to hit their frags.
They are in, I mean, not a moment too soon. They understand, V1 does, that they've funneled their way onto the site. Zelsis is alone here as Jamie has not joined the play yet, and because of his desire to get a little bit of info, it's punished at the hands of Lakia, and it could have actually been with Vanity's judge, of all things.
Yeah.
Ironic indeed, as Jamie's works his way around. You see that Perry's waiting for it. While he was waiting, not able to land the kill.
Are these the lineups that get it? Oh my word, there's one.
No way, right?
Got another one for Jenny, so he's actually just letting himself know where he doesn't need to look, where he can displace somebody. Cutting some angles, but he's not going to be able to do enough as he gets cut down by Lakia there. And now from Haven, to a sense, we see the rounds of aggression being the ones that new turn capitalize.
Mereka komit masuk set satu barengan ya, nggak ngerti gua. Dia main dua initiator time ini kayak gini.
And this is what we saw from Solo in their victories, just cleaning up whoever would be standing in front of them at any time. Allow as well, a great job by new turn to turn it on this round. Woo!
Boleh wallbangnya.
All right, here for new turn, what do they dial up? Oh man, the spikes on the side of A, and as soon as the gate goes down, Jamie's invests the Viper's Pit to deny any entry into A, and I mean, that's like a hard, okay, well, we've got to reconsider something. If their plan was to go to A, that just becomes significantly more difficult. Solo does have the lockdown, right? So there's really great something.
Pemainnya lagi ngambek ya satu sama lain ya.
Go in anyway. They've taken Cat, they're posted up down A long. They want to work this way.
Selain dibayar ngambek udah paling wajar itu.
New turn wants information. Now finally getting out of the situation. Tree is taken. Great ground and control by Allow and the rest of the team to start this off.
Oh, that's huge, right? The lockdown could have cleared Jamie's out to drop the Viper's Pit. James plays it well, but he dies anyway. The Seekers are going to come out as well. Excuse me, as Penny's op is tamed, at least for now. As V want to consider how they want to retake this. They do have a lockdown of their own. But Riv, it looks like they don't even really want to try.
Yeah, they throw a lockdown in, and Lakia says, I'm going to take that out with my Hunter's Fury. So holding for now. They don't need to use too much. And New Turn doing a great job there at working together now. You know, we saw them kind of try to take that B control away from Vanity when he had the Judge, and it was one by one. Feeling more comfortable, trusting each other. They're right behind each other, shooting over his shoulders. That's how you saw Allow and one other take Tree as they were taking that long as well. Look at, they're so happy. Just dancing back by Gelato, getting a quick order in before the next round. And New Turn showing signs of life much earlier here in map 2 to start shutting down version 1.
Much earlier, Riven, they needed it. If you track back to the previous round, they'd lost 8 rounds in a row. Right? Before they'd won that round, so you can feel like the pressure. Yeah, the map has changed, but for New Turn, they needed
finally
to build themselves
showing sign
of the
life
catacombs that they were in from a mental perspective to work your way into a better, more advantageous position. And so far, that's what New Turn has been able to do. A heavy stack towards B. They've got Gravity Well, or excuse me, they have Astra Stars. Back towards B, denying information coming in from the defender spawn. It looks like they're going to try to hit B here, and we haven't seen a full hit here. They've tried Riv, but they just haven't been able to get past what you want to set up here.
This is the first time version 1's kind of playing their own wall push towards mid. I think they leave Jammies to do this. The spam comes through from Zelsis. Tags a few, but nothing to write home about just yet.
So Vanity's going to, because of the information that's been gathered, Vanity's going to try to push his way out of A. He did get spotted by the alarm bot from Solo, or excuse me, the turret from Solo just then, so he's got to be expecting that. That's going to force New Turn to have to double down on A because of the perception of pressure from that side of the map. The middle's not safe as well. Options continue to dwindle for New Turn.
Look at how version 1 changes up just a little bit of the strategy, a little bit of the placement when the gun rounds come back around. Knowing they have to hit back on that economy, go for the throat. And version 1 is just able to make these slight changes that are not allowing New Turn the ground they want to take control. Still, the possibility to take this one, if they can get the spike plant in. Lakia does have the Hunter's Fury, but it seems so far away at this point. And a shoulder shot to Allow from Penny is going to drop another one at Tiles on the map.
The kid doesn't miss, man. Penny just doesn't miss. It's just not fair. Now, we look at how Perry has to work the most scenic of scenic routes to try to get back towards A. And again, it was because of the presence that Vanity showed early on. Perry has to respect the possibility that somebody has worked in through the attacker spawn and was wrapping in on them. Now Perry's going to be able to get away. He's going to keep the rifle. He stays alive, which is great. But you see just like those small moments, right? Like that small bit of presence destroying the turret really kind of puts them in a tizzy.
Just this push right here, let's say it. There's 2 pushed up in mid. You have information on Tiles, no rotation. Information going up Cat, no one's on A yet, so you only need to leave 1 on A. The way version 1 is able to distribute themselves and get the return on investment they are with info, with frags, is is just making it so hard for New Turn to do anything. Let's see here. This time it does not look like they want to be stalled and allows in the sight to start.
Oh gosh. Dude, the flash, the dash allows the tip of the spear, and it's instantly stripped off as he drops. You see Lakia drops as well with the Hunter's Fury. And now New Turn find themselves again like looking for plan B. All right, B didn't work, so I guess it's probably more like plan mid or plan A, but you get what I'm saying. Nothing's working.
Spike down mid.
Okay. Penny. Okay. Okay. Oh my word. Penny is heads up today, that's for damn sure. No tails. Perry takes down Jammies with the Phantom. And we're looking to see what he can do. Again, you know, Perry always being the last one alive, anchoring around, making sure he can be in astral form, but it makes for a tough situation when you cannot regroup with the team due to what version 1 is making happen here. It's gonna be a little foire at the cafe. Almost. Oh dear, oh dear. That is a hell of a hedge. Effie's takes down Perry there with the Odin. And they continue to run the map now with a few rounds in their favor.
Timing bisa begitu game sense Blay. Orang tuh kalau mau nge-cross pasti nge-smoke, abis di smoke tuh nggak lama dia bakal lewat. Jadi lu tinggal tembak aja.
To come back on to version 1.
Yeah, man, you can feel the financial implications of everything, right? That's 2 rounds in a row where Perry
Tapi kalau lo main kayak gitu, minusnya posisi lu bakal ketahuan.
In a better spot. The previous round, not the one we just played, but the one before that worked out. But this time, they had to drop it. So you see investment out of Allow, you see investment out of Lakia, and as they call in a timeout on the side of New Turn, I think this is a pivotal time too, because this half is still salvageable.
Ditelawan sama Lina Backwing nih. Ditelawan sama Lina.
Cosmic Divide, but the window
Lisa
back in this map gets smaller and smaller every round.
I'm buying on the off rounds is a thing. They have a bit of flex in money. There's a few saving. There's a few buying armored up. I feel like they need to collectively get on the same page. Yeah, you have the Blade Storm. Yeah, you have this, that. It kind of works. There is full util around the board. But as soon... Okay, so we actually have Suggest going back over to 1. That feels a bit better. As soon as somebody like that what are you doing to me, New Turn? I guess we're just chatting. They haven't purchased yet. But I was wondering if they're going to save, if they're going to do these rounds. We saw when version 1 played Liquid, it was a slugfest on some of those maps of partial buys, keeping the econ going. And it's good to see that New Turn wasn't flexing towards that. It's the kind of story I had going when I saw their buys. But keeping it safe here, they're all together on the buy as they get a tactical timeout going through. And let's talk about what we might want
Lagi dimarahin kali sama coachnya. Lu pada niat main gak sih?
They keep getting stopped by only a few.
Kira-kira coaching ngomong gitu nih, Blay.
Seems more like that is based on not.
Lu kalau nggak niat main ya nggak usah main.
Only allow pass through of Viper Toxic Screen.
Kan kita udah sering banget ngasih tahu lu pada.
You're there. It just seems like that a bit of disjointedness for them is really hurting them.
Yeah, I would have to agree completely. And again,
they got to keep going with their util.
They have to, right? And again, it's just a point I was making earlier. It seems like New Turn understand the gravitas of the moment. They have to invest in rifles. They have to make something happen here. They have certain tools to do it. Like I mentioned, they've got the Hunter's Fury. And this is a slightly different look, right? This time they're looking to work the middle of the map. Penny from the top rope, going fishing. Looking for a little something on the Perry. Not going to find anything. But the thing is, V1 already has a considerable amount of information from droning through Garage, so they know there's no heavy hit coming that way. The spike is making its way towards A. As you see, Allow has taken top cat control. I wanted to see something a little different, and maybe it's off the backs of the Hunter's Fury from Lakia, but...
This is going to be New Turn prepped here. And version 1 seeing these stars early means they're a bit in position as well. New Turn with the aggression, 3 from A long as they head into the site, but Molly takes down Suggest.
You just can't work your way in, right? There's no entry between the gravity well, between the nanoswarm, between the snake bites, between everything they throw at him. It's so hard to manage. Lakia's Hunter's Fury clearing out a little bit of space. Penny goes fishing. No, Penny doesn't land it. It looked like he thought he was done, but Lakia takes care of business. Allow gets 2 of his own, tries to get the 3rd, not able to do so. The lockdown coming out. And Solo has to run for the fences. Maybe he's...
Oh,
no.
Here's the bait. Can they bait him? Can they bait him? Lineups are there.
No, they're patient. Zelsis on the defuse, gets it to half, but drops. Lakia looking to make a little magic happen as the dark gets cleaned up. Effie's alone in a 1v2. Oh my gosh! Effie does it again! Are you kidding me?
Hope everybody has their earbuds in the studio right now.
Effie's Blay, Ibrahim masih muda, Ibrahimovic nih Blay, buset.
Once again, in the Odin transfer,
Red Bull class from Effie's.
In a family photo. They were looking at him.
Odin Gaming Blay.
Absolutely something else.
Dude, how? How? That might be the best Red Bull clutch we've seen the entire week. I mean, that was just out of control.
Reminds me of Leafs when they're
Ibrahimovic, coy.
Challengers. Oh my word.
V1 trying to find montage, anjing bukan turni nih bangsat.
The willingness that U-Turn have in investing utility to clear out top cat, but much like we've mentioned so far in this
40 tahun
half,
masih main, emang Effie's 40 tahun bangsat. Kayak masih muda dah.
You kind of wonder
Lu bikin gue penasaran ya pada ya.
Big momentum play. Like what we just saw out of Effie's, you can almost, it's easy to feel the air just kind of sucked out of them. How do U-Turn respond?
It's tough. And Doug, look at this strat set up on defense by
92 Effie's.
Sova's out of B site now. Anybody runs down lane, you run into a toxic wall. Sonar bolt comes over, and you're supposed to be able to see who's in the site, but it's all going a little too slow there. There's the return by version 1. Yeah. And now they're looking. It's going to be real tough for Zelsis here. Great job by U-Turn to pull it back.
Gila muter banget tuh tangan.
Yeah, I think the other key thing to remember there in that moment was Effie's had the Hunter's Fury, right? And he was playing off-site. You can actually see Vanity's about to walk right past the scene of the crime. So he was set up to try to invest that Hunter's Fury to control the site, to try to stop him from going the other way, but wasn't able to do so.
Ini apa, weh?
All right, that was key out of U-Turn, right? Like they needed that, especially given how Effie punched him in the mouth. That was an excellent response from U-Turn.
Get the blood flowing for the team. Get a few more alt points in there for U-Turn if they can keep themselves up in these rounds. Maybe start focusing a few orbs. They're resorting to the 3-2 each time. They feel like that's been working for them to feel something out, keep everybody protected, and have a flank watched by at least one side. You can see that Solo's over on the right there, and they do have lockdown. Hunter's Fury is there for
Yang sabun bukan si Effie's, Blay.
Possibly for this round. So
yang sabun lah.
Can U-Turn find a way to get that ult out? Can they start making version 1 respect the agency and the control that U-Turn's trying to get around the map? Well, there's an answer right there.
And look at the
that
stylistic.
was just out of Effie's.
Well, like look at the stylistic difference there, right? They know that Solo has the lockdown. Oftentimes you'll see a Hunter's Fury kept as like an ace in the hole as a counter to that lockdown, especially when you're on defense, to stop teams from being able to easily take the site. But Effie's invests that early on to try to clear out some space, and it was all off the back of how well they've read U-Turn, right? Like they thought they had a lead on where U-Turn was going to be.
The judge there.
Oh, si anjing ketiduran nih kayaknya.
Not to mention how much money that continues to put in their pockets as they buy that from round to round. U-Turn making a bit of noise as they drop in, but there's the ult we were expecting. Let's see if they can set this one up.
Pingsan Blay, abis ingat yang tadi.
But now the smokes are an afterthought. Everything's a bit slower. Here come the Viper bites, and everybody's going to take a bunch of damage and vulnerability when they come through. It just seems like it's not on pace for what needs to be happening versus version 1.
I've got your trail. 30 seconds
Seeker's coming out as well. This Vanity somehow stays alive. Oh, and the Viper's Pit's coming out as well, but Allow somehow has made his way deep into the belly of the beast undetected. Jamie's playing around his own Jello. No, he's going to drop. That's off the board as Allow tries to stay alive. There's Vanity's judge. Taking care of business again. Perry clearing things out. Penny pushing his way into tree.
Double clear. Nggak ada suara kamu dari
courtesy of Zelsis, and that's going to leave Solo and Perry alone. They've got a decent setup here. Perry has to stay alive. That's so difficult
to
deal with.
Ngekritik Nanat kayak KRJP. Satu slot aja dari jadiin satu.
Winnable situation for U-Turn. The tap starts.
Mending saya nggak sih?
Not able to get the second.
Saya jadi 3 slot gitu.
In a 1v2, the Cloudburst buying a little bit of time. Penny gets it to half. Penny drops. Perry in the 1v1. And I don't know that Effie's has enough time. He's got to stick the fight to him right now. He gets it, but is he going to get enough time for the defuse? No, he's not even going to try. Excellent response from U-Turn.
That's why they
The difference in the rounds are very touch and go, and Newturn is there on the edge to take one for themselves, but they are able to capitalize, Doug, and that's the only thing that matters at the end of the round. Newturn coming back with a few here. Well done to just stop the action on the post plant and not allow V1 in. For some reason, they always solve the puzzle. They decipher what you're doing. Vanities comes in, kills a few. The double team on Cat, and then no one peeked. No one bought into the fake fight, the 1v1s, and Perry came up big. He's been waiting for his moment, and he solidified one there.
That boy's cold, ice in his veins, a desperately needed Red Bull clutch coming out of Newturn there. As we mentioned, Riv, at the half, like, this is still a very salvageable round. That was a pivotal moment where they needed to make adjustments, and it seems like they've been able to capitalize a bit off of some of that momentum. A 7-5 half, given how the beginning of this map went, that feels like a win.
Beautiful push in. Newturn vibing now. Feeling pretty good as they make their way into A once again.
You are divided.
That's the ultimate coming in from Astra. Cosmic Divide is there, and Allow is going to take a front row seat to heaven.
Oh, wow. The shock dart was there, and the judge was there as well. And you look at Solo. Solo's off the play right now. He's still on top Cat because he's worried about that. He was worried about Penny. Now they have to push their way through. The Cosmic Divide just narrowly keeping a member of version 1 alive. For Newturn, Vanity has already tapped it. They started, but they're pulling off. Lakia has the Hunter's Fury, but Effie's just going hunting. Lakia's already good for one, but Perry read it like a book. He was playing in wine. There's the Hunter's Fury. Penny gets it to half. But I don't know if he's gonna get enough. No, the Hunter's Fury comes in at just the right time.
Beautiful.
Ada gitu kelihatan kayak lu main buat tim gitu.
I'm also such a big fan of Lakia's ults. The mechanic he uses, if you didn't see it, he pulls the ultimate up from the ground so it's hidden until the final moment when your opponent can see it. That actually caused Penny to have to dash, I'm sorry, Penny to have to dash away. So, let's say Allow. Now I'm getting all confused here.
We'll see if we can see it, but you're right. It's a really cool thing. Look at the trajectory of the Hunter's Fury on your and how it comes down and then pops back up. As you were saying, Rick, that like hides where the trajectory is. That hides.
Tuh, lu lihat no. Lakia, weh, suges. Bodoh amat anjing, gua malas sama lu. Gitu tuh Blay tadi. Kebaca sama gua.
Right, and then Penny being back on right. I was like, wait, okay, what? It gets you.
Sofa pakai jepitan rambut.
7-5 here as they start off, and hey, wouldn't you know, that's an A.
And dude, like version 1 plays so hard on this like post-plant utility that Jamie's that entire entry was not even close to the site, right? Like, that was gross. By Perry, that was just like a 4-man take that version 1 attempted, and Newturn handled that with ease. I think if that's the plan, it's just totally Jamie's off of the entry like they did on Haven. That pistol suggests that may not work.
Lu kalau main lu kayak gitu lagi ntar regional KRJP dijadiin cuma satu slot anjing, digabung kayak CS kan cuma satu slot KRJP.
What a round from him. They're feeling it now. For a moment, I mean, you never doubt yourself, but you're like, why can't I shoot? Why does it feel like I should be hitting the shots, but not? It's a very dangerous spot to be in. Newturn shaking all those cobwebs off. Now they're feeling it. This is the game we wanted to get in this series all throughout, and I hope we get to a map 3 for this. Allow's going to be pushing forward to start things off here on the second round by.
Yeah, considerable gun advantage in favor of Newturn, just pistols for version 1, and it's gone well. As you would expect, Lakia just continues to pile it on. A Prime Gaming flawless round for Newturn as we're tied up at 7 apiece. Now version 1 are going to have better weaponry. This is still a great bonus round for Newturn, so you even question, like, given how the momentum is going your way, do you kind of risk it and invest a little bit here instead of just riding the train all the way to Flavor Town?
Guys, menurut lu bisa comeback gak nih? Ini bisa comeback gak nih, Blay?
Have a little bit to fight back with here.
Little Prime Gaming flawless. And it was quick. I think as well, you know, Prime Gaming flawless is good to see come in, but for Newturn, that feels good. Confidence again in the fact that what they're doing is working. A little nice move around the board, and they're ready for another round. 7-7 now. We're all tied up on Ascent for Newturn versus version 1.
So Justin and Lakia both have rifles. Spectres the rest of the way. You see Allow has already taken
Cuma salah satu skin yang aku nyesel nggak beli Singo ini.
They've got the Astral Star back
Singo apa?
closer to defensive spawn to deny some
Yang kamu nyesel nggak beli kan?
They try to push their way in that way.
Yeah.
And this feels just
Singo
like
apa?
enough that U-turn have to respect it, right?
Singo
They've made
semuanya.
presence across the middle of the map. They've
Kenapa?
shot down the wall. And it's just like,
Ya,
it's a
harusnya
threat.
aku
It's like, hey,
beli.
baby, we could be here.
Kan melee-nya jelek.
And I love the wall that they use over here, V1.
Ih,
They've
senjatanya
been
maksudnya
using
bukan
utility
melee.
windows, and by that I
Senjatanya
mean
mau yang
when
mana?
smokes are going up and down,
Semuanya.
walls are falling.
Ya, ntar
That's
gue
when
bilangin
they're
ke orang
taking
Riot.
their shots. Those small
Nah,
windows
Jay,
to find small
gue udah kayak yang
frags
punya
to get
Riot
themselves
ngentot.
ahead in the round.
Enggak lah,
Now
nggak
trying
bisa
to
bangsat.
recuperate what could be Effie's body. Effie's gets one, and he takes down Lakia.
Ntar kalau aku lagi pakai ID kamu, aku lihat ada langsung auto beli.
Had to go nuts there for U-turn, but now version 1 have full control of the site. You see Allow and the remaining members of
Aku
U-turn starting to
langsung
mosey their
suruh
way
kamu
over,
bayar.
but as they walk over, they just kind of get mowed down. Perry again alone on the opposite side of the map has to save a weapon.
Oh, ente Hyung. Nah kan kalau gini gue enak yang ngomong ente Hyungnya ya.
Gonna have much else to work with, Riv.
Ente Hyung.
Again, feeling that confidence in the first shots as they make their way into the sites with a decent amount of utility. Again, next round, watch for version 1 having jammies
Beli
off
di
by
Snappy. Oh iya
himself
Nat,
with
kamu
that
bisa beli di
wall,
Snappy
just an
Nat.
info grabber.
Guys, sekarang
Andy, the
kalau
rest
mau
of the
beli
team,
skin yang nggak ada di
they're
store,
about
sekarang
to
udah bisa beli di
find
Snappy ya.
themselves, something
Ada
that feels
kemarin
like
katanya sold
success that allows
out.
them to go to the next
Oh,
thing.
Snappy dekat rumah kamu sold out.
Audio shot and prediction there coming out of
Iya,
Perry.
coba
See if he can
cekin
do a little bit
Snappy
more
dekat
damage
rumah
here. This would
kamu.
actually help a lot. Armor off. Armor off is a big help.
Ente Hyung.
Kalian
And so at
pakai
least they get a little bit there. Nice shot by
kalian
Perry at
pakai
the
kode
end.
promo Hyung Mansen, mana tahu belum habis kan karena belum
Lakia,
banyak yang
again,
tahu.
Lakia was in a really good spot here, and he almost caught
Coba
Effie's,
kamu
right? When they first
cobain ya,
caught each other, it
soalnya
was a
tempat
swing out,
aku
Effie's had
habis.
utility out. Lakia needed to get that kill to control that area of
Nepi
the map
Depok
on the
ya
hit on
masih ada
the
deh,
B. Wasn't
kan
able to do so.
belum pada
Slightly
tahu
different,
sama
slightly
kode
different
Hyung
Viper wall here.
Mansen.
Coming out from Jamie's and an op in the hands of Allow.
Gimana caranya lu ke Snappy ya, Snappy.
Exactly what I was doing about this.
Bilang mau beli redeem code ini skin Valorant. Wait.
Got like a bikini
Iya,
on
terus
around.
bilang, Mbak, saya
Good
punya
though. He's not a naked upper.
kode promo
And we'll
Hyung
see a quick shot to
Mansen.
start
Kagak
things
ada
off.
kode promo, kagak ada kode
That's going to
promo.
alert version 1 that there's an op on the board, so now they might want to
Snappy
close
Green
this
Lake
angle
bisa play. Oh, udah bisa dong.
to push whatever that off angle might be.
Jabodetabek udah bisa semua. Jawa Barat sama Jawa Tengah beberapa udah bisa. Jawa Timur yang belum bisa.
And again, Jammy's alone until they need it. He's grabbing info, letting him know what he sees. Vanity can then make it happen across the map.
Gak tahu, belum aja. Jabodetabek tapi udah rata-rata.
Clear out tree, and then the team's gonna follow shortly thereafter. Penny with the dash, gonna have the first type, but the flash was there.
Nice
the
one.
flash stops
And
everything. Version 1 are stuffed as U-turn hold fast. They've mowed down the members of V1. Effie's is the last one standing in a 1v5. U-turn not going away, not going quietly into that good night as they put up one hell of a
Lisa
fight.
nih, Bray.
And they read this so nicely with what was happening around the map. Again, quietness from version 1. New turn set, power, and
Bukan
numbers
sudah bisa.
towards
Oh
A.
ya.
As they
Iya ya,
slowly put all
Snappy
their
yang
utility
buat
positions
ngeprint
to shut
dia
down
official
what
partner
version
sama
1 is
Riot.
trying to do.
30 seconds left.
It's like they
Baru
wanted to
dari minggu
use
kemarin.
out of Effie's.
Lu coba ya datang ke Snappy, bilang ke adminnya, ke resepsionisnya, Bang, mau beli skin Valorant.
Dibilang ke boleh ads ya dia.
And that's going to be pivotal because version 1 right now.
Lupa gua. Tapi kan udah official, jadi udah sampai situ aja. Masa gua ngasih tahu lu terus, Blay. Lu coba ya udah langsung ke tempatnya. Bilang aja mau beli ini redeem code Valorant.
A little bit of what Perry did a couple of rounds ago, but you're going to be tied up at 8 apiece. Now, one other thing that I want us to keep an eye on, because we saw it earlier in the half, and that seems to be a pivotal conditioning area for really both sides, is the middle of the map. In the previous round, there was an alarm on smack dab in the middle. You see it on the minimap that never got triggered, so there are a few things to think about here. Number one, version 1 don't know exactly the spot.
Kemarin doang, yang minggu kemarin ada kode promo gitu.
And U-turn still have, it's the exact same spot, you see it, right? There's no reason to change that around. They can control that area of the map with relative ease. They don't
Harga
have to
sama kayak
worry
di shop.
about it because
Lu
that
bisa
alarm
milih pula.
hasn't gone off. Now for
Bilangnya mau
V1,
beli skin yang mana?
they're hard going A-Riv.
And they have the off too. On the side of defense, not positioned. It's over towards B here for Allow. So this could be a hard retake. Oh, this beautiful job so far by Neutron getting back into these sites. See if they can do it again. The flashes have been what has successfully got them the frags. And Perry's there alone to get 2.
Riv, this is the exact same look that we saw from V1 on the pistol. Jamie's was in the same spot. The investment that they made into those was the exact same. Would you believe it? The outcome is the same as well. They try to funnel 4 in from A long and leave Jamie's off, and Neutron just handle it so well. That's the second time they try that. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
The plays are being read. That's usually what happens when you say, wait, where did the initiation from version 1 go? Because the plays were read. The shock bolts, the sonar bolts didn't give any info. And this is what it looks like when Neutron is then able to shut down a V1 strategy. They know it. They're feeling it. And they just need to replicate that over and over. And right now, it feels like they can do that without a problem. 3 ultimates ready for them. They can start to domino those ults round per round and make sure it's a bit more successful for them.
Wah, V1 tactical timeout. Ini udah geter-geter nih, Blay. Mentalnya kena nih V1 nih.
The most chaotic rounds for version 1 in the entire series so far of 2 games.
Yeah, and U-Turn have won 4 of the last 5. They look really good on this half. And hopefully we have this awesome stats dude in the background who's making our jobs infinitely easier. He makes us look way smarter than we actually are. But I want to confirm, I believe this is the first time that U-Turn have the lead.
Sebenarnya itu lu tanya aja di live chat.
This is the first time they have the
Banyak
lead.
kok itu yang udah bisa. Di beberapa tempat udah bisa Jabodetabek, rata-rata kayak udah 90% udah bisa semua.
To think about, honestly, with the caliber of both teams coming in, the preparation we've seen from them on each map that they play in these agent compositions.
Tapi karena ini
I think, you know,
dari rakyat ya, lu minimal 17 tahun, Blay. Kalau di bawah 17 tahun ada pembimbingnya, lu ajak kayak sama bapak lu gitu ke tempat itu, lu bilang suruh sama bapak lu yang ngomong. Harus di atas 17 tahun pokoknya. Cibubur udah bisa, Subang udah bisa, no.
It happens. The info's grabbed and Vanity's still running a strat here. So we'll see if now looking at Neutron's side, what their setup is, how they would be able to stop what's happening here from version 1 as we get back in. And a lot of the stars are towards that A side. Again, coverage on what they have towards that alt orb is a lot of what they like to do. Knowing the other team isn't successfully building themselves up for free, and getting a little bit of pressure and knowledge of what could start at A here. So 5 seconds in, looks like we will get a little back and forth on the A alt orb.
See, trading gravity wells, but
Red Bull mana, Blay? Besok gua.
Hit a little bit harder, in this instance, as Allow has the op. Zelsis has worked his way forward to try to get the ult orb, and yeah, you got it, but it causes Zelsis his life. Penny looking to do a bit of the same. So you mentioned, Riv, at the beginning of the round, the ult orbs and how important this round, both of them have already been collected. And now V1 with the Blade Storm, they've got
buat ngedetect orangnya ada 2 biji aja, ada Sky, ada Sofa.
They did lose Zelsis, but
right. And that play honestly might have just been a good mind game by Neutron. Usually you see Suggest at A. So you're not expecting a quick flash to come around the corner, but Suggest being at B, Neutron start to divvy up where they play each other, but Penny says, we'll take 1 right back.
Penny already good for 1. They make the noise, they get the kill, and then they get the heck out of dodge. You see him flipping the map. Penny looking for a bit more as now he works his way up the middle. Now there's that alarm bot I mentioned earlier. That's going to give some away, and the door's down as well. It's so hard to get through that when you don't have the weaponry. Penny's just going to stick the fight to him. Good for 1, good for 2. Third on the round as he manages to stay alive with 88 health, but they're hunting. They know where Penny is. They're out looking for blood. Solo just slowly, patiently waiting. The bonus is on Penny.
Klik kanannya.
How patient is he? Not able to land the burst. He gets cleaned up, but Effie's what the Sheriff does, and it's gone absolutely as we all predicted, right? At the beginning of this round, somehow V1 find themselves with the numbers advantage. A thrifty round win, first one of the series, and a statement out of V1. That pause could not have come at a better time.
Again, if Neutron takes a round, version 1 stops the bleeding immediately. Somehow they come through, and a lot of the times, it's not a coin flip, it's just Penny coming through, making it happen when these rounds, like we said, you need to go for the throw on economy, right? If they're going to start building up a bit of bank, let's hit them harder than they're going to hit us, and that's what version 1 brought into the fight. I love the play from New Turn too. The dart over that Astra smoke to kill everybody coming through, but version 1 again adapting to the situation.
Klik kanan orang wangi-wangi banget. Gue tiap kali klik kanan sekarang cacat dan najis.
This map certainly has been back and forth.
Hari-hari.
It seems like neither team
Hari-hari klik kanan, guys.
go away quite yet. For version 1 here, while it's been rocky, I mean, really, with the exception of 2 rounds, it's been U-turn the entire way.
Yeah.
They're looking to work the middle of the map. There are 2 players from U-turn that are already there. You just saw Loud dash his way out towards safety, and that was strictly info grabbing for V1.
Suggest waiting. Doesn't get any tag there. Perry just getting some stars back.
Yeah, look at that. They know, right? New-turn started to rotate off. You saw Perry pull the stars back because they know at this point that the hit's going to be towards A, and then that's a confirmation. Look at Lakia just used the dart in B to make sure that nobody was pushing up. Now they can fully commit towards the A side of the map. Perry's in a critical spot. Solo is as well. Solo good for 1.
Just aging over there in wine. Dougie, he gets it. Perry still stands tall in mid, and they had a lot of mid action before, so why would, you know, version 1 think there would still be some people there? Great job by New Turn to mix it up once again. 13 seconds onto this, and it looks like it's going to fizzle out for version 1 here. Suggest has a real good idea, but catches himself in the air. And Zalsis is going to hang out here. New Turn is really starting to find their groove. I think what we saw happen on Haven, most of all, was as version 1 took the lead, New Turn got into a phase of a not wanting to lose play style. And when you play you're not aggressive, you're not controlling, you're not doing things that are regular to what you would see for New Turn. Here, they're playing to win. Once again, back in the driver's seat, feeling confident about their plays, and we're seeing a much different New Turn, the one we expected to see coming into the series.
Absolutely, and that's what has them in this position. Again, for the second time this map, they have the lead, and for the last few, it's been a little back and forth from both squads, and V1 just hasn't really been able to find a way in. Riv, like New Turn, they've read them, they've been a step ahead of them for the majority of this half, and look at the space that Solo's taking away, ensuring that Lakia can get the Hunter's Fury, get that ult to bring that ultimate online. Now they have an even more powerful tool at their disposal, making things look even more bleak for V1 here. And they've lost Penny already.
Slow move up. Orb's already been confiscated. 4 ults on the side of version 1, 3 up here on the side of New Turn. All of those quite impactful for a site take. Still, wall put up on the right side. That push up though from Perry gives them a great idea that they can start leaning over towards B. We see Suggest again for New Turn back on the cap, and this looks like it's going to be the execute coming in, and Allow is ready.
Lihat yang nembak recon 2 orang, terus di belakang ada yang recon. Nah, infonya tadi 2 di B-man gitu ya. Satu bisa dari mid link, nah mid link yang ada yang lihat udah masuk ke mid. Tapi dipantekin. Tapi nggak jelas. Dua-duanya ngeliatin market, nggak ada yang ngeliatin B-man. Nice one. Nice try, Hyung.
Cleans up 1. He is going to be able to get the spike down. Oh, but the timing! Zalsis just narrowly gets it down, but isn't able to pass that. New Turn get to 11. We've got a map.
Gosh.
Absolutely, we do. That's going to be closer on deck. Seekers for Suggest. Great retake. Confident play there. Version 1, you can see just how scary these rounds can be for New Turn, with people just coming up with 2-3Ks on these site takes at the last moment. So New Turn reacting so well to these instances where they might be down in numbers immediately or even in numbers, and then playing it to their favor. Yeah, there we go. Some gentleman's warfare. Yell nice. That's what we love to see. I absolutely love everything we've been getting out of the player cams. It's so fun to watch these players, and they look like they're having a blast here. New turn, a little bit more so on this map than the last one, I'd say, Doug, as they have, like you said, 11-9 and close to that game point.
Yeah, and V1, they have a mixed buy here. You see a couple of Spectres and a couple of Sheriffs, so not what they're going to want to bring into this thing, and you kind of feel that pressure as New Turn, one round away, from being on map point. This is a pivotal round for V1. Somehow looking to pull a miracle out of their hat, some magic.
NXL.
To kind of flip the economy here.
I see the Cosmic Divide Viper Pit strat available for version 1.
Masuk NXL, Soldam.
It's kind of one of my favorite combos to see because you're just on the other side of Cosmic Divide. And you see this wall grow through it. It is a save round. I don't know if they'll try to execute it here. Allow coming up with almost 2 as Effys and Penny trade back.
Well, dude, they've already invested the 100 series. What more are they willing to invest as they're getting low down? But things are really being traded back and forth. Vanity's alone. Vanity good for 1. Vanity, the captain of version 1. Trying to make some magic out. No way he takes that. Oh my gosh, Vanity, a Red Bull clutch and a damn good one at that. As Vanity gets 3, the economy's busted. What a response from North American representatives.
What can't this man do?
Si Suges kayak nggak ngomong dah.
Cat ears, leading the team, calling the shots, making the shots. Holy moly, the pressure's on, and it just feels like ankle weights for him. Nothing
Sisa
more.
1 nih. Lu lihat Killjoy-nya ngapain?
Just the consideration.
Kayak komunikasi cacat dah nih barusan. Feeling gue ya dah.
You know what I mean, Doug? I do. Kayota. Let's go. 11-10 here, New Turn. Like you said, the economy's going to be a bit in shambles, but we'll see if New Turn can right the ship. It's V1's finding a way to do it.
And look, they're dialing up something a bit more aggressively here, understanding they have New Turn on the ropes as they're trying to dash away in, but the 100 coming out from Lakia, looking to equalize things, suggests playing down low. He's going to get dropped as V1 fully crack that bad boy open like an egg. You've got Solo on the flank, but you've got Jamie's just a step ahead. As Lakia's left alone. Now, yes, all he had was classic, but I think you really have to stress the importance of the previous round, as we mentioned it, from a financial perspective. That very well could decide the map in the series.
One of the most impactful rounds for sure. And the fact that it has been twice now, even more times throughout the series, that V1's able to just pull it back on the next round while being down in money. Penny from his signature box from the clutch the other day there, just hiding right under the feet of his opponents. Clutches that as well. I should say gets the round for the team. 11-11 as we enter round 23. Ultimates up for a few on each side. The Seekers and the Lockdown could be imperative here for a New Turn to retake the site. That Viper wall again over towards A. Just really making New Turn think if they're there. Seeing it a few times, they leave it alone. They say, fine, we'll play retake. Killjoy has utility there. And here are the Seekers we see first. How can they work off of these? The smoke in mid may kind of just nullify this, but they know what a slight position of version 1 is now.
Yeah, I think even more than that, Riv, V1 had some aggressive posturing. They wanted to work that way, right? They wanted to work the middle of the map, but the Seekers pushed them back and force them to reset things a bit differently. It looks like they're still considering leaning towards a B hit, a mid-B split. But that certainly buys them time, and Perry left undetected. The gravity well's gonna come through as well as Penny drops. Perry looking for more, not able to get it as he gets traded out. Jammy's the sub comes huge for V1 as 2 drop on the side of New Turn. Solo's gotta go big. Solo's gotta go big, good for 1. Gets traded back out as version 1. Have easy access onto A here. Oh no! The Viper Spit was there, but to just stops it. That gives him so much room to work with as they dance around the generator nose. Zelsis comes up big as well and is now Lakia in a 1v2. Lakia's there!
Oh my god!
Lakia brings it back from the depths! 6 feet under. New Turn will not go away.
You said what?
Superman play from Lakia.
Oh my
Terbang langsung dia, Blay.
Off today. You can wear a cape, sir. You can wear a cape. What a play by Lakia.
Superman play. Terbang dia, cuy.
Balcony under the pressure of a swarm. And then he still is able to capitalize on the play. And these are the plays right here.
Dan ini posisi lagi 11-11 loh.
But you were able to
Gila.
fake out every other pro player in the game. That peak moment when you are in the minds of your opponents and you just solve the puzzle so quick.
Mental booster
Head in
banget.
hands.
Iyalah, pasti lah.
Head in hands, Doug.
Gila.
Like, dude, what just happened? What just happened? Now Newturn's on map point. Bladestorm's online. They do have full rifles and
Coba predik, gue salah nggak apa-apa tapi gamenya begini nih, seru. Ngepredik juga gak dapet apa-apa.
Newturn holding a great defense. Divide comes up immediately. The pressure's on from version 1 to see how Newturn reacts.
Lockdown's there. There's no other positioning, so this is not a fake. It really seems like they want to go this way. Penny's going to dash his way forward. Staying alive on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. The Judge, not good there, but allows Phantom was. Penny still dances around the smoke, trying to stick the matter to him. As they've gotten the spike down, so far so good, right? They checked that box off, but the thing is, there's no real, no advantageous setup for post plants, right? Like, there is no investment of utility that can help them here. If things go sideways, they're just gonna take the fight. They're gonna take the fight, and Jamie's is already good for one. Looking for a second, no! A whirling dervish of reticles flying around as nobody's able to land the shots. A 2v2 here as things slow down for just
Aduh, waktu dikit banget nih.
Perry's position's been given away, but they've got to know Vanity's there. The spike continues to tick away. If you're Newturn, you've got to go here, baby. Perry drops. It's all in the hands of Allow. Can he get the defuse? No, he cannot, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, baby, we're going to overtime.
Cuy.
Down to the last drop on that play, and this is what we're getting. Everybody trading on these shots. The closest of plays to come down to an overtime now to see who will stay in that upper bracket. Newturn of version 1 here. And what a game so far for Newturn to pull themselves back from that first map. Just absolutely forget about it and now put up this showing. We see the scoreboard here maybe on the second one, and it's only been a few rounds that version 1 has really been able to pull in their favor here, as it's really been this half coming in beautifully for Newturn. So we're getting there though. Now it's OT, so erase all that. Let's see what we got, Doug.
Operator in the hands of Penny. Because of the overtime rules, that means he's not going to have armor.
Right.
She's going to be rocking that glass cannon. See that smoke go up, go down. I think, Riv, I think he saw it. I think he saw the barrel Solo's gun. And look at, look at the utility usage from version 1 onto A. I mean, that thing's lit up like a Christmas tree. There's so much there, but Allow somehow gets through undetected anyway.
Vanity loves to play the smoke a bit. They will walk out. Here come the darts over just for a bit of damage. The double dart, actually, already landed for the shock darts. And here comes the rest of the play. Great job by Newturn setting up the post plant. This is going to be a tough one for version 1.
Oh my gosh, and Solo's on the flank as well. They don't move. This may be ugly. Vanity already good for one. Suggest trades it back out as Effys joins in on the fun. Spike continues to
Solo.
Right Solo. We saw him on the flank. Solo.
Solo
chance. Solo onto Penny. Solo onto Vanity. X6, excuse me, and now it's Effys. Effys once again in a 1v1. Perry gets the swing. Effys comes up huge again.
When does he not come up clutch? Absolutely absurd.
Ibrahimovic.
Shout out to Jammies as well on that play as he pushed A main. He cut off Wine with a Viper bite, not allowing a push coming in from that person to get the 1v1 situation.
Yep.
Everything that happened there again from
Kalau ulti tadi kill dia nggak mau ulti, dia nggak mau ulti di situ, Blay. Dia mau ulti di hut.
Are absurd.
Di switch nih, di sini nih.
Effys. Right, and like you look at this roster, and
tapi salahnya dia malah maju duluan, nggak nunggu temen-temennya. Nih dia mau ulti di sini, kalau dia ngulti di sini, saya nggak clear. Kalau dia ngulti di sini, saya clear.
Many time, whether it was the lineups, whether it's just all
Viwan udah bercanda ya.
Been able to do it when called upon. 13 to 12,
Udah Viwan bercanda.
this could be it.
Gue ngepredik lu nih, weh, Viwan.
Version 1 looking to solidify a game point.
All right, the hard hit on to B. The dash comes through as Penny makes his way across. The shock dart trying to clear him out. And they're going. They're working their way in, but Solo big. Solo's already gotten 2. The gravity well is going to try to pull Zelsys out. from that corner, thinking that's where the spike is going to go. Solo, how much more do you have in you? Solo good for 4. The ASUS stopped at the hands of Zelsis. Now Zelsis in a 1v3 to try to put U-turn away. He's got some utility. He's got
Solo udah tua nih kalau nggak salah 30 tahun.
Cloudburst denying info. No, he's not able to do it. The Cloudburst.
Solo going
gonna
big,
get the defuse, and oh baby, we're going again.
We are go again, and I want to call attention, not a mistake, not anything, but to the nerves right now. We saw Lakia shock dart. One hit Penny straight on, the next one went into the wall in front of Lakia. These players
3-3 bahkan
as
Solo.
well
1988 paling tua dia anjing.
are just as much on the edge of their seat, sweating this one out. And what a game, what a map 2 we have so far.
Turun Solo 33 tahun anjing.
Afterburners to keep it going. And we're going to see if they can keep it happening here as we go into round 27.
Solo 3-2-2.
Jamie's Viper's wall going up. No operator in the hands of Penny once again. So gets a little peek early on, not going to land onto anything. As much like we saw earlier in the half, or in the map, excuse me, the drone clearing out the middle as they try to exploit it. Allow has taken that space, and again, Alau's not able to do anything with it. Jamie's takes care of him.
Fake on B right now from New Turn. Fake on B. Version 1 is set up on the Sova Dart retake, so there's not much of a bite. We can see the rotation from Vanity right now, and all the way back across. That thwarts the entirety of the play. Spike's not supposed to show like that. Unfortunately, that was seen by Penny. And now Newturn have to come up with a second play on the round.
On the benefit for Newturn here is that they had mid control, right? So they can invest back that way easily. Although things went a little bit sideways, they can adjust with just over 40 seconds left in the round. It seems like they're trying to cut noise and potentially work their way around. Yeah, Lakia deep in. And how many times did we see Lakia cause problems from this exact spot in regulation time? And by golly, he's doing it again. Effie's drops. That's not a safe way to go anymore, and that should give them a bit more room, them being U-turn, to try to get onto A. The the clock continues to tick down, so they've got to go A here. There's really no other option, and they're walking into Penny's operator. The jiggle, the knife, nothing showing. Great patience out of Penny, but his position's been given away. He has to dash out. Zelsis is good for 1. 7 bullets left. 5 seconds left on the clock. They've got to get the spike down. Perry just playing in the nick of time, but Suggest comes up big. He takes care of him. The spike goes down. Now, it's on Jamie's Seeker, giving his position away. As Jamie's has to come up big. Jamie's good for 1. The kill gets traded. Newturn take the lead.
Beautifully played by Newturn there.
Gila.
The double peek is all you needed. They walked out together hip and hip. Great fundamental play there to secure the round, but it means so much. Match point once again now on the side of Newturn here as version 1 look to keep this one alive for themselves.
5 lawan 3 kan tadi tuh.
What a map. This has been, my goodness, it's delivered, and this was kind of like the tail of the tape, right? This is what people were excited for and hoping for in this matchup.
Yep. And Doug, I question what was Newturn's second strat. Are they gonna come back, right? Oh my word, were they able to do it after using quite a bit of utility on aim, on out aiming. Version 1, here we go, round 28.
Version 1 backs against the wall. Jamie's got messed up there, man. He's gonna have to peel back a little bit, but Penny is taking the middle of the map. No, the nano swarm's there. Tags him up a bit, but they somehow clear him out of logs anyway. Lakia mows down 2 members of version 1, as now he's anchoring still back on the site, retreats to safety, 1 point away from having the 100. Keep that in mind. The drone comes up big as well. 12 seconds left. They've got to know he's back there. They've got to know he's back there. Allowance to just swing out. Version 1's left to very little as Vanity, and if he's trying to keep it alive, but no, it's not going to happen. Oh my God. Pushed around. They got beaten. They got better, but they're the last one standing on Ascent.
Turning a new leaf here on game 2. Newturn, stay in it. We're going to a map 3 versus version 1, and that was so well deserved. Such fortitude, perseverance coming in.
Nice
and they
one,
kind of took version 1 out of their own game. Seeing version 1 take that B side at the end. Why not push Lakia? The version 1 a few rounds before would.
Dibilang selalu ngebet yang Mansen gak pilih.
Kebangetan sih asli. Kebangetan. Bangkrut gua bangsat. Next split nggak mungkin Nutur menang di split nih ya, anjing lo ya.
Terus kamu ngebet apa?
Nutur.
Kan anjing.
V1 kan jago banget nih ya di split ya. Kayak di 100% ya kayak di split. Nah ini ntar semua orang ngeprediknya V1 nih Blay. Gua ngepredik Nutur nih kan, buset. Rumah gue dibanjiri Bitcoin ini Blay kalau menang.
Ya, dari tadi gitu.
Tadi gue game ke-1 gue bikin ke trigger anjing mainnya. Wah coba tadi gue all in di Nutur itu buset. Kalau gue tadi all in di Nutur itu Blay, buset kiri kanan gue sekarang ada Bitcoin ini. Nggak lah bangsat, ini nggak dapat apa-apa anjing. Ini kagak dapat apa-apa, begaya aja Blay biar kayak lagi judi, padahal mah kagak judi.
Judi halal.
Fix menang FIFA kalau Mansen pilih NU.
Iya emang. Emang begitu Blay. Gue kalau nanya dia nih, beli yang ini apa yang beli yang A apa yang B ya? Yang B aja, yang gue beli yang A.
Cuma dapat emote. Iya, cuma dapat emote nih. Kalau lo punya 4.000 inian lo dapat emote ini nih. Nih, emote-emote beginian. Emote-emote yang nge-subs tapi itu kan kalau lo nge-subs doang tuh dapat. Nah, ini kalau lo punya 4.000 poin lo bisa dapat tuh. Au berapa? Dari kemarin gue all in mulu, Blay.
Dan kalau mulu. Tapi kemarin lu dikasih menang tuh sekali
gini
kan
gini. Lo mau kong kali kong kan nih? Gua ngepredik V1 menang, lu semua ngepredik Nutur. Gimana? Gua korbankan jiwa gua, Blay.
Gimana?
Lo mau kong kali kong nggak? Jadi aku ngeprediknya V1 udah pasti menang nih ya. Wah, V1 menang. Nah, lu kebalikan gua kan. Lu ngepredik Nutur.
Gak mau, kamu kan ngepredik Nutur.
Lah, ini kan gua kong kali kong. Lu mau Nutur nggak?
Gak mau V1.
Lu NU aja kita V1. Yaudah, iya. Ya, jadi.
Lu kong kali kong sama seluruh dunia noh. Yang ngepick V1.
Blay, gua bet 6.000 VP ke V1 kalah, Blay. Lu ngebet gitu di mana sih? Deng. Hah? Apa?
Tuh lihat tuh, show us your team pride yang aja. Gue NU lu Muhammadiyah belum sih?
Di Twitch chat.
Beda NU bang. Masih lomba puter dicariin. Kadal ya, Blay, kadal aja. Next best jet tuh Mansen, katanya kamu terima.
Siapa?
Itu katanya siapa
Patipan.
di next best. Kamu terima komentator yang ngomong kayak gitu.
Anjing, minimal $100.
Nana suruh bikin website betting. Iya, gue bikin website betting ya. Tapi bettingnya betting pura-pura aja, kayak ya ceritanya lu punya duit segitu gitu. Ya.
Iya.
Iya, yang pura aja gitu biar rasain lah kalau jadi orang kaya tuh nge-betting itu.
Kagak tahu gue Blay website-nya di mana. Ini gue pengen ngebet dari mana sih ngebetnya?
Di itu aja.
Itu aja apa?
Tebak-tebakisem.com. Di situ. Tebak-tebakisem.com. New turn.
Cek DM nun.
Mansen berdosa. Perlukah aku bacakan azab dari berjudi, Mansen? Harta di dunia ini sementara, guys. Kenapa kamu diem sih?
Gak ngapa-ngapain. Nyebat.
Kenapa diem?
Ini lagi ngeliatin. Di stream ada
Ngeliatin
tuh
apa?
Jessica pernah buat live chat lah. Ada yang nanya kamu kanat nggak ngantuk kah? Awas sholatnya ke band 40 hari. Iya Blay. nggak nemu gua anjing. BT di mana? Pakai ini ya udahlah. VCT channel point. Ding, hampir iman gua kena blay. Jangan Mansen. Gue juga kalah Blay 6.000. Set gue kalah tadi 180 juta ribu Patan. Poin gue tadi ada 180 juta. Kalah gue. Kamarnya apakah jika aku lu sakit Rian lu sakit Rian. Gua kencingin kuping lu Yan ya. Nanat, menurut kamu menang siapa Nanat nih?
Apa? Kirain mau nanyain pertanyaan Rian.
Enggak, males baca juga bahkan anjing. Ntar gue dibantai sama NU beneran bangsat.
Menurut aku V1.
Kamu V1, aku nuturn.
Yes.
For a team when you're in competition, when there might be silence in the calls. Silence is chaos, is what I say when nothing's happening. You need to have a plan. You need to have something to do. And that plan honestly became, forget about map 1. We can take map 2. And the pressure, the intensity that version 1 played with is exactly what we saw them using in Korea when they took down Damwon Kia, when they took down Vision Strikers, two huge powerhouse teams coming out of the region who honestly were expected to be here before New Turn. So they go back to that, they go back to their strength and play confident. And honestly, you go to that age-old saying is comfort, but we'll explain what that means a little bit more going in. Their composition for Split has been the same the last 8 times they played it. We love seeing that breach in there, and I'll talk a little bit more how they play with it once we get there. How you feeling about version 1, Doug?
Good. And I think here's the thing, right? You look at version 1's story up until this point, and to be honest with you, a lot of it is riddled with like doubt and questioning as we hop into Agent Select, courtesy of our friends at Prime Gaming. It's all right, V1 the roster, oh they couldn't get past phase, and oh no, they had the sun. Like all of this has been like an asterisk up until this point, but it seems like V1 are just kind of like built in such a way, it's in their DNA. They can walk away from that on top. Right? They've done it on the North American stage. They've done it on the international stage. And it's been, I mean, they just took a huge blow from New Turn, but if there's any team from North America that I believe can take a hit like that in the mouth and punch right back, it's version 1.
And on this one, we do have New Turn starting on defense as we hop out of our Agent Select by Prime Gaming. Great game there.
Gua ngebet 240 juta Bitcoin, Blay. Let's go, no. Let's go.
A few times. Dabble. A little bit, you know. I'll watch some people. Looking at the attack percentage win rate here for New Turn is a bit concerning, though, Doug. 44% on attack. So they need everything they can get here on defense. They got to make it work because it may be rough on the second side. Just a speculation, but we got now a little bit of mid-run going on. And it looks like it is going to be V1 feeling the weather here in mid before they make a move.
You see Suggest has something set up towards Garage on B as well.
Ooh.
And there's nobody home. They have taken the space away.
Mansen V1 fix nutur lu bangsat banget lu pada ya.
Sense is tingling feeling like the hit's gonna go this way, and in
sana ngebet. Lu pada ngebet nutur sana, lu pada ngebet nutur. Nggak, aku nggak percaya. Aku milih V1. Aku nggak percaya nutur main bridge. Lo kok ya anjing, maksud lu apa bangsat?
Tadi kan udah janjiannya.
And they're gonna have to really struggle to get this one in as they did not get too much info.
Kenapa lu takut gitu?
Oh, Vanity read that so well.
Maksud lu gue mau sial.
Try to push through to get behind them, and Vanity was waiting for it, and now V1
Tadi udah
looking to
janjian
dial up a
kan,
little
Bray?
something spicy, a little
Mansen
something
pick
special as
nu.
they picked
Kita
up the
pick
spike, and it looks like they're
V1.
gonna try to flip the map. They've taken defender spawn. They're working all the way across back towards A, and you can see it's a foot race as Lakia is trying to get to be the first one there, and Lakia does beat them to the punch. They're going to rotate back, but you've got Allow who's also pinching them in, and they're going to walk right into his lap. Allow with the frenzy, Allow with the kills, Allow with the win, a 3K for New Turn.
Great job by New Turn playing that one slow. What I was going to mention was, I said before we see Jammies go off alone. He'll Viper Wall, he'll stay with that, he'll give info. And you saw the whole time, Suggest was kind of waiting on that position, making sure nobody was there, but New Turn never really bit to anything until they had confirmation. They weren't worried about the Viper Wall. It's something that version 1 plays all the time there. See, again, Viper Wall towards the left side just a bit deeper, which tries to cover that upper area of Heaven. We'll see how they use this now, as they can get a little closer without a distraction yet.
Gravity Wall, and you're seeing a bit of a force. Oh, it's just actually in the hands of Penny, excuse me. But they did put some money into this round. You mentioned the Viper's Wall.
Ini bener?
You mentioned the dash as well.
Iya tadi.
He's gotten his way up to Heaven. Not
Itu kan emosi ya.
triggered by the Killjoy turret yet. I think one thing we have to keep in mind here, especially in the attacking half, is you think back to their map against
Gue lapar nih.
which was an overtime. I mean, an instant classic overtime match, and there were a couple of instances, one that's very vivid, where version 1, like, I believe Pansy said they overcooked it, right? Like, they tried rotating.
Yeah, just back and forth.
Right, they, like, played themselves, and you kind of saw some hints of that in the way they played that pistol, where they got back into defender spawn, then they tried pulling back, and Allow was just waiting for him, so we have to watch that. How many pump fakes are they willing to throw? Parry with the paranoia, and then the fault line as well, and the grenade. It's just way too much. It's too easy. New Turn mows him down. Just a couple remaining on the side.
Great read, great everything. Honestly, just waiting to make this one cleaned up here.
Yeah.
And they push forward. So, New Turn. For the first time here in the map, starting off nice and strong, making sure they can keep V1 on the back foot. We did see a bit of a control here and back and forth in the few maps before, but a lot more New Turn members were falling. A lot more economy was required for their next rounds, and here they get a very nice Prime Gaming Flawless.
Very nice one indeed. Now version 1. What do they bring to the fold? You mentioned how important it is really for both of these teams to get a lead right in this first half because of the nature of split and how it frequently plays out.
Lu lagi ngepredik V1 ya Nanat ya.
Just off of this first half when we think about how things will play
Tadi
out.
kan janjiannya gitu,
it
lu
was just such a
NO
good
V1.
One of the other
Apaan
things
sih nggak ada janjian anjing?
Well, we're gonna have to hold on to that thought.
Kagak ada janjian, Blay,
Shot from
katanya,
Allow
Blay.
just narrowly misses as they try to work their way back.
And here, now the jammy scrap. Leave him off to the side. It's up to New Turn to now divide themselves accordingly. Usually they will have Suggest towards the middle of the map, so he can control with a fault line, whether that's towards mailroom or whether that's back down towards ramp. So they keep it safe
Lu upload nggak ini bang? Pengen tidur kok. Gua upload semua.
On the move.
And Celsius, I mean, look at how far up they both are. Right, they have full control of mid. That was their one key condition to work out. And yeah, they got one, but Lakia drops. Perry's going to drop as well. Now they have the middle of the map. Take a look at how Celsius is going to be wrapping up behind them as well as he took his way up ropes deep into defender spawn. There is no area of the map that V1 are not willing to push into. But again, Suggest is just able to punish that Vanity drops.
Nice job by New Turn there to continue to pressure. I thought V1 was going to try to pull a rope-a-dope. And Solo with a beautiful push and pressure here, knowing that V1 is always going to rotate around the map a little bit. It's hardly ever the first hit. That's what the information that Jammies is giving, so they can do multiple things, decide what they want in their own adventure. But Solo pushes up, if you can grab this room on split, it means so much because of how the entries work. You otherwise know they're going through the middle of vents. You know, so if you can see New Turn pushing up like this every time, the calls they have to make are that much easier. Really smart plays.
You can already see this, we're only a couple rounds in, but this feels like a chess match already of watching players rotate around the maps and how they're kind of reading, trying to be one step ahead of one another. There you saw a beautiful multi-kill off of that exact same situation, right? Like reading things out. We'll see how V1 play this out from the attacking half. You see the fault line coming out, delaying any sort of entry into Garage, and with that, that allows Perry to get some aggressive positioning, hold that other side, and set up a brutal crossfire with Allow and Perry and Garage.
I like the fact that New Turn is splitting the wall over there on A. This new wall that you see version 1 putting up means if they do go through that top vent area, they pretty much have a safe spot towards the backside of A there. So here they put a little aggression over towards that B site and Garage, and we'll see if they actually execute fully on this with their save round coming through.
You should run. So, all right, let's see how this plays out before I try to break this out. You see the lockdown has come out. Penny's already good onto Allow. And they've got some room.
Menang ini V1 Mousepad. Lu lihat nih.
From the lockdown, and he's got a rifle.
Bocahnya comeback banget Blade Split.
Utility, but the flash was there. He gets punished anyway, but Perry does not. Solo gets onto one as well. I mean, version 1 just kind of get ripped to shreds here. Zelsis with 8 health in a 1v2, and I mean, yeah, we've seen some crazier things, but insanely unlikely. Lakia gets cleaned up. And here's the thing, Riff, that I wanted to point out. It's so oppressive that New Turn takes that much space because, okay, let's play out that round.
Comeback ini V1 buset.
Great.
Gua aminin sumpah.
An equal amount of utility in the Cloudburst, the dash, the gravity, or excuse me, the Astra Star to clear out that corner. Yeah. And all New Turn had to do was back up to where they started, right? So even though that much utility was invested to push them back,
udah like-nya belum 1K lagi, parah
there wasn't
banget.
anything that was really gained that wasn't already version 1's to begin with.
They're not backing down. Previously on Haven, that might have been a save in one of those rounds that you see version 1 get back through some Sheriffs and Spectres. But New Turn was saying, no, we're Phantoms. We got a Vandal. Oh, no, they're all Phantoms right now. And a Vandal, there is one. So knowing that, why not take the fights? They have to show confidence, and New Turn is really starting to step up. Jammy's working alone by himself with that wall once again, as the rest of Vision Strikers grab the information. Solo, I mean, he is playing true to his name right now. Anytime he is put in that situation, he comes out on top. Huge for the team once again.
Suggest gets cleaned up at the hands of Penny. And you see Jamie's has made his way towards A, playing around the wall, big kill as well. And you like that, right? Because at that moment, the spike is still in the middle of the map. You feel things out on A. If Jamie's does get a kill there, they can flip it. Oh, that's big. He cancels it out. They're not going to be pushing in from that way, but if Jamie's doesn't get that kill, then they can flip and go the other way. I love that you see Penny still holding the middle of the map as well, controlling the flank. And he's going to get a chance at something here. They walk right into his crosshair to control that. The spike's going to go down at the hands of Effie's, and now New Turn have to take back.
Nih kalau udah begini, V1 nggak pecah telur, keterlaluan nih, Bay.
Looks like they're just hanging out for this one.
Yep.
Udah keras banget nih kalau udah begini.
You talk about Jammies a bit, but you say he's alone. But let's talk about why that works good for him. You know, why would they put the sub alone? Well, Jammies comes over as a teammate already previously of a few members of this team, and Zelsis and whatnot. So you see him, 1, having that communication. 2, he was kind of a duelist in Valorant, jet player, whatnot, but you're not going to move Penny off that. So putting him in a situation where he can do whatever in 1v1s is fantastic. But on a new team, we've heard version 1 say he's not making that many decisions. So having Jammies hang out in a situation while people pressure him sounds like the
pecah telur, Blay.
Perfect and ideal situation for this sub. And honestly, he gets a 1 kill across the map here, and he just gets to play around his utility and use 5 head stuff.
Yeah, Jamie's performed admirably, to say the least. I mean, the guy's been incredible. But for version 1, I think that's also an important round because you've got to get you gotta stop the bleeding, right? Like you're down 4, you can feel the momentum
Oke, Blay, thank you, Blay.
right after the pistol.
Terima kasih, Blay.
The energy that U-Turn showed when they won that round, you think they had won an overtime round, right? To freaking win the whole thing. I think the important thing to take away from that is the momentum that they had from winning the overtime in the previous map fully carried here, and you can see it on the timeline, right? They roar out of the gates, they win 4 rounds in a row, and for version 1, a lot of it was like, you've got to mitigate some of this damage, you've got to do something to stop this and shift the way things are going, because this can get out of hand very quickly.
We'll have to see what they... I mean, U-Turn here taking the tactical timeout to make sure they can continue doing what they're doing and make sure that none of this is, you know, anything's coming back to fruition that might plague them in a situation where they're ahead, ironing all that out, whatever they may be talking about. It's even harder with masks on. Now we can't even really speculate that much. Who reads lips? Who reads lips through masks? But, you know, we talk about version 1 quite a bit so far. We've explained jammies and whatnot. We got to go, you know, back to talk about Solo and where he's been with Perry. Between them, as they said on the desk, over 2 decades of professional gaming experience and leadership there for Solo. Perry included in the gaming experience, but just what Solo has been able to accomplish himself, the veteran that he is, and still, honestly, booming the zooms, if you will.
Booming the zooms. Indeed, let's take a look at setups early on. You see the Viper's wall is going to go up, cover top ramp, and it's going to cover heaven. You also have the Killjoy turret to deny any sort of rotation wrapping around from version 1 in case they get a little cheeky, try to dial up a little bit of monkey business. As now, with that, all of that in mind, right? Like they've taken care of A. They understand they have safety valves over there. Vanity's the safety valve on B, but with all of that, they can kind of feel things out across the middle of the map now.
The 3-block Viper wall is up. We see on the right side. Again, this
thank you, Blay, udah subscribe. Yang belum jangan lupa.
Has been able to read by version 1. As version 1 tries to figure out what's going on, U-Turn has been in the right spot. They've never really wanted to rotate through mid. They only take a few fights here. Quick suck doesn't do too much though. And now they're able to hang out. So a bit of util now expended here from Vanity as they try to move forward. We'll see where they can use the rest of these stars as they place them, it looks like, over towards that A site where Jammies again has been grabbing info on what could be happening.
Yeah, but dude, he might have grabbed some info, but I think it's just like that nobody's home, right? And you've got so much utility. There's the alarm bot. That's going to give that away, and he hadn't even gotten up that far to have that much space. So once that alarm bot goes off, with roughly 35 seconds left in the round, you know that that's where the hit's going to go. Now keep an eye on Jamie still. He's
already lining up.
Got to line up indeed, but Solo's lockdown's going to create some space. They're going to have to back off, and this might, I mean, Riv, this might end up being lineup 101 here, because even if they play off with that, they've got some of those lineups. It's safe for them to play this out. If you're U-Turn, you've got to take the fight to version 1 here. You've got to stick it to him.
Oh my
Allow just narrowly missing onto 1, but Solo does not. Allow gets a second. Version 1 can't get back in. The defuse is going to start. You see Jammies is alive. There's the snake bite. Is it going to be enough for the defuse?
He got it!
It stops him. It delays him. But can they get back on? Can they get back on, Riv? I don't know if they can.
They got
Solo's getting it to half. Solo's getting it to half. Solo steals it right out of under their noses.
That might have been the weirdest A-site hold I've seen. All 5 players over towards Alt Orb. Oh my word, version 1. That was, U-Turn was just shooting fish in a barrel there for the last few moments. They come up 5-1, like you said, suggests just right under their noses, even with the next Viper bite coming through. And, boom, or Solo rather, sorry. Just off to the side.
Yeah, Riv, they just didn't have anything left, and like, you know, we saw that lockdown early on and how much space it created. V1 had to funnel back, right? But now, on the attack again, they've got rifles across the board and a Spectre. Jamie's again still kind of playing chicken over on A side. He's gonna get some good info, he's gonna get a kill, and Allow doesn't swing it out.
That's such a hard play for Solo. The person on the outside is always gonna be able to see you there. Puts himself in a tough spot, but Penny now going into that B site, he's going to be alone. Dashes straight through.
Celsius and Penny get a couple of kills apiece. You see Vanity is playing in garage as well, holding the middle of the map as Jammies is holding garage as Jammies holding the middle of the map, and you see U-Turn this early on in the round. They've already punted. They've given up the space. It's interesting to see if that's now twice that U-Turn 2v5 sucks, right? Like, a 2v5 is not a pleasant situation to find yourself in. But you see teams at least try it. There's this very clear U-turn. Once they have decided that, all right, guys, we can't win this round, they just cut their losses. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
We talked a little bit about U-turns percentages on this map. 67% win rate on the defense. When you look at all-time maps for teams and win rate percentages on attack defense, you'll sometimes see like 55s to 58s when they're really good, 60s to 63s, 67% on defense. And we're seeing that here as we're able to capitalize on almost round after round, version 1 finding a way through. But it's going to be tough, is what I'm saying, for version 1 still here on out, even finding rounds. This is where U-turn feels so comfortable. And it's where they have to, because we mentioned their attack win rate percentage is 44%. So sometimes it can fall apart where maybe U-turn again falls into that playing to their opponent in the moment and forgetting their own style.
Yeah, I think the story for V1 here is just how many rounds can you get, right? You aren't expecting to win this half. It's can we get to 8-4? Can we get to 7-5? And then get to the side of this round, you've got the Jamie's wall up. Slightly different setup, right? Like, it's not necessarily hitting off top heaven. It's not hitting off top ramps the same way that we've seen before. It's a slightly different look. You see the Cosmic Divide coming out as well. And the Viper Spit Rig. This is a full-blown fake, right? There is no intention to go A, but man, U-turn is big and they hit hard.
See how they recoup. You always get to do the full retake if this is the case, but that doesn't mean it's any better. Perry starts one off. The Omen from the shadows takes down Jammies, and we'll see how this one plays out. They finally find out that Jammies has been hanging out on A too long.
Vanity's playing off across the middle of the map as well. So they've got some control of the rotations. That's going to keep Harry at bay. Here comes the Thunder. Blocky has already been cleaned up. You hear the lockdown is going to come out as well. By a little time, the tap was there. No, Effie's gets absolutely destroyed. The gravity wall is coming out, and it's going to delay just a little bit. And the lockdown there as well, so they have to respect it. They have to back off. But Zelsis, not knowing what's going on, has to check it. Zelsis is good for one. He gets cleaned up. As Vanity alone in a 1v3. Yep. And the time is running as well. Vanity might do it. Ladies and gents, the 1v1 as the spike continues to tick away. It's 9.5. Suggest gets the kill, but V1 get the round win.
And it is a push to the last moment for these rounds. U-turn having a very methodical retake and hold in the middle of that site take, coming in together, trading over each other's shoulders. And then it comes down to it again. It's not a lineup this time, but that post-plant of version 1 is just so deadly and hard to break through.
Hey, look at him too, man. Vanity just shows no emotion in those plays, in those moments. It's like cold poker face. I'd never want to call a bluff on that guy. Version 1, full rifles. U-turn not nearly as fortunate. They have one in the hands of Lakia, who has the showstopper. But it seems like V1, they have found something that's starting to work. Of course, as I say that, the one rifle on the side of U-turn takes care of Penny.
Veli brought it up coming into our last map, or out of our last map, that Penny was finding those first deaths instead of first bloods a little more. And it was affecting version 1, so we'll keep an eye on that call out as well from the analyst desk as we proceed through this now, round 9. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, already a banger of a series. It's the final map here to see who stays up in the upper bracket between version 1 and U-turn Gaming. It looks like a little love towards B here from version 1, and a lot of focus from U-turn on defense has now pushed Killjoy to A.
Oh no, oh no, the setup was there, right? You've got the judge, you also had the fault line. Everything was set up, and U-turn fully committed to controlling this area of the map, and this was not a fake. Much like what we saw previously, V1 did want to go towards B. They put that sage wall up as well to try to give them entry, and they get absolutely destroyed. Perry once again using the ultimate to grab information, much like we saw a couple of rounds ago, ensure that nobody is pushing up into garage, because they have to flip the map. Yeah, Zelsis was deep, but he still gets punished. Jammies is alone, and he's not around for long. A flawless round from U-turn. And that
is prime gaming.
It is prime gaming indeed. You're absolutely right. It seems like every time V1 like figures something out and they punch back, Newturn just responds.
Yeah, Newturn is literally reading version 1 like a book on these plays. I mentioned, I was like, oh my god, all that utility from KJ was very much focused towards A. KJ's usually on A for the side of Newturn, but the way they focus the use so made me think B could be very dangerous, but the way this Newturn set up, being behind each other, always having that contact play with somebody else to take the firefight as well. They do so well playing off each other in these moments where they're just feeling it. And right now, they very much are. As we come into round 10, Suggest a bit of a peek there, and he almost loses all of his head.
Suaramu kayak benem
Chance at life. He gets messed up, just down to 10 health, but he manages to get away. No heals on the side of Newturn to get him back to full health. And much like we've seen the last couple of rounds, right? Like Jamie's the default, feeling things out on A, not getting any info, right? Now, like not getting any positioning, no real estate has been gained. And because of that, they can still play around this. They being Newturn, right? They still have the Nanoswarm. They still have the turret. And you see the activation of that because V1 showed, and now they're going to pull back. The Sage Wall is up. They're going to work their way into heaven. Vanity rains fire down onto Suggest from top row. Perry trades it back out. Perry looking to hold fast. No, he's going to get cleaned up as the 3v3 comes through. Effie's res brings Vanity back into things, and there's Lockett showstopper. The blast pass across, and he lands onto one. Vanity rips him down from the skies as Allow is now the one on the entry. There's the lockdown as Elsis cleans up Allow. Solo has to make some magic happen. There's a snake bite again, denying entry. At least just a little bit, make him think about it. Solo does finally get cleaned up. We talked about this Riv, right? For V1, 7-5, 8-4. That's a win. Right now, it's been rocky, but they're holding serve.
This play coming in here, just seeing how it all executed, how it all worked out. You can't underestimate the use of the lockdowns here, but the placement of it wasn't in range. It was a different place than usual. So it leaves that spot open, just these small things at the last moment when you are forced to make the play. That's what it starts coming down to, is the opponents forcing each other to make plays under certain situations. You're trying to set a play up, you start getting shot at, you're going to have to start darting and nading under that aspect of firefight. So that's all that Newturn's trying to put down onto version 1. They're just not letting him do anything easy or fundamental to start off.
You can feel like version 1, or excuse me, Newturn have a really good idea that they're going to want to hit B. Perry has smoked the entrance out of garage twice. They also invested the fault line at the beginning of the round, which is pretty standard. And there's also the denial of info. So version 1 has no idea if somebody's crossed across garage to be holding that flank. All of the heavy investment that way. Now, V1, because they haven't found much room to work with elsewhere, they're kind of like huddled up in the middle of the map. This is normally where we see Jammies peek out, see if he can get a kill, and then if they do, they can try to exploit the middle, work their way through ropes to get towards A. Oh, but it's Solo who gets impatient. It's Solo who gets punished. And while it wasn't through vents, it wasn't through ropes, they are going to go back towards A with 30 seconds left.
I think that's perfect by version 1. We'll talk about that in a minute as they rush the site here. Penny's going to be the first one in, looking for Lockheed at screens.
Here comes the Cosmic Divide as well. Penny playing just on the other side of it. Remember, he's got the Blade Storm, but if he's not careful, they're going to show up right behind him. Lockheed playing on the other side of the wall as it looks like they're just going to wait it out. And Riv, again, look at it. It's a 5v4. They're so concerned with controlling economy, with not losing grasp on the map, that they're willing to cut ties very early. It's the third time we see them do this.
It's kind of incredible to see, honestly. And exits may be something that they can get here. We'll talk a little bit about what I wanted to coming in and why this was such a good play for version 1. Newturn is doing a great job.
Dia udah seneng banget dapat 6.
Enggak sih, harusnya division anjing. That doesn't put anyone in B heaven. We have seen version 1 walk all the way up there and out of B heaven multiple times, into ropes, out of ropes. because there's nothing to be grabbed there. And Newturn's saying, sure, grab it. We're ready for the site take. Our plan is here. We're playing to your game, version 1. I keep looking at the V and saying Vision Striker, Newturn, and I've been watching VOD after VOD. It's so hard to not say it. I apologize to everyone out there. But yeah, they're just, Newturn this time is not falling prey to playing version 1's game.
Last round of the half, you got to keep a look at Ultimate. Zelsis 1 point away from having the lockdown in tow. There's the fault line. The smoke comes out as well on top of the nade, but this time it's an excellent counter, expecting that Perry's going to go around. They invest in Nano Swarm as well. Perry gets messed the F up, and he has to back up.
That is pretty messed up.
What is Solo?
It is pretty messed up. Solo gets cleaned up at the hands of Jamie's as Penny flies across this screen. And look at the setups, right? They know where they want it. They've dropped the ping. The smoke from Viper is there as well. Penny's not allowed to get into the site at all as the spike goes down. They've got the lineups. This should be vintage version 1 here, Riv.
Hold it. Hold. See if they can get. They have a few right under hell, nice and easy. And yeah, they're just pressuring Newturn into having to take something.
Well, and that's the thing, like, we've never seen Newturn have to do this because now that it's the last round of the half, they're gonna fight it. There's no reason not to. Zelsis is creeping his way around. Penny flashed up, dashes away, somehow stays alive just long enough, but does get cleaned up. Suggest on the defuse. Effys and Zelsis are both there. Effys and Zelsis come right around the corner just in the nick of time to tie us up at 6 going into the second half.
What a start to this map. And kudos, I should say, for Newturn. An amazing start. And kudos to the side of version 1 for being able to pull it back. Looking at the score lines. Usually we don't say this, look, KDA's on my word, but looking at the score lines, you can see it has been a complete team effort by the side of version 1. Nobody's having the ability to pop off. Nobody's coming out. It's not Penny's day. This is requiring a lot of teamwork, and we're seeing a different version of the team now that they're kind of allocated to playing that style.
All right, Newturn on the attack. We talked about what score version 1 needed to hit in order to feel good. They surpassed that. And now it's on Newturn on the attack. What can they do? What areas of the map can they exploit? Again, this from a historical perspective, it is a bit better of a half for version 1, right? From a defensive perspective, they tend to play this a bit better. And as you mentioned, Riv, it's painfully average out of Newturn on attack on split.
They don't have the breach just yet. I feel like that's kind of the initiation of the play after they figure out what's going on. Flank is going to be held by Perry as usual, just on the Omen, not the Astra this time. They do see a wall in front. That's not going to be activated just yet. The site take comes in from Newturn, and they've made great ground.
Yes, they have indeed, as Penny and Zelsis are both out. Now Lau, the same spot we saw Penny in just a couple of moments ago, trying to control entry in from the defender's spawn. You see Jamie's up in heaven, trying to clear things out as well, and they're gonna have to bust a move here relatively soon. Good investment of utility. Yeah, Jamie's trying to clear some space. Here they go. Vanity flying across the screen. It's actually Effys that does it. Balakia cleans him up. Jamie's still up atop in heaven. He's left alone, and he's not around for long. So Newturn won the pistol, a very important pistol.
Nicely done, too. In the end there, still having a bit of util, using it correctly. I thought they might have got caught out with the single peeks they did on elbow right here. This was the secondary of the peeks by Lakia. Able to hold it down, though. Not a problem for him as he gets his feet a little wet in the Viper's bite before ending the round with and one. So that's a Newturn round. That's a pistol round coming in. They're usually able to secure these. All the shotties there. Always for Vanity. Always got a pocket shotty. But it is not going to be the regular buy here for version 1. Split is not a game you can start messing with Econ on. The moment you start going down on Econ, the map starts to roll in your opponent's favor.
Oh my gosh, that was borderline filth out of Solo. He did get one, but it got traded out. And you see Newturn is dashed on to B, the paranoia to follow up, as well as Elias got into the backside. Now Vanity's in this great spot, but all he has is a classic. There's just not much you can do with that weapon. So Sight in full control of Newturn here. Version 1 trying to fight for a retake. The only thing they have that's better is the Spectre in the hands of Penny, and he's got 5 health left. Well, he had 5 health left.
That is the story a lot of the times, huh? Perry and Suggest, along with Allow here. Allow's like, I don't want to go down, so I'm going to go ahead and hold this Spectre. I'll be the last one to peek. Perry says, on me. Full health, full kill. Nice little round there for themselves. See what they actually...
Hi everyone, let's go everyone!
Suggest did have that shoddy in hand that he picked up. The Bucky for himself. And again, there you can see very much a team game across the board for the side of version 1, trying to pull it together. Jammies, your information, grab it on the other side of the map. Usually trying to figure out the 1v1s and keep the post plants going on. The rest of the team playing well. Effie's now not on his Sova. We are seeing a little bit less of an impact there, but it's not like, oh, we shouldn't play Sova. He's just Sage this time, and it's almost a necessity. This wall right here is so big for shutting down a strategy in its tracks, and we'll see if we can get a bit of that.
I mean, and that's exactly what they've done so far, right? U-turn fully stacked on A. They wanted to go that way. There is nobody lurking, gathering information anywhere. And that wall off the bat just buys so much time. On top of the gravity well, in case it gets broken down, they're able to mow them apart. And while that is how things panned out, they weren't able to get the kills. Lakia dashing across your screen. Effie's holds fast, good for 1. The paranoia comes out as he has to reposition. Reload, no, not gonna matter as he gets taken out at the hands of Allow. Now, for U-turn, they have some control on the site. They've got Solo playing the middle of the map as well.
Yep.
And Perry on the swing. He was holding such a pivotal part, but no, he gets cleaned up. The spike goes down.
Solo is so big for this round.
Solo bahaya banget.
Everything, Riv.
And he's taking the last move.
Yeah, if he can be quiet, he's got a chance at something, but no, now his position's been given away. Here we go, another entry in from the defender spawn because there's no control of Heaven. Vanity has to clear them out or else they're just going to be ripped to shreds. Vanity does clear them out. Now they can apply pressure from different areas. They've got Vanity up in Heaven. They've got people working their way around. Do not allow any of that to go down. Suggest gets 1 as well. U-turn get to 9.
That's huge by U-turn. After version 1 identified what was going on up in Heaven, Vanity's seeing Solo behind, that should have been the rest of version 1 in the site, completely collapsing on the members that were there. But for Allow and Suggest to be able to hold those angles, even they know that was a hell yes. They were on the edge of their seat for that one, and on knife's edge for sure. 9-6 though, U-turn getting a bit of a lead.
They are. Now version 1 are on a broken buy again. You've got the judge in the hands of Vanity, but that's it. Meanwhile, U-turn far more bang behind their punches. They've got full rifles across the board. You see, I mean, we've seen a little bit of a look towards A, but that's really been it so far from the side of U-turn as they've leaned towards B. You see Jamie's taking some of that space away. The dash across the site, the paranoia that follows, Allow goes up from the top ropes, and it's actually Zelsis' Nano Swarm that's able to get the opening pick. Allow with 18 health left. Certainly sitting dicey, and they know he's there, but they're not going to clear it. They're not going to clear it. Allow is still okay.
Gets to shake off the concussion. He'll be good back there. Very low HP, though. Jammy's able to tag one down. Quick Viper Bite for any push that may come in as they pincer the site. This is going to be Jammies and Penny.
Jamie's good for it. Jamie's has the only one. He was the only one with a rifle. That's huge. He's now Perry alone in a 1v2 with 18 health, 3 bullets to his name. Has to switch over to the classic. Penny playing around the Cloudburst so patiently, so intelligently for version 1 there. There was not a, okay, we know where he is. Everyone fly at him. They were very patient. They played things out beautifully, and they bridged the gap down to 2.
What a round there. And a much necessary round. You can see the Thrifty coming up on your screen as they make it happen. And now they have a few guns to be working with on the round. We'll recap this one right here. The push around from Jammies. I mean, the guy sets up the same wall they set up on attack. He's like, this feels comfortable. Now we're going to go ahead and do something else around the map. Working together as per usual. Jammies.
We want tim dari mana, Blay? Cilandak.
He's like, no, like we were ever going to lose that one. What's the setup here? Across the map, it's split. We do have the spike right now away from the rest of U-turn, so expect this one to be drawn out a bit and a bit more of a default play from U-turn Gaming.
Also note that Lakia is the only one without a rifle or a Spectre even, right? He's only got the
Are
Sheriff.
they focusing his ult here? Yeah, he's getting ult.
And that's, this is like full-on entry, full-on commit, right? They've got the Rolling Thunder. They have the Showstopper as well. There was a recon mission to try to grab that ult orb to get Lakia's ultimate online, and they've succeeded, right? So box one on this to-do list checked. There's still a long way to go, though.
Okay, taking down the wall, always imperative. If a wall is in your game, put a hole in it, people. Make that Sage sweat a little bit. Never just leave the wall up. That's weird. That's weird. Tips for all. PSA. Oh, baby.
And it wasn't with the Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder was actually elsewhere. The Paranoid is going to follow up. Lakia gets a kill onto Effie's anyway. Zelsis somehow has gotten behind him. Spots parry, denies any other entry, and that includes the Spike. Now that sideline has been given up. Now Solo's going to work his way in.
Ambil makan ya?
Oh. 1 HP.
Ulah, bukan ngambil makan.
Looking to make something happen. There's a gravity well. Vanity dodging. Fancy footwork around the utility to try to keep him back. As the spike has gone down. Keep an eye on Perry on the minimap. Work in the middle is also good for one. Lockdown on top of the Viper's Pit. They are fully committing to taking this site back. Lakia has to back up the op with 1 HP. Doesn't matter. He's good for it. Eventually gets cleaned up. Jamie's one as well. The defuse is there. Suggest playing just on the other side. Suggest good for one. Surely giving me a heart attack. Along with the rest of North America, as it looked like he was going to do it, but no, Zelsis is able to get the defuse. Version 1 get to 8. This thing's going back and forth, Riv.
The intensity with which version 1 needed to retake that site was seen in the ultimate usage. Literally on the front doorstep of everything that was happening once they could get into position, and V1 throwing it down. Newturn doing such a nice job of breaking these sites open, getting in. I love the rolling. I love the rolling.
What are you doing? Buset, buset. Buset, diterakin langsung buffer nih, gue bangsat paniti.
Love the rolling thunder coming in.
Wasn't sure. Yeah.
Unintentional reposition of the Killjoy turret, which then didn't activate as much on people running in. So it was Zelsis not getting as much information on what was happening. Unintentional, but still a really neat aspect of that last round. And Vanity. Vanity being Vanity. You know, hyping it up, spicing things up as well. And he has some questions for his opponents.
So if your version here. Yeah, well,
caster nggak netral. Ini apa sih kok jadi begini-begini sih? Internet gue lancar ini.
If you're new turn here.
Okay, I'm new turn.
You just saw a heavy investment of you.
Gue refresh dulu kali ya.
Really, what are you looking to do here, Riv? Ideally, just take a couple of weapons away from V1?
Honestly, it would hopefully be more than that. But they know this is one of those pivotal rounds that can start to swap the game back and forth. Let's take a look at the econ here as it comes through. That's 2 rounds right now for version 1. So that means it's this round loss is $2,900 on top of Newturn's money. More than enough credits to be purchasing on that side. If version 1 gets reset, they get $1,900, which could actually put them in a spot where they're not finding all of the utility they need, right? That's $2,600 for jammies, if that comes to fruition on this. He purchased a gun this round, $7,200. So there's been a drop already for version 1. You said this round could be pivotal.
Apa Blay, toxic di depan muka, Blay. Cowok dong. Tuh, lo kalau toxic depan muka begitu, Blay.
Betul. Nggak pakai second account.
Iya.
Spike is down though.
Nggak pakai nama seseorang gitu-gitu ayangnya.
Iya, nggak pakai nama seseorang.
Like
kayak Ardiansyah.
Emang Ardiansyah itu?
The heaviness
dari mana lu?
of the moment as these teams are just quietly playing through, understanding that this is a pivotal round.
Gini deh, bener nggak?
As they try to stay in the upper bracket here in Masters Reykjavík. For new turn, they've tested the waters B, they cleared some stuff out, and they invested a little bit as well.
Ini apaan sih? Owen Muhammad bangsat banget. Nutur cahaya Asia, nutur pelindung Asia, nutur pemimpin Asia. Gitu ya Owen.
You're working through sewers, you're trying to take some of the middle of the map away. That has not been the case at all year. was terrifying. That was jump scare stuff right there.
I was not ready for that. I'm glad the players are still vibing right now because, man, this is intense. All right, coming back, testing the water. Penny says one, Blade Storm out.
It's a fake, though. It's a fake, though. Solo's going to invest the lockdown, but the spike is still on the other side. It's Vanity who's alone. Yeah, Zelsis is close by.
I feel like this is one of Vanity's judge situations, but he's got the Phantom.
Zelsis backed up. I don't think Zelsis spotted him. But the trigger discipline is good for one. Vanity from, Zelsis from up top gets it as well. Nobody bites on the fake. The clock is going to expire without the spike going down. A couple of members still alive on the side of New Turn. Of course, as I say that aloud, gets cleaned up, but we're tied up at 9 apiece. Version 1 from Finances should be sitting pretty.
That it should. We did see that, a bit of a round where New Turn wants to get the spike down. They run in a bit willy-nilly without having too much to invest, keeping the econ for further rounds now that we are 9-9. Noticing Penny did go down. That operator is now in the hands of Lakia on the other side. He has been focusing quite a bit for the team to be getting these frags. We saw his Sovas on Ascent, his plays before on Haven. He is somebody to definitely get the impact frags for the team. And instantly walled off as you saw them play that to be a quick smoke play, but didn't work. He was trying to hit the utility window that version 1 uses.
And again, a quiet start to this round, as you mentioned, the Viper's Wall delaying some of that initial aggression from New Turn. They do have the From the Shadows in the hands of Perry, and we've seen him use that for info gathering really every time this map, excuse me. Now we'll see how things play out. Is V1, V1's not getting a lot of information here either, Riv. This is very much like a wait, patiently see things out. Look at where Jammies is right now. I often call that the discipline corner, right? Because it's rare. You have to, when you're dashing across site to get entry on A, you have to look there, and it's actually kind of sickening how frequently that box goes unchecked.
And it's a perfect play here from what could be from Penny as he draws the attention. Jammies has a field day. Yeah, that was pretty loud. Breach has some big old feet. So they're going to get themselves into a slight position here. And this is where we saw New Turn as well, kind of leaving the map open. They're like, you know, middle of the map's open. Let's play it. And now it's going to be that play towards the A Heaven side. Effie's ready and waiting.
They are committing on to the site. The discipline corner, they don't check it! Jammies gets too lucky and stuffs the barrel of the op in his mouth to clean him up, but with 4 seconds left, they've got to hurry up. He's getting delayed, he's not gonna have time. The gravity wall keeps him off. Perry's not able to get the spike planted. Version 1 take the lead.
Wah, gila. Version 1.
New Turn with a bit of a pause strat there. They balk once they get into vents, and it seemed like it was almost reminiscent of a New Turn double pump, back and forth, and then hit. But they kind of said, all right, well, now is the time to go. And the first people jumping in are all looking at the same thing. No one really had a corner to look at. It was kind of just in the moment, which meant there wasn't as much utility usage as there could have been. And all A entry from Heaven is a little weird, too, to regain.
Yeah. So oftentimes when you see teams approach, have that style like New Turn just did, it's intended to cause questioning on the defensive half and to make them unsure about themselves. But the discipline that we've seen out of version 1 to maintain their angles, to not give up an inch, and to be patient, not aggressively peek a corner, has been what's really made this approach from New Turn ineffective, entirely ineffective.
They've been able to keep the operator in hand. Tiny little jump peaks here, going over towards A. Is that Solo figuring out what's going on, getting the info for the team. He just Solo called for a smoke. He wants to see if that will draw any more attention from somebody across the map, as the rest of the team of New Turn now works it over towards mid. Looks like they will finally meet up with Solo. The captain, the kind of that brain they listen to is Suggest is your captain, your leader there.
So
but yeah, they're making their way back over.
So Effie's puts up that wall up in A heaven, and version 1 rotate off because they have the safety of that. As soon as that wall went up, and as soon as Newturn saw the wall rift, Newturn rotated into A, expecting that version 1 was going to pull off, and they should have a numbers advantage on the site, and that's why they're sticking to it. But the paranoia misses onto Penny. Jammies goes entirely undetected as well. 2 have already dropped on the side of Newturn with 13 seconds left. There's not enough time to go elsewhere. There is no plan B. You've got to commit onto it here. 7 seconds left. Effie's trying to be the last line of defense, but Solo mows his way through what version 1 had set up. Now Vanity and Zelsis are showing up a bit late to the party as the spike goes down. He has the Cosmic Divide, so he's got some utility. He's got a little something. They have a chance.
They've used the Cosmic Divide to get into a site and blast through, but I think without more than 2 viewpoints. Oh my God, Zelsis hits the unhittable shot. Oh my word! It's gonna be Vanity getting Perry in the back. Doug, we always see that trolling and tricking people into firing, but even under recoil control. Woohoo, Zelsis eagle eyes the head off his opponent. 11-9, a gap is created now by split over Newturn, and we're coming up to round 21.
Dude, that was filth. I imagine we're gonna see that again. There was actually so much that was big there. Suggest dying. Zelsis peeking off of his turret. Somehow that happens onto Solo. You think you really hate to see if you're a fan of Newturn, because you look at that and go, really? That shot, that happened?
I rate that harder than Cypher No Hat and Purple Reyna. Boom. That's how hard that shot is. All right, getting into the next round.
Newturn showing heavy presence towards A, but not peeking out. It's actually Jammies who's got the op here, normally in the hands of Penny. But Jammies has shown he's pretty formidable with it as well. A couple of cloud bursts to deny info. He may, I think he did spot that. I think he spotted Allow.
Here.
Oh, here.
Yep.
Just enough.
Oh man, the pressure, right? The paranoia, the everything is thrown his way, and he has to back up. He has to give that space up.
Little flash dash combo. You always love to see it start off a round. Pressure the opposing team. Let's see if they have a secondary. What's the secondary util now? The first bit of area was gained as we look at Newturn pretty critically here for this round. Seeing that first strat, allowed space to be gained by Allow, and now they'll try to keep coming up. Already the play from Solo towards mid as they hold the rotation too. So waiting on the patience here, but each round has been that last 30 seconds, Doug.
And Riv, it's not even just the Solo getting control. The wall was up from Effie's. They cleared it out, and that pulls Effie's back over because they wanted to go A. The Rolling Thunder comes out on top of the showstoppers. Lakia gets on to Penny. Jammies with the op. Still alive as the spike begins to go down. Solo is still in an excellent spot to cause problems. We mentioned the Cosmic Divide. It's still available here. Effie's also has the res, so you imagine he's going to come over. If they can provide a little bit of cover, there's a chance at something there, but the sight lines are so tight. There's the cover that I was talking about. The Cosmic Divide comes up, but they still have to try to peek around that res. They bring Penny online. Lakia is so tempted to work around it, and he doesn't do it, but Allow does. Solo drops as Allow with the Blade Storm gets snatched out of the sky, not able to provide any impact. The paint to that Lakia, the flash on to suggest a round win for Newturn. Oh my gosh!
Amazing stuff. The Cosmic Divide not ruffling the feathers of Newturn all that much. Knowing it would allow version 1 onto the site, they just set up to watch version 1. And the shots they were able to make, the plays they were able to hit. Beautifully done on that stop there. And overall, Doug, this got me laughing because what other ultimate can you throw the Rolling Thunder at than Showstopper? If 3 doesn't give a crap if she's concussed in there, she's still hitting a big rocket shot. So that amount of chaos just does not leave you any choice. I love that play from Newturn.
Tadi satu
Very well
kali
played indeed, and that's going to bridge the gap down to 1 round lead for version 1. As you see, Jammies has invested the Viper's Pit right off the bat to control.
Harus ditambah lagi 1,5K ya.
Imagine we'll see a wall from
untuk
Effie's
melawan
presumably
kutukan
either across
Mansen.
mid or entry past mail. And what that really does is that's forcing Newturn into a spot where it's like, all right, dude, Do you have the balls to push into the Viper's Pit? Probably not. Do you want to work through the wall? You don't know what's on the other side. So they have to funnel A towards B into garage. And look at all the utility, right? They're even set up to where when allowed dashes across, which is a very common entry for Jet. Where's she dashing into? All of the utility, all of the nanoswarms, everything that's there. With that in mind, they're still considering hitting it, but there's just no easy entry in, Rev.
And also, we have not mentioned it much throughout this. Obviously, Vanity's Astra, Harry's Omen, but you also see what the Astra's doing to stop the flow of play along with Sage Orbs, along with everything else they can throw in there. It's not just an Omen smoke.
Nggak jadi muter dia. Cuma Vanity ngambil posisi di B-man.
Being able to gravity well.
Nggak dicek nih biasanya.
Penny's been there the whole time, never move an inch, finds the first one.
Oh my gosh, it's a meat grinder. Oh Vanity rip up the shreds.
Lo lihat Vanity Blay, lo lihat langsung di-cut anjing.
That Viper's Pit at the beginning, the process of elimination for Newturn to understand we can't go anywhere else except right into version 1's lap, and that puts them at map point, that puts them at series point.
The way version 1 takes control, and still at this level, their opponent is just dumbfounded at the moment when they walk around the corner, is one of the reasons they're here. When you're amazing the casters, when you're amazing everybody else, and you're pulling out stuff like this, it's just the wow factor, and it's a consistent thing coming from version 1, and it might allow them to topple their opponents in Newturn here in this game point.
Dude, I could break down that round. I could talk about that round for probably an hour. There was just so much that version 1 did well, but now Newturn, they've got the lockdown ready to go. They're leaning towards A as they fight to keep this map alive. Map 2 went into overtime, and this looks like it very well could as well. But for Newturn, you've got to come up big. You've got to come up real big. You see the investment of utility already, right? Like, they've invested the Roomba, now they've invested the lockdown, and because of that, look at how version 1 are creeping across the middle of the map. The Sage Wall has blocked off mid. Vanity has full control of ropes and vents. They have defensive spawn as well. They know where they're going. And for Newturn, they're going to have to push their way into it. Effys gets detained. Are they going to hunt him down? Vanity's there with the bait, but Lakia wins it anyway. He's going to get
Oh my god!
As Lakia, or excuse me, as version 1 are down to 2 members remaining. Now it is Zellsis, and it is Penny. I'm going to call Zellsis one of their star duelists because up until this point, that's what he has played. But now, on the Killjoy, can you have the same effect?
Penny onto Perry, 3v2. Still a decent amount of time to get over to the spike, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening on this round 4v1.
Huh. Yeah, they're just going to pull off. Zellsis will try to save whatever weaponry he can into the next round. As you see, members of Newturn, both Suggest and Lakia are going to carry a rifle in as well. And Riv, we find ourselves at this pivotal juncture yet again, where we're 1 round away from overtime.
OT for me, please. Let's see it. Oh my word, what a game so far. And, the play, honestly, maybe just losing the moment of what was going on. Be able to grab somebody on it could, you know, it's a bait. We got to detain. But to not be able to play off of what you're trying to set up on your opponent and just fall prey to everything they wanted, it's not a good look. We get 1 from each though, right? Version 1's round before that slaughtered Newturn. Newturn bringing it right back to him, delivering the same medicine. As now the setup across the map does put Penny with the operator on B. You have Effys over near Heaven of B, under there just to get the slows on. So this is your stop power over here on the B site.
Oh,
now they know there's an op though.
Yeah, dude, and you see that smoke to deny that exact play right there. The wall goes up, and you think it's you have a little bit more freedom. You would think to swing around that and get the ult orb, but the smoke from Perry buys enough space for them to get that ult orb into their pocket, and now they're going to turn their attention over to A with just under a minute left on the clock. They have the showstopper. Perry's going to have his From the Shadows as well.
I would love to see that From the Shadows go towards the back with the showstopper following.
Yep.
Almost immediate chaos once again. They're going to hold everything for now. Showstopper is actually going into Heaven. Sorry, into sight, I should say. And that's going to be Zellsis going down to start.
Zellsis was the only one on the site. They invested a considerable amount to get on there. We mentioned the showstopper. We mentioned the From the Shadows. Those have been used. But version 1 are still in a decent spot to be able to take this thing back. Penny has an operator. that's a big kill. Suggest needs to win that. My gosh, Suggest needed to win that. Vanity on the rope. Literally on the rope, manages to win that gunfight to bring us down to 4 apiece. Version 1.
Ini kalau kalah gara-gara Suggest ya asli.
You're gonna have to go soon. Allow takes care of Penny. It was a dogfight in disguise as Lakia is good for 1 as well. Solo playing around it. No, he gets smoked down through the smoke.
Vanity ngamuk play.
Perry in a great spot. Lakia's in a good spot as well. Baby, if it wasn't enough the first time, we're doing it again. We're going to overtime.
It's exactly what we need to see from these two teams. The caliber of play.
Wah, tapi Suggest fix sih dikeplak kemarin dia. Dikeplak nih Suggest asli.
I cannot wait to see what they even pull out in these overtime
Sama
rounds.
orang ditali kan.
Neutron was going through in map 1. Made this series, Doug, we have to recap. Made this series seem like it was version 1's from the beginning. But that was never the case. Neutron knew they could come back. They had the strats. At times they had made version 1 play their game. And now both teams, again, like you said, meet each other in the overtime. It's now, is it the up? Do they bring it back out? They will not. It's going to be full buys all around with rifles, full armor, as they're not leaving anything to chance. Tactical timeout here coming in from Neutron to start off our overtime round. But will it be version 1 entering this tournament with the sub of Jammies, surprising the world? Or the Kingslayers of Korea move on the upper bracket, taking down Damwon Kia to get here, taking down Vision Strikers to get here, and showing a lot of potential and power doing it.
Dia judi surat rumah,
It couldn't have ended any other way.
No, absolutely not.
Gua judi
I think
pacar.
the one thing that we have to keep in mind here is as we go into overtime, as we think about how each side played out for both teams, version 1 were very effective on the attacking half, right? You remember it was a 6-6 half, which is not common on split. That means they have really had something good going for them on the attacking side. Now version 1 is going to be starting the overtime on attack.
Saya match pertama sih anjing match pertama kayak.
We'll see what kind of adjustments they have to make.
Gua ngerti lagi sih match pertama goblok banget.
Version 1 showed that got them to 6-6 half.
And this is where you get
Turun tuh main Dylan tuh udah kebiasa Blay asli.
Everybody looks at you.
Dia turun di Korea, so turun Dylan.
Everybody looks at how you're playing these rounds out because it's now up to you. It's not up to what the econ is providing you this round. You're not out of a molly. What will you be able to do with everything? And that's one of the parts I love is these are the strats these teams have orchestrated for OTs. It's kind of like the penalty shot. What do they have? What secret is it to get that one round in their favor?
Okay, so slight adaptation, but a similar look from Neutron early on. The fault line into garage, the smoke from Perry to deny information, but it's a slight miss. So Vanity's actually able to check that back corner that's been so problematic for Vanity and for the rest of V1 on that first half. Now they have full control there. Yes, Zelsis dropped. We'll see what Vanity can do to exploit things. And oh my gosh, Jammies has as well.
Great push there as they were coming back, able to get up and get a bit on a Zelsis and Jammies.
That's a terrifying crossfire.
Vanity's still working it. The crossfire in A2 as well by Neutron, terrifying. It's going to be tough for this to actually make something work. Great positioning by version 1 here, but yeah, that's a difficult one.
Riv, that Arumba somehow didn't detect the two members of V1 as they pushed through, and now they're actually coming in from behind. There's an excellent pinch because of what Vanity was able to do, but Vanity has to come up big here. He's already gotten one. But he's in a 1v3. Yeah, he's going to get cleaned up. The concerns that we had about Neutron on the defensive half have for now been stifled as they take the lead.
Woo. See what happens here as we check the replay. Oh my word. That kind of play, it puts a smile on my face because it's in the mind of your opponent. And that's how you always have to be playing. The moment you're thinking, I need to nade, I need to move up, you're already 2 steps behind your opponent. You always need to be thinking, are they moving? What are they doing? And yeah, they're moving. Here comes Allow.
Full-on aggression, but again, it's a bait. You see Allow has made a whole lot of noise towards A, but the spike is quietly making its way towards B. And Riv, I mentioned the discipline that version 1 showed in regulation, but now they've hit really hard on the early aggression. So Neutron's going to be able to get onto B really for free unless Zelsis
membuat gua bagaikan taruhan.
What else does he have left in him?
Quick turret up.
Fuck.
Flanked now by Allow. waiting very, very patiently for any noise. They're not going to give it to him just yet. It looks like the flank won't be had by version 1 as they come back into the site here, but it is going to be Zelsis watching for Allow as here comes the retake ever so slowly.
They're waiting for Jamies to show up. Now Jamies has joined the fold, but Allow, as you said, is on the flank. Might cause a problem. No, Penny highlights this time around as, my goodness, it very well may be happening. Zelsis drops one, but what else can he do? No, ladies and gentlemen, bow down to your Korean overlords as they take down North America and they advance.
Adapting, finding the ways in. Oh no!
Oh gila, itu panitia. Headsetnya panitia gitu. Maksudnya.
Woo, well, you know what? I hear that. I hear that. What a game. Version 1 taken down by the Kingslayers coming out of Korea. New Turn Gaming. And they did it in fierceful, aggressive fashion after their first mishap on Haven.
And Penny there, like, dude, how many times has Penny been good in that moment, right? Like, peeking through with the not able to land at this time, and Zelsis, while he tried getting his back, he was able to get one. It just wasn't enough. The aggression that we saw out of Neutron in overtime really took care of business, and you can tell, man, the boys, they're riding on Cloud 9 right now. You saw the ears cut off. We've seen a couple of references to that already. And it's all in good fun, don't get me wrong, but man, Neutron is so good right now.
And this could be, or will be now, a lower bracket run. Version 1, if they can make it happen. There's the love. Everybody's so happy. Lakia representing Korea. We saw a lot of big plays from him. At the end of the day, all of New Turn came together. The tag pause jumps that they were able to come off of after talking it out, figuring out, triaging what was going wrong. Those tag pauses really counted for New Turn Gaming. And the way they started to understand speed and execution after drawing out version 1 across the map is what started to win them a lot of their rounds on Ascent. And I think that on Haven, and I think that started to churn into what they did on Ascent and even more on Split.
Yeah, you can feel like this death ball, right, starting to roll up, much like we saw against Sharks, and it was certainly closer than it was against Sharks.
But the outcome really was the same, right?
There's so much that Neutron can build off of here, because think about the storylines heading into this. We've talked about this on the desk. How good is Korea at a tactical FPS? You know, they're very good in other games, but much like North America, the region has been really down. So for Neutron, that's such a big win. For them to find themselves here, they were one of those like dark horses, right? Who they're just on the cusp. They can make a deep run and
kejadian tuh yang bapak-bapak marah-marah
I always thought they were definitely a strong team. Scrimbucks or not, what people are saying. Looking at the utility usage of Korea, I mean, you rolling Thunder to Showstopper. It's like an extra blast pack for the Rays. I love seeing that. Spice it up. Let's go. They definitely came out deserving that win.
Absolutely did. What a series. Neutron is going to advance to play the other North American team in Sentinels, while version 1 is still alive. As you mentioned, there's an opportunity Stash is going to be standing by with Neutron suggest to break down this epic matchup in our Verizon post-match
10.000 dari Bagas Pilar. Pesan, kasihan Vanity di roasting. Hahaha.
Kasihan Vanity di roasting, ya anjing, gila di roastingnya begitu lagi. Gara-gara pakai headset begitu nanti gini gunting-gunting lagi. Buset, parah banget anjing. Wah, gue udah gak ngerti lagi sih. Gue kalau jadi Vanity sih, wah gila. Ini apa sih baper ya anjing? Thread gue gak kenapa-napa loh.
Aku nggak baper tapi.
Berarti thread gue dong?
Iya.
Belum bayarin thread, gue gak ada duit. Saja. Aduh.
Rp10.000 dari Supriyanto. Pesan, GW yakin BGT ini V1 di split 100%, Mansen.
Blay, sumpah splitnya V1 jago banget, Blay. Udah nggak ada otak, Blay. Splitnya V1 tuh jago banget.
Terus kenapa lu bet?
Lah, ya gue percaya V1 menang.
Ya,
Apa? Kan kong kali kong.
Beseran lah ya, udah speechless gue. Nih Blay, katanya cewek selalu bener, tapi begini nih nasib gue nih. Lu pikir dah. Cewek selalu benar, kagak ada nasibnya kayak gini nih.
V1 kurang sen di split, jago dia, buset. Gue 2 kali ngeliatin V1 main di split, nge-comeback cuy.
First NA.
Iya, orang ini pikan map dia.
Ada yang ngegas, Mansen predik fanatik anjing.
Pokoknya di fanatik extend, gue ngeliat yang persenannya rendah, anjing gue bet, gue udah gak punya poin lagi ngentot.
Harga diri
gua,
mana
guys. Udah kangen lagi harga diri anjing. Oh nggak ada otak nih.
Pada masih nyimpen alamat Mansen kan, sampai dia kagak ngebet fanatik datengin Blay asli.
Ya apaan nih? Kok lu pada nyuruh gua ngebet fanatik sih bangsa? Mansen nggak boleh bet extend. Lu ngapa jadi ngatur gua pada lu? Woi anjing lu ya. Gua bakal ngepredik yang persenannya kecil. Gua mau mendadak kaya pokoknya, tau nggak lo? Gua mau beli Bitcoin anjing.
Perlu makan
Sen demi saya, Sen. Demi Bitcoin gua bangsat. Blay, Bitcoin gua sisa dikit, Blay. Sisa 80 Bitcoin gua.
Ya Allah. Udah cuma dapat 1 slot ya saya ya di sini ya. Nasibnya di tangan Mansen. Coba sudah sedih banget.
Berkorban demi saya pride, Sen. Anjing, gua bener-bener dikira kutukan, ngentot lu pada ya.
Extend latihan sehari berbelas-belas jam. Tur nih susah-susah, bersengit-sengit kemarin. Sekarang hari ini nasibnya di tangan Mansen, Blay.
Udah, gua nggak predik extend menang pokoknya.
Ya Allah, kesian
Blay, saya di
banget.
tangan lu, Blay, please lah. Wah, lu pada gila bego asli.
Kasihan Mansen, asli. Gua nggak ngerosting lu lagi deh, cuma asli pikirkan dengan bijak Mansen.
Apaan pikirkan dengan bijak, ngentot lu pada pikir dengan bijak anjing. Gua mau ngepredik apa dibilang yang gua predik gak bakal menang. Anjing banget lu pada.
Pahala lu ntar gede di surga, Mansen.
Oke, nih gini deh. Kalau like-nya 1,5, gua bakal predik fanatik biar extend menang.
Tuh, nasib saya dipindahin ke tangan 1.100 orang.
Nasib saya ada di tangan lu pada, Blay. Ayo lo.
Dipindahin tanggung jawab.
Nasib fanatik ada di tangan lu pada. Kalau sebelum gua nggak bakal ngeliat persenan lagi, gua bakal ngeliat like gua doang. Kalau like gua 1,5K, gua ngepredik fanatik. Kalau di bawah 1,5K, gua ngepredik extend anjing.
Bro, Blay, nasib saya Blay Indo saya pres Blay. Ya Allah.
Nggak ada di tangan gua, Blay, sekarang, Blay. Saya pride. Ada di tangan lu pada. Ayo.
Dipindahin bebannya. Yo bangunin ibu bapak emak nenek. Coba mak lu dibangunin ya. Mak mau bangun. Kenapa? Like YouTube Mansen. Soalnya nasib saya di tangan mama.
Masa iya gue beli like sama Pandu.
Dia tahu nggak ya, kayak misalkan extend with Amit kalah ya, terus dia gara-gara Mansen pilih extend gitu, terus ntar dia seumur hidup kayak, ya Allah gue salah apa ya, latihan udah, usaha udah kan, terus gue kalah, ya Allah sial banget hidup gue gitu. Ternyata gara-gara Mansen anjing. Coba bayangkan. Oh, sedih banget. Mansen.
700k like lagi, beli buset banyak amat 700k like. Lu beranakin like apa gimana beli 700k like?
Nasib saya baik.
Tenturunin apa ke 1,2k aja? Enggak ada. Lu mau lihat day 1 2k, day 2 2k, day 3 1,5k. Masa day 4 1,2k, Blay? Wah, lu sih parah lu pada ya. Oh, kita lihat
I nge-like pakai 3 account-nya. Asli demi saya nih.
25.000 dari Imangki. Pesan, sorry Blay mitos GW kalau tim Asia nonton di stream lu kalah haha. Maaf kali ini GW enggak lihat lu dan
sorry Blay mitos gue kalau tim Asia.
진짜 여태까지 제일 재밌는 경기를 보여준 것 같아요. 지금 이 현재 하고 있는 대회 모든 경기를 통틀어도 오늘만큼 재밌는 경기는 없던 것 같아요.
I'm super excited, and even from a viewer's perspective, I think we showed the fans the most exciting game of Masters so far, not just today, but throughout the tournament.
As a viewer myself, I think I can confirm that notion, but as you might be riding high right now, I have to imagine how you were feeling coming out of the first map on Haven. It was a bit of a crushing defeat. However, that said, there were a couple really good rounds, and it felt like you specifically suggest were leading the charge when it came to the energy for the team. But how did you guys recover between map 1 and map 2?
1번 맵은 조금 아쉽게 패배를 하셨었는데요. 1번 맵 끝나고 나서 어떤 마음가짐으로 2번 맵에 임하셨고, 특히 2번 맵에서는 서지 선수가 직접 나서서 좀 많은 킬을 하는 장면들이 나왔었는데 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하셨었나요?
일단은 기본적으로 저는 첫 번째 맵은 너무 저희가 준비가 많이 안 됐어요.
Fnatic versus Extend
팀들에 대한 조합에 좀 저희가 많이 밀리는 조합이라 솔직히 첫 번째 경기는 많이 좀 밀리면서 솔직히 그냥 다 털어버리고 이 경기 잘하자라는 생각밖에 없었어요.
I think for map 1, we really weren't ready for the comp that V1 brought into Haven. Having said that, after game 1, we just let it go and we decided not to think about it and continue on with map 2 and 3.
That seemed to work, and as you speak about composition, that's where my next question lies. And it's kind of across both maps, particularly there on Ascent. I saw the major difference being that you guys ran Sky, which gives you some flash and blinding capabilities, whereas version 1 didn't seem to run any. Carry that over across many of the maps that we've seen North America play, and they seem to favor Astra far more than the Korean region. So I'm just kind of curious your take overall on the meta and which agents are necessary.
Hari ketiga
요원 조합 관련돼서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데
sama-sama jet player.
어센트 같은 경우에는 스카이를 활용하시면서 이제 플래시가 있는 요원을 선택을 하셨고 반면에 B1은 그렇지 않았고요. 그리고 전반적으로 NA 지역은 아스트라라는 요원을 굉장히 선호하는 것 같은데 한국은 좀 그렇지 않은 것 같아요. 아직 메타가. 그래서 이런 전반적인 요원 메타에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단은 저희가 유럽 북미와 다르게 스카이랑 이제 좀 플래시 캐릭터들 많이 쓰는 이유는 일단 어센트는 맵이 넓고 시간을 쓰면 쓸수록 양쪽 사이드를 세게 막아야 되는 그거라 정보가 많이 필요해요. 근데 스카이랑 소바라는 두 개의 요원을 동시에 사용하면서 수많은 정보들을 얻으면서 좀 더 수비하기 편하게 가져가려고 이렇게 조합을 쓰는 것 같고 아스트라는 한국도 많이 쓰는 것 같아요.
Yeah.
So for Ascent, it's a map where we have to defend, like these long areas on A main and B main. And so it's great to have Sova and Sky who can both bring us information. It's not just because of the flash, but because the flash can tell us whether someone is there or not. And as for Astra, I actually think Korea is adopting Astra a lot now. So I think the meta is changing in Korea.
Right, it's great to see how the regions kind of mix and who's picking up different tips and tricks from others. Finally, we have to talk about the final map split. Again, going to overtime, 12-12. We get the tack pause, the final tack pause of the match. What was discussed in that moment for you guys to push it forward and take the victory?
Hidup Extend! Extend menang!
네, 어떤 이야기가 왔다 갔었는지
Mama
좀
bangga nak sama
궁금합니다.
kamu. Semoga kau bisa jadi
그때는 일단 저희는
Aku kelakuan terbaik mama.
뭔가를 하지
juga
말고
kagak ngaruh
그냥
anjing.
안정하게 그냥
Terus
기본적으로
tiba-tiba
자기 막는
disuruh
데서 잘
pulang.
막으면은 무조건 이기겠다 해서
Kenapa nak
그렇게
kamu
했는데
tidak
또
jadi
저기
bertanding?
라키아 선수가
Iya soalnya
기가 막히게
Mansen udah
잘해줘가지고
milih kita mah.
이겼습니다.
Jadi mohon
So
maaf
for the
aku
last
harus
map,
menghancurkan
for that timeout,
mimpi mama.
we were discussing let's not go overboard
Parah
and do
banget
something that
kamu.
we're not used to doing. But on the other hand, let's do our default and then see what we can do from there. Play it safe. And
Dia gagal
Lakia
membahagiakan
had some
kedua
amazing
orang
kills early on
tuanya
in
Mansen.
those few
Tega
rounds.
kamu
So
lihat kayak gitu.
that's how we won.
Sticking to comfort and
Extend
coming in
menang
clutch.
ini,
Final question
Blay.
is looking ahead. Your
Buset,
next
gak percaya
opponents, as you've
banget
already
sama gue,
shattered
Blay.
expectations of many by
Extend
taking down 1
100%
North
menang,
American team
Blay.
in version 1.
Jago
You go
banget
up against
dia.
the number 1 seed in Sentinels. I just want to get your thoughts ahead of that matchup.
이제 NA 지역 2번 시드 버전 1을 오늘 이기셨는데요. 다음 경기는 센티널즈와의 경기입니다. 기대되시나요?
이게 좀 예의가 없을 수도 있는데
Blay,
저는 일단
nggak ada di tangan gua,
하나만
Blay.
보고
Sekarang
왔기
ada di
때문에
tangan lu pada.
다 예상됐어요. 이렇게 올라오는 거는.
So
Website
this might be
petisi
a little
mana petisi?
disrespectful, but we came here to face Sentinels, and this was all, we were expecting this matchup.
Well, we welcome
Udah
the
dia ngomong
disrespect
thank you,
in that
Extend,
regard. Again, you
anjing.
put on such a show today, and what a comeback it was, Suggest. So congratulations on your 2-1 victory. So well deserved. Can't wait to see that in the next
Blay,
matchup.
kurang
For
150
now, though,
doang,
we're gonna
Blay.
do a break. When we come back, it's Fnatic.
Cuma kurang 150 deh, 1368. Kurang 132 lagi.
Gue udah nge-like pakai 5 account, termasuk account kantor, termasuk account yang dipakai sama Mansen buat komen di live chat channel-channel yang dia sebel.
Apaan gentot? Sejak kapan tuh ada begitu-begituan tuh?
Ada anjing. Nanut alay banget. Pinjem account kamu.
Mana pernah ngentot?
Pernah anjing.
Kapan kontol?
Udah lama banget. Udah kali 2 tahun lalu, awal-awal kenal udah. Enggak, Mansen
NTK.
bukan ada account. 2 yang ada.
Ternyata begini Mansen si penghancur Asia, goblok. Aduh, kan kontol. Dari tadi gue udah nggak naro copyright, kesetel kontol.
Kamu mute.
Lupa.
Ente Mansen. Emang kalau satu lagu nggak selesai kena juga?
Kena
Berapa detik?
Ah, udah lama tadi. Aduh.
10.000 dari fansboy Soulcast, pesan, bukannya yang mau babang Soulcast ya Blay.
Bukannya MVP babang Soulcast ya bang. MVP dia anjing. Buat tim lawan. Aduh.
Mansen.
Apa?
Tapi Fanatik kan mainnya rapi.
Persetan nyentot.
Ya ampun.
Lu lihat no dari ke first blood-nya 25, buset.
Aggressive because we have seen when they were playing against the NA scene, Derke was getting a little bit outgunned in those matchups against Tennis and Shazam. So we're gonna see how that goes. But in general, I'm very excited about this match because Fnatic so far in our VCT Masters Reykjavík only played on 2 maps. They played only on Icebox and Haven. We're gonna most likely see those 2 maps appear against X10 as well. But if not, then we're gonna see some maybe new strats coming from Fnatic, because I know Boaster had some extensive preparations made for this tournament in general.
Yeah, now one would think that Boaster would be, like licking his wounds from that loss against Sentinels, but apparently that was not the case, because today he sent out a tweet. If we could go ahead and show it on screen, he's ready to go. He's looking to dance on these fools, Achilleos. Look at the form.
Boy. Okay. I mean, I like it. I like that we're just seeing them kind of like go back and forth, and that we're using the walkouts now as a form of trash talk. I mean, Patty kicking things off with his just, gorilla leap out of the smoke and everything was just phenomenal. So I'm liking that we're seeing more and more teams and players kind of having fun with that moment and whatnot. So
yeah.
It's good. I mean, it's good to see the Boaster's keeping, he's keeping his spirits high. This is not going to be a free win by any means, going up against X10. So as long as he can still stay focused while he's having fun, on Twitter, then I think Fnatic will be okay.
Very true. They are going to have to stay focused here, Veli, because X10, hands down, have exceeded expectations. This Thai team is doing their region proud.
You know what? I actually think that there can be an actual upset coming in this series. Lothar was talking about the head-to-head, right? Durka, and you also have Patafan. The thing is, Durka, he just keeps moving forward and doesn't stop. He is overly aggressive, like my man Lothar said, but Patafan, what we saw in Icebox, he was consistently on the other side of the map, and that's the clip I'm talking about right there.
Witness me.
He's not alone. He's gonna have support. Exactly. So if Patafan starts to really feel himself and he pushes enemy lines, it's gonna be a clash of those 2 titans for both of those teams.
Patipan jago banget, Blay. Nggak ada obat Patipan.
Their audibles are not as good as people think they are. I think
8 juta % X10 menang,
well, for those of
Blay.
you guys at home, those are some bold words from Veli, by the way. You can check him out on Twitter. Look up Veli. He also can check out at Valorant Esports. It's VeliCast, right? I believe. For VeliCast. So go ahead, give him the shade for the latest news, highlights, all the good stuff that you love to see in Valorant. Also, you can participate in our daily predictions, and the fans voted, and no shocker here, Fnatic to win this one. Let's go down the line quickly, though. Achilles, I'll start with you. Do you agree with our audience?
I disagreed very heavily in the last series. Obviously, it came out on top. I was correct there. But this time I will be backing them. I think that Fnatic should be able to take this, but I think it's going to be a close series, 2-1.
Okay, a 2-1 series there. Lothar, do you share that same thought?
2-0 Fnatic menang, entar.
Well, I nailed the previous prediction with my 52% towards Newton, you know. But I'm going to say this is going to be a hard win by Fnatic. Since
bener kan dari kegat itu parah, dari kejago banget Blay. Lagi Patipan.
Of what was actually happening in the game, and I'm sure they're gonna pick up their act and clean it up.
Yeah, and I went against my own rules there, but we also got Veli. What's your vote? And then we'll finish it off with Lothar and the graphic there.
Oh, it's fine, man. My vote's definitely going to be Fnatic as well. I said what I said about Fnatic. I still think, you know, their plan C sometimes and plan B kind of gets messed up because they run in for those gunfights. But yeah, X10, they're going to have to really bring it.
Yeah, and no shocker, again, you know, just for our graphics team, Lothar did go with Fnatic. If he had gone with X10, though, can you imagine how the internet would have responded? I mean,
Fix Patipan ngebantai abis ini. Gue setuju banget sama lo, Nobody. Gue percaya banget sama lo. Gue setuju sama lo. Udah pasti Patipan ngebantai semuanya. Wah, Freddy kene. Wah, Freddy kene.
And Hypoc, floor is yours.
Well, it has been a bit of a day so far. How are we meant to top what we just saw, Hypoc? What a series that was. And now an elimination game in front of us between Fnatic and X10.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to follow that up. I mean, I'm still kind of speechless. The green room was somewhere to be for that one. But moving on to the next, I actually think we've got a really interesting lineup on our hands. I know the desk we're touching on a couple of things here, but I think this is a really interesting. I know how much you love to discuss this in terms of stylistic matchups here. This is a good opportunity for Fnatic to kind of reset to some kind of comfort zone, right? But X10 with the possibility to mix things up.
Derke sih ayamnya tajam parah. Nggak ada obat Derke.
Let's pay attention.
Tapi masih ada Patipan, Blay. Buset. Lu nggak ngeliat kemarin Patipan? Buset, buset. Mana nih entrance nih? Wah.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. It was a lot of energy, high energy coming in. Okay, fair enough. And I love the way the rest of Fnatic are like, all right, look, we'll just follow behind, no worries. And the same with X10, they're like, all right, we'll keep this serious. But as said, they are showmen. You have two very vocal, very forward-leaning, very happy to be the face of the team. Maybe IGLs, I guess you could call them, the kind of forerunning players between the two, Boaster and Patipan, both making statements throughout their previous games. Now, as much as I love it, and we all do, we sit there, you know, we'll give it a talk through. It's all about what goes on in the server. Now, Patipan had a phenomenal series in their survival game leading up to this one. Now, Boaster has always been good at filling the roles that he plays, but he's not necessarily a pop-off player. You'd argue that's more Durka.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, the desk have maybe some criticisms towards Durka, but I think eyes are going to be on him here in terms of, you know, X10's lack of set plays. I'm going to just touch on the veto hit. No real surprise. We're going to see bind removed. I guess you can probably expect what Fnatic are going to do as well, and that's gone just as expected. So map pool wise here, we do have a little bit of, I guess, grace in terms of the three remaining maps are actually pretty comfortable for both teams. I'd argue actually. I mean, if we were to look a little beyond the challenges and lead up to Masters 2 here, actually, Icebox. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, Icebox coming out first is a solid map for them. Obviously, X10 going to start on the attack as well. And obviously, they did have a very dominant 13-5 over Crazy Raccoons as well. So, it was a decent performance there.
Yeah, Haven coming in for X10. Not fussed by any of this. I feel as though this actually isn't a bad map pool necessarily for X10. People have been saying there is a chance of upset's a strong word. I think anyone here is pretty deserving of position, but yeah. Realistic expectations, Hypoc, where do you see this going? Because the desk was sitting around 2-1s. I think Achilles kind of lent towards that, saying there could be a map here for X10, but the predominant lead was towards Fnatic walking through this, but there is danger to be had here.
There is, and actually, I mean, the order that those 3 remaining maps have come out, it going to Ascent on the decider, I think actually potentially if X10 can force it there, that's their biggest opportunity. I mean, statistically, that is their strongest. Again, if you look a little further beyond challenges and the lead up to Masters 2, they have a great track record there. So that's actually an interesting map veto to come out here. Again, the band itself, not so much of a surprise, but the order here, I think, actually is a big condition.
Something else and something that I think most of the North American fans will remember was seeing just, you know, either Shazam, whoever you want, just backhanding Durka on any attempt of aggression. Now, in EU, you don't really see Durka getting manhandled like that. And I think the big thing for me now is his confidence knocked. Does he still have the guts to go for it again? Does he have to find new looks from the offset? Or X10 even the team to punish that?
Yeah, and I think just about to touch on this briefly before the veto, I think in this series in particular, yes, he's come under a little criticism, but eyes have got to be on him here. Like I said, with X10 and the lack of kind of set plays and I guess you could say as well that just the lack of strength in the default as well. It really relies on Durka to be able to find those opening so it's definitely going to be interesting. Like I said, this is a good opportunity for Fnatic to return to some kind of comfort zone, maybe try and control the pace a little easier than their previous matchups. I mean, coming out of that Sentinel series, I was actually overall pretty happy with the performance of Fnatic. I think Sentinel just excelled. They actually just played a better game overall, but that's not to say Fnatic played poorly at all. All the structure, the fundamentals were still there. The positives were still in place for me for Fnatic.
No, I'm very much with you, and I think most people who, if you step away from the EUNA kind of, you know, fanfare that's going on, could see it was a very good game to watch, honestly, between the both of them. Sentinels, I think at this point, you got to look at them as being, you know, the forerunners as potential winners for the entire thing. I think everyone's coming in. Exactly, and they helped. And they hit every single win condition to put Fnatic down to this point. Now, I also think a lot of people would say that Fnatic were going to lose that series, but maybe bounce back. Now we're going to find out what the agent select is looking like, considering this is brought to you by Prime Gaming. Any standouts here? I feel as though there's not going to be too much surprise from Fnatic, at least for me.
No, there isn't. Again, really looks towards X10 if we're going to see anything coming out. Obviously, Patipan coming onto the Jet. Now, one
Wah Allah, buffer anjing.
talking point is obviously X10 kind of rolling with the breach here on Icebox. Pretty consistent. Udah predictable. Again, success-wise, I'm not all for it, but I mean, if it works for you, it works for you.
Belum bisa predik.
On either side here.
Detik-detik terakhir, Blay.
No, we did.
14.52 nih.
Prediction started.
A little bit of kind of for coming into play in moments on Icebox for X10 previous to now. I mean, it can work.
280 nih, Blay. Gue punya nih, Blay. Gue punya 280 Bitcoin, Blay.
Especially if you've watched Gambit in the past, for example, made it look very viable, and it is a bit of a pocket pick, but not today. We're going to be going into this one and keep in mind, one of these two teams will be going home. This is elimination
Submission
time.
closing
This is where
in
the
1
boys
minute.
come to play. You have Fnatic coming into this on the defending side, and Durka already going to put himself in a little bit of a forward lean, and X10 on the attack.
Fnatic lah menang, gila kali lo.
So no real piece comes through. A couple of sound cues going to be picked up by Durka here with Sushi and Scary hopping up, but
udah pasti Fnatic lah yang menang.
The recon comes through. Crew's going to send through, but Durka and Doma both find kills. The Boaster comes in with a shock dart as well.
First man in, struggling a little. Scary's going to find at least an answer back on Durka, but
yes,
no, too. So Scary and Fox going to try and make something out of this. Wall going to keep them.
Hashtag ayo guys, hashtag terima kasih Mansen.
Gue udah kayak kutukan ngentot, nggak pantas gue hidup.
Terima kasih sayangku, aku makin sayang sama kamu asli. Apapun yang kamu minta, aku penuhin, Mansen. You are so generous.
Gue
nggak ngerti lagi sih mau lu pada.
Magnum and Bosa just going to try and run the clock down a little bit.
Biasa kamu tidak akan dilupakan oleh negara.
Pick up his third on the round. So clean pistol come through again. Durka managed to open that one up with Cruz trying to slip underneath pipes, but good setup from Fnatic to hold on to this. And actually, initially, I love that little slow orb and the shock dart combo actually to pick that kill up on Cruz.
And again, while we're in that beautiful replay, Shout out to the observers. You got Prius, Sapphire, and Yeti taking you through this, and I haven't even seen a single T-Tours in chat. So you know
Makanya.
now, at this point, Fnatic are
Makan apa kamu,
we
Nana?
have to see if there's any damage to be garnered from this round. No individual big
Babat.
success from X10. No one kind of pushed anywhere further forward. Boaster getting, you know, all underway. The couple of kills he picked up going to work out well for him to start off
Makanan
a
gue
bit of a bang.
dibuang.
But Durka
Gimana
happy to once again post up a little on this. Of course, does have the ability to get away after that first bit of contact. But let's see how much he sticks by this.
Mansen cahaya
Speaking
Asia,
first, and there it is. Backs away on 20-ish HP. Should be okay. He doesn't get the heal though, so he's going to be feeling a little worse for wear as Fox does dive on down. So Dirk is now dead, and Fnatic do lose a little control of the site, but the HP on all of X10 is exceedingly low. So there shouldn't be too much danger now.
No, 1 HP.
Lu lihat
12
Patigan.
HP left on Patipan. Will get dealt with there. Mystic going to pick up the final 2. We'll close that one out again. I'm not sure actually. Doma tried to back away from the screen, so I'm not sure if that was a misclick there, and he meant to get the heal off on Durka, but didn't end up mattering anyway. Doma comes back all the way towards default and finds 2 kills of his own to make up for it. A good opportunity here, I guess, with the bonus for maybe Fnatic to
Match
be a little
pertama
more
bukan?
proactive in this round.
Yeah.
No presence really showed over towards mid or B in the first 2, and you can see here already X10 leaning that direction. Gonna leave Sushi Boy, I guess, to maybe get some control of Belt, but Fnatic reading into this now. They're gonna have Durka and Doma actually over towards Boiler here, and maybe towards Kitchen. So
I do want to see that duo finding a little bit more comfort, I guess is the word I'd go for. It does seem there's a pause coming in, so hopefully that's resolved quickly. But between the two, I want to get that synergy going. I saw that little maybe
Sentinel main, Bray.
just kind of misplaced it. But still, I'd love to see those two really synergize.
Udah pausa aja.
Was slightly missing in that Sentinels game, specifically on Icebox. You could see there was a little less lack of cohesion between the two, so if they can get that smoothed out, that'd be a really nice way for them to come back into this. But of course, in this scenario, we're looking at the rifles coming out for X10, and they should be able to do damage here.
I think I mean, Fnatic are going to be tested with kind of how fast and loose X10 like to play some of their buy rounds, and I think with I mean, historically, when we look at Fnatic and when they've struggled regionally, they've been against these very reactive teams who like to try and collapse very quickly. They need to control Patipan in particular in the early rounds to achieve that. I think across any of the way we see these rounds play out, and actually Fnatic during that pause did actually send a third over towards A, so it's only Mystic and Magnum over here, mid wide open right now for the taking.
Yeah, they might be able to punish towards 1 if they manage to catch that Killjoy, but already Patipan is right up middle, and this is the guy that can pop off. If you are wanting to see X10 do damage, you want to see this guy get rolling quick. So already Durka could be in trouble. Lovely work from Patipan.
10.000 dari sok tahu elu. Pesan, mungkin X10 belum panas Blay.
Mungkin Blay.
Giving up the site affair crack, there is utility there, but it is going to be that deeper hold waiting for the
Susah Blay lawan
and it's
Fnatic.
actually not got too much pressure on it, apart from Fox, who turned his attention at the right time. HP's getting dwindled. This is dangerous. They're down to 2 here, Hypok. There is SMGs against them. There was sheriffs. This should not have been this dangerous.
No, nobody from Fnatic able to upgrade just yet, but Mystic still playing all the way deep towards spawn now, actually coming away from Snowman to play a little safer. I like that as well. He's not as easy to corner.
30 seconds left.
And all 3 members of Fnatic now going to stack up around Kitchen. They're just going to try and wait out the plant here. Doma and Magnum actually go creeping. They're going to retake control of a tube here.
Kalau Susi kenapa nggak sniper? Ini dari kemarin sniper ya?
It's going to be
Karena lawan
difficult. I mean,
Fnatic
they've got to
ya.
pick something away from default. The sight lines towards mid just... Yeah, look at it. It's 10 seconds now, and they have perfect angles to prevent this.
There it is,
That's
Magnum.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a bit of heartbreak here. Sushi Boys is in so much danger. Yeah, he's done for. Great work between... I've got to highlight to him, Mystic able to stay alive, keep that presence, but not over-peak, not
Ini kalau kalah pulang.
just enough
Ini lower
room
bracket.
maintaining control, while the other two hit those rotations really well done in the end. And I mean, it's going to be devastating for X10. That round was meant to be the easy one to watch.
Mati tiap round dia.
Yeah, and I mean, this right here, again, find that first is actually disgusting, but you're right. The fact that he comes away from Snowman and regroups, it allows him to kind of not play in a corner where potentially actually X10's weapons are way more deadly at that range. They can play distance, and I really, really like that readjustment. Here is look like X10 wanted to flex out a little bit on B lane, but not gonna get any value for it just yet. A little bit of control for the time being, but Fnatic just going to sit back on this. Only really with the Sheriffs, again, expect Fnatic to try and play distance on this.
Udah selesai ya? Cuma satu game dong Upper Tadi game pertama. Nuturn lawan V1.
Extend sitting for the time being.
Habis ini Liquid lawan KRU.
Durka here. Keeping all under pressure, doesn't give away too much of this. Now going to be in a little bit of a situation, but does manage to back away from this. And again, you can see Fnatic playing quite calm here under pressure. The site has been taken, but postured happily for this retake. Until then, Magnum being a loss is a bit of an issue building, but Mystic bails him out with a stunner. Spins around on a dime, gets 3. And now Pattypan has to dig deep on this. This man has been a huge influence on the success of X10. They could do with it right now. That's going to be a key step in the right direction. Now 2 left. Already spotted out 1 earlier. Gets maybe a glimpse on Doma. Yeah, so he knows where the last 2 players are. He could still do work on this one. But how does he stop this? He can't. Durka plucks him out and says, no, that's 4 on the board for Fnatic.
Really good play with the wall. Actually, it creates this tunnel for Durka to hold. Forces Pattypan to come through and take that angle. Damn, he made it interesting, and that's what we look to in this series, right? Is Pattypan to have rounds like this. Mystic holding things down, though, with these first 3 kills. Absolutely huge. And again, it's only Sheriffs he's up against, but nice nonetheless. That's how things did close out there with that.
Udah kayak ini ya, kayak muka orang-orang pinter tuh loh. Orang-orang genius muka.
Both on the end, it's just like the casual. Yeah.
Nice.
Orang-orang yang tech gitu, teknologi edik gitu loh.
I do want to keep my, my attention drawn towards Durka and how he's approaching.
Muka aku mah ganteng aja.
Get away with a great deal more than he would against, Sentinels, for example. But I do want to see if he's maybe adjusted even coming into this, or if he's going to go back to the way he was playing before. And they put a lot of pressure on the guy, but already a nice mid take. It looks like Pattypan's been able to thread somewhat of the needle, but he needs a shot on Boaster. That's a problem. Sushi Boys does keep his back safe there as Boaster went on that repeat. Nice work from Sushi Boys to double up in middle here.
Pattypan des balik. Ditolongin sama Sushi Boys, cuy.
Biggest criticism you could have would be the strength of this defense, but to have a contingency in place for Pattypan to explore mid there. Sushi Boys will capitalize on it. Give them a little bit of space, actually, to work with. They're going to throw an alarm bot down in kitchen and rotate off. Actually, Mystic, scary creeping through. Investing a Viper spit over here by screen. I'm not sure how much site coverage that's going to give them. Might be able to get the clean plant here on default still. Cuts more sight lines off of Fnatic here.
It does, and well, it's going to be gone soon, so no worries in that regard. Fox has already taken down Mystic. And a 3v4. Magnum trying to work in on this. The flash, he turns it pretty well. Now you're gonna see, oh no way, Boast has found Fox and it's just down to Pattypan. A 1v4 post plant, not gonna get it. The double face comes through. You may get Durka, but you don't get Magnum. The defuse comes out again. And I didn't like the ult from Mystic, but I do want to keep highlighting how much time he's buying on these rotations as well. He's being so good at this. That little quick pick that he gets from on top of the ledge, dips back down. Didn't love the ult, but still, even in that, just buys the time on these rotations. And X10 aren't making it to the post plants.
No, you're right. And actually, Fox pushes through and finds the 1 kill that matters in that situation and removes Mystic from that A site hold. And again, at that point, I got to say, did Cruz catch a self flash there? I mean, he came round and see, Magnum turned it, but yeah, Cruz actually self flashed there. So really unlucky not to catch that kill on Magnum on back site. And I got to be honest, that's kind of when that falls apart. X10 gonna.
Blank apa predik action, gue udah predik Fnatic ngentot.
Timeout called a 5-0 scoreline. And I'll be honest, execution-wise, they're finding the success that I think was going to be hardest for them, which is kind of getting into sight, getting these plants down, getting entry. But Fnatic able to stabilize and recover these rounds seemingly with ease.
Mungkin tuh nggak boleh disetting itu, harus kayak intuisinya Mansen.
Timeout.
EMEA apa ya? EMEA itu Eropa, Middle East, Africa.
Like they're trying to work out how to press the button, which makes me a little worried. I'm nervous, but we'll believe it's all good to go. X10, probably the right time to try and stop the rot, get that answer building, maybe just change up a little bit of that focus coming into this, because you don't want to get any further than 5-0 down at this point. It is Fnatic's choice of map though, so take from that what you will. Again, though,
Fanatik anjing.
You don't want blowouts. You don't want to even coming into.
Fanatik lawan Sentinel gue mau pakai fanatik anjing.
Bring in a little bit more towards the plate, but if you get thrashed in map 1, you're not exactly feeling yourself down the line. So hopefully X10 can find an answer here, but I don't know what the answer is at the moment. They've been kind of melted pretty quickly, and the retakes have been good. The composure on some of these side takes has been fantastic. So yeah, a little
all in tadi Blay 280 Bitcoin anjing.
I mean, Patty Pan being the highlight player is obviously a huge win condition, but I feel like we need players like Foxes and Sushi Boys to have good games individually here when we anticipate how Fnatic are going to want to play, right? And even just that little piece in mid with Sushi kind of over peaking Patty Pan, allowing him to kind of slow creep up towards Boiler. It's little things like that already, like I said, are big positives for me. It's just right now Fnatic turning things around in the retake and kind of negating that early round pressure.
Apa lagi yang mau gue niatin ngentot?
See what this gets them now. The buy is decent enough for X10, but Magnum wants to get aggressive. That's a bit of a they have to deal with early as well. Just that little bit of a switch up to the post him up. Durka going to get the glimpse through middle, but falls away after a bit of an exchange with Patty Pan. He's going to be down 27 HP.
So Durka did get caught there down to 70, but will get healed up. Mystic did actually place his orb on the other side here, so going to stay on pipes for the time being. Again, this position already gone unchecked once. Mystic got to be careful. We're actually going to back away here on the cooldown, and actually the set piece comes up on the other side from X10. Cruise swings through, going to find Mystic right away.
Yeah, caught him on the timing. Boaster almost got caught out in the open, but fades away just in time. The double face towards the right side of it. Garners Boaster 2 out of nowhere. That's a... Oh, no way. It's a disaster for X10. They just kind of clump up for him. He happily waits and greets it with a smile, and now just Fox alive. The spike's already kind of halfway committed. Thank you again. Look at Yeti doing work here. The spike already committed halfway over, so Durka's going to be able to see enough and maybe even just get a cue that he's crossed. And Fox is going to have to do some mad heavy lifting. Not going to happen. Fnatic once again holding the line, and Boaster getting away with murder.
Yeah, and like I said, it's the early things that, Extended getting into sight. Actually, at this point, I mean, finding Mystic. But right here, I mean, there's nothing to cover off. Nobody's swept through this side of pipes. Nobody's even holding the side of mains. The both are able to light the first two up. He has a free peek onto the third.
Kayak drop duluan dah.
Magnum might have already been maybe short peeking, trying to keep that attention that way. There wasn't any of that. It was just purely Boaster just got the timing right, and nobody was keeping that in mind. That reaggress could potentially happen. Now Durka going to put himself right amongst them. Good start for Durka. Dashes away, gets to safety, gets that first pick, and again, this is against pistols, man. That's brutal. A little bit of light armor to follow, but the ults are there. They've just not had any time to really bring them through. Fnatic are smothering them.
Yeah, the hard work's done now, and again, actually, it's the, I guess other than Fox, it's the one player on XN that can really challenge Durka with his flashes, get him off these angles, so it'll be extremely difficult. A Marshall, Frenzy, 2 Sheriffs to get away. Durka will rotate away, going to leave Doma solo right now, and actually timing-wise, he does catch Foxes, yet we'll spot all 3 there, so Wisely will back away. Foxes go! Durka and Doma fall.
How did he get that second on Doma? I was about to praise Doma for kind of playing it quite calm, quite deep. He wasn't over-peeking and just gets dug out of the position. Fox is again going to find his third, though. Big display so far. The man with the rifle now. Catch Boaster if he slips in. Yes, he does. Excellence from Fox, trying to get that first round for X10. As Mystic is your final man alive. I don't know what he's going to do, but maybe just keep hold of the rifle that he's got in his hands. Doesn't want to give away anything at this point. And yeah, it's time to just chill it out. As I've got to say it, that's just an individual pop-off. Good luck replicating that, but you got to love it when you see it. And he might be trying it. Does he dare check? Let's see. Keep in mind, Mystic is in spawn. And it's just... Oh, no. Fox, can you get it? No! Mystic denies. That's just nasty. Costing them... Actually, a couple of the rifles up still up.
I say that was... I was going to say, was that the operator, the last one to peek there? But beautiful round here.
Impeccable.
Great entry here with him. And like I said, actually, the Sheriff didn't end up mattering. I think it would get close enough to find that a headshot, at least in the second, onto Doma for nice little transfer. Actually, it's the one that you least expect them to come away with, to be their first round on the board here.
Guess you got to take them when you can get them at this point, and if it's off the back of one player having a big round, you got to hope they can maybe do a little bit more of that. Boaster getting a fair bit of information. There's no challenge on A, so they can maybe lean a little early. Dirk is already going to get walking towards middle, but Mystic, I'm sure it's Doma, should know what's coming their way now. Already utility coming in, and there's those ults being invested. We noted them before, and Patty Pan going to try and work off the back. Doma denies, and they try and hold some position towards middle, and you can see a bit of a stall now from X10. They're not able to make the progress they had before.
I guess the setup there again. I love the idea. The Rolling Thunder comes through. Patty Pan desperately tries to close the distance to capitalize on it, but Fnatic's setup just perfect in that regard.
He's been watching this a while. He was already in middle. You can see the line of sight here. Just turns away. He's so paranoid, but he's still going to find it on the first. Ults up, sees both of them. Full information noted. Repeats in. Cruz is going to find Durka, so a chance is had, but it's limited. 30 seconds, and they've got to make a big boy play out of this one, but already you can see the position from Doma is good. Sat in on this one. Does anyone get some attention? No, he doesn't need it. The lovely crossfire. Beautiful. Contact on one, swing from the other. Fnatic stop it before it starts.
And again, it's just as soon as that happens in mid, you see already that Doma and Boaster don't risk anything. Just hold this super, super deep setup on site. Right here, as soon as that first kill comes through, seeing both headed now on the minimap, and they don't come through to challenge anything at all. Beautiful counter peek from Boaster.
Doma lucu ya pakai headsetnya di jidat.
Iya. Oh, a little bit of investment. I mean, shares across the border, Guardian in the hands of Patty Pan here.
Jauh, Blay.
Funky buy.
Fnatic tuh jago banget. Fnatic liquid, gue bakal megang Fnatic kayaknya.
Like I said, the concern really was going to be the set plays and the executes coming into this series, and I gotta say it's.
Nggak tahu sih kayak liquid sih. Kayak liquid sih.
Not looking good right now.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
No, and look, EU Hope has been in the bin a little bit. Maybe they need this, you know, a little bit of hope to come from somewhere. But 7-1 as a start is pretty blistering, and it's harsh for X10, but there is room for recovery, not in this round more than likely, as Patty Pan and Fox are the last two alive. Spike's going to be way at the back. Patty Pan trying to play as best he can to this. But pinned to spawn. It's another one for Fnatic. And I feel it's too early in the evening to be showing this sort of thing.
It's beginning to look that way. It is definitely beginning to look that way.
Tajam banget aim Fnatic emang.
I mean, it's tough because Fnatic are kind of. I mean, Dirk is still playing a similar playstyle, right? And this time around, again, the difference being is just finding value time and time again. Doma pretty much always in a position to either double down or get the trade. It's really, really difficult for X10 to deal with this. And like I said, it comes back just to the same time that we'd say the two players to support Patty Pan. Ooh, okay.
Oh, that's not bad.
That, yeah, Durka will shut the. Patty Pan will shut Durka down at the start of this round.
They need a little bit of that fire. A second could be brilliant for them. You can see Cruz trying to work off the back of it. Patty Pan now going to lean forward a little, catches another tag towards Doma, but doesn't quite get the kill he wants, and they want to build off the back of this, but you can see the utility gets just poured in from the other side. X10 can't capitalize on that initial pick just yet.
Nggak ada healer pula.
Good, actually.
Nggak ada Sage.
Both Boaster and Doma managed to slip away from that.
Holding
very, very deep there. You go. Patty Pan finally dealt with. Welcome. So Crew will find one. Mystic tried that out now, but at least now a decent opportunity to set up. But Boaster comes through and finds Sushi immediately.
Scary. Gonna isolate Magnum, now spammed out though. Boaster's not gonna let it go away, and now Fox called upon the 1v1. He gets the first step towards Boaster. It's him against Mystic though. Should have all the information. You can see Mystic trying to not give away too much, but he has to show it. And now the timing's everything. Mystic tries to make the madman move, but the clutch comes out from Fox. And a great round for them to close down on, maybe necessary for just a breath of fresh air.
They're really, really well played. And again, it's Doma looks to find that trade on Patty Pan, but got to respect the Blade Storm. Yeah, but again, it's It felt a little awkward there as things progressed. Fnatic got a couple of kills back in their favor. I love this here. So the Aldo comes through.
There's a second away.
Nembaknya aja merem itu, Blay.
But it was your Red Bull clutch, so
ketutupan apa nih?
X10 pulling a couple of these rounds back off the back of some great individual work. There's no one doubting the individuals from X10, but Mystic gonna invest the ult towards this, feeling the instantaneous pressure towards A. That's gonna deny a lot of room to work, but Paddypan's gonna try and find a route forward, but Mystic denies straight up out of there. Now Mystic keeps trying to work forward. He's still trying to hold this line. So much pressure, so much util, all the spam his way. But he's unmoved.
Rasis apanya ngentot orang perkara poni.
He does get an initial tag here, and we're going to be able to follow up. And Sushi Boy is actually going to invest the lockdown. I like that. In response to the Hunter's Fury going out, no real counter now to shut this down, and maybe an attempt to cancel out. Oh, the Nano Squad's perfect as well. He's going to get detained.
Yeah, Mystic just watch as it unfolds around him, but now as the smoke depletes, you're still going to see players here. Doma still up on towards the rafters. It puts it down towards Durka, and Boaster up against Cruz. Cruz watching that push in. He catches the player on short, and now Durka put into the 1v2. Spike now to be planted. Both a little lower than before, but it is the op, so HP is not going to be a huge factor the first. I thought he had it, but no, up and over. Desperate for the shot. Bold attempt there. 30 HP. This could be it. It is Fox again with the shutdown, closing out the round. But X10 finding value off the back of that killjoy.
Yeah, nice little setup there. Again, Mystic able to play inside, but tries to slip back into that little slice of backside. The Nano Swarm forces him out. It's a really nice take actually from X10, and yeah, right here actually. Playing this, there was a moment where I thought they were going to give him kind of an opportunity to peek onto Cruz, I think, who was on default, with Fox kind of stuck underneath the rope. They managed to close things out with a shock dart here, and I mean, really, they can get the fourth. It's not going to be the worst half ever, considering how this started. Durka now from the... this is the spot we always see him.
Yeah, and like the guillotine again, going to be just claiming more and more bodies. Only one this time. Good trade comes out. Doma has to fall away, tries to buy some time.
Unresable as well.
That's a very good point. I don't think they managed to quite catch the fallback, but the upgrade on the op. But you could see the punish coming out, catching Boaster on the push-up a little.
That's going to be the green light, actually, for X10 to come over now. If Cruz finds one of these lurking kills, it's going to be massive, but no, Mystic and Doma with the double swing. Discipline there, Magnum got himself into a dirty spot. Finds the first, but traded out by Fox.
Fox is the glue to this team at the moment, and he's been holding this together for them. But the res did come in. Durka's back on his feet. Mystic, Doma, and Durka. Yeah, nice one, analyst. Fox, though, going to instantly put him back in his grave and looks to keep claiming some more. The stunning aim from this man. It's on point now. Going to just try and fall away, keep the time building. Here's Fox is unrelenting. He wants to give them the gap. He wants to give them a buffer. Give them a chance in that second half.
I love that as well. Just completely pushing through, being proactive. Retake the space in mid to cut off that rotation. As soon as the res comes through. He knows.
Lu lihat no, Blay, ini belum buka poni nih, Blay. Buset, dibuka poni pakai mangiku saringan hilang anjing.
He's able to play mid here with the Hunter Fury.
Dilempar nih poninya.
It comes down to it.
Kemarin ini udah
Sushi Boy setting all the way back towards Bell. I really love that actually. A 2v3 again. To be able to put the advantage back in your favor there, just on the back of a little bit of aggression. Absolutely earned that one, and as I said, actually comes out 8-4. The best of a bad situation overall for X10.
Yeah, the recovery was paramount to get them back into this just that little buffer, but hey, look, Fnatic and Pistols. They've won so far, but, you know, it was an issue before. And if X10 close this out, it gives them that gateway back to a way easier scoreline to manage. We'll see. As Fnatic now will be on the attacking side. And Pattypan waiting patiently. See him get a spot towards his play up, and it was the right place. The timing! Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Rambut lu gituin biar kayak Nobita goblok.
Yeah. That's really unfortunate. Aftershock going to clear out a couple players off pipes, or actually at least force them out in the open. Magnum and Durka just want to double down on this.
It seems they have to push off the back, and now Paddypan's still alive, barely, but is standing, just trying to find his way around all this utility. Viper's work just absolutely everywhere. Sudden reveal, and he's going to be surprised by Doma. Faking out the spike plant for the first, but actually is committing on this one now with the spike plant. You see Bosa tries to keep him safe here. Fox is right amongst them and just gets plucked on through. And now down to 2, Sushi Boys and Scary. Trying to find these two players, but that wall is so obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, going to be really difficult to dig Doma or Boaster off there.
Again,
just splitting this 2-2. Yeah, not an awful lot for X10 to do here. The Nano Swarm comes through, forces him out. Just too much to deal with there for Sushi Boys. And Fnatic will close. Pissed around in the second half. Really, really good stuff, actually. Again, actually, all the right moves from X10 to try and stop that initial aggression, but I think actually a little bit of no respect shown on the side of Durka and Magnum to just charge through.
Buat ACU kita, Blay.
It pays dividends for them. Sure, we were supposed to catch the end of that one, but
solid. Durka going to be working forward, and actually a bit of a stack here, but gets read and undone. I thought they may be able to get away with a little bit more from that, but not the case. 2 players instantaneously gone, and the play towards the side begins. Crew's on top. What a shot from him, though. Lovely connection. Going to slow down the piece, at least from Fnatic for now. Any more would be brilliant.
That wall up. Again, the Viper's wall just to...
Why, but not holding that angle. Almost got him killed.
Do any damage to it for a reinforced Durka now behind yellow.
I also
Swings out, sees way more than his bargaining for. Boaster going to find the first with the shock star, and the last Fox will fall. Fnatic now, double digits. And this is the sort of round here. Again, X10's first buy round. I want to see them lean heavily towards taking some of this early control, but it's just so difficult with the way Durka plays, and not an awful lot other than Cruz, like I said, to really kind of force him off these early round angles. It's got to be a really, really well thought out setup from X10.
Baby B anjing. Satu play style
really,
anjing.
really tough. It
Pede
really
banget
is.
pede, buset.
See what the answer is. They'll have plenty of footage to go over. Just do what Sentinels did, Forehead.
Yeah, yeah.
Wah, Patipan disuruh main yang begini-gini lagi nih, bahaya nih.
Seemingly very aware of the potential pressure about to mount towards
Kayak
his
kemarin
side.
dia maju-maju ngepik-ngepik gini tapi
Not
ke
alone in this
counter.
either. He does have support here. Crew's not too far
Kebaca
away.
musuhnya kan pasti nontonin mereka ya.
That's a lovely shot from him. Gonna just fade away off to the back of claiming Durka, and now actually gonna... He's double dipping on this. He's going back for a little bit more. Couldn't quite land the shot he needed as Doma can just keep that movement up around the corner and take it towards the site.
Fox now. Find Bosa. Viper's bit invested here, and he's actually just trying to charge all the way through. He will get spotted out. Doma cleans him up. Cruz will send out the fault line, but again, playing so deep here and unable to really follow up on the pressure created by Fox. I don't think they can contest this hold on A. Spike's still not even down yet, so Fnatic just waiting for them to push in. Wall goes up, just to be extra safe. And actually breaks through it here, but no kill. Cruz has to hit that reload, and now they can reset. Still got the snake bite. Great opportunity to play post plant here. And actually Mystic gonna swing back through for good measure.
It's a shutdown. 11 on the board.
Just quickly though, Patipan finds first blood, and again he goes back to re-explore. There's no support there. There's nothing from Fox. There's nothing from Cruz. There's no kind of support structure around that.
Patipan nggak bisa pakai strat yang kayak begitu, Blay, main di master begini. Dia gagal mulu dari kemarin. Dia tuh pasti stratnya tuh disuruh pas jadi defender tuh disuruh maju.
This comes down to a couple of minute readjustments where they have the
Pasti
utility to
stratnya
do
kayak gitu.
so.
Nggak bisa anjing. Musuh kan pasti nontonin mereka main gimana.
It's unfortunate because X10 getting to this point was highly impressive, and I think all of us became slight fans of Paddypan. Desperation plays coming out now, just trying to dive head first towards it, and Fnatic just running the same again here, taking that control building. Fox this time goes back in, and they're just clutching at straws, and nothing's coming through. It's just slipping through their fingertips, and you're down to just 2 here. Well, unfortunate for X10.
Lawan
But
tim-tim
Fnatic's
Asia
just
bisa
going
anjing
through
kayak
the
begitu. Kalau
motions, it
udah
feels
lawan
like.
tim-tim begini nggak bisa anjing. Over agresif kayak gitu dari detik
You're absolutely
awal.
right. It's desperation plays. This round all but concluded. Scary just outside this. Cloudburst might find one actually. Durka hits him with the moves. Doma going to clean things up, but a Prime Gaming flawless to put Fnatic on map point here.
Flawless.
Bukan kena timing,
And here we
Blay.
go. This could be map
Nggak
one. It
bisa
has been a bit of a
ngebaca
blowout if
jalannya
Fnatic
permainan.
close
Dia
now.
udah
It's on
tahu
X10.
dia nggak bakal bisa main
You've got to
begitu.
put up more than this.
Masih
Fnatic
dipaksa
are
terus,
playing like
cuy.
their life is on the line right
Kemarin
now.
yang pas dia main di Icebox 7 round anjing dia kayak gitu.
Everything. They are not holding back for a second. Durka's on point. Everyone's firing on all cylinders. And X10 look a little slower to this.
Yeah, and I mean the big question coming into this series would have been, you know, how much of an impact did that other series have on Fnatic? So to come to the elimination game and play like this, it's a huge positive for me.
Ya karena
Again,
Word
you know,
Blah ini nggak
before
bisa,
day one
ini udah di
started,
counter dan dia
the
nggak,
big thing with
dan
both
dia
of the
masih
EMEA
pasif aja
teams
kayak
was,
gitu.
what are we
Sama
gonna see on
Persis
map?
gitu lagi.
And, at this point, road to recovery is good. This is still though Fnatic's map choice. So X10 fans, don't despair just yet. There is still room. But if it keeps going this way, if there's no extra rounds to be found, I've got to feel their hearts are going to be sinking. But Fox has been desperately trying to do something with this. He's been pulling his weight and then some, but Doma does not care for any of your feelings. Doubles down and it gets 2, and now it's just 1. Crew's left with it all to do in map 1 here. As elimination will start being said more and more. Cruz now tries to step in. Boaster says Fnatic's first step in staying alive.
A dominant performance. I mean, to set this up, we talked about coming into this map. Pakipan, obviously a huge win conditioning for him, and for me, like I said, I look towards kind of Fox and Sushi Boys to be the ones to back that up. Fox had an insane map right there.
Yes, he
actually played really well. I mean, I gotta come back to it. We just saw too many times where Cruz was falling. I mean, that last round there, still 3 flashes available, just lost in that rotation as soon as the hit comes through.
Dia kemarin udah gagal kayak gitu, masih dipaksa, sekarang masih dipaksa lagi, nggak ngerti lagi kok.
Yeah, I think a lot of our worries with maybe the mental of Fnatic have been slightly answered. I
Bukan
think this game
masalahnya
is
si
just an
Patipan nggak bisa
example of
nembak, Blake.
striding through a matchup.
Stratnya.
They just didn't look like
Sayang
they got
banget
into the
anjing
game yet.
dipaksain
This
kayak
looked
gitu
like a
terus.
slow start. They looked a little absent. We've seen what they look like when it all goes well. They had a brilliant performance to get to this game. So I can only hope we see more of that going to, if I'm not mistaken, Haven next.
Apa dia nggak punya strat lain?
Yeah, it's,
Kata aku.
again, though, mental-wise as well,
Iya,
to
emang
be absolutely ripped apart
gimana
like
ya
that
stylenya?
in
Emang
map 1,
batu ya
it's going to be tough to bounce
batu.
back on a map like Haven. But again, it's the same sort of things, right? We're going to see Fnatic be very, very proactive in terms
Batu
of
masih kayak ngerasa, gue bisa nih terus nih.
on the map, and I gotta say, it's a massive concern. Mainnya pakai hotspot, nggak pakai hotspot. To rely on to really put any sort of control in the early round.
Well, I was all dressed for Fnatic's funeral, but it seems that maybe they'll be just fine. Anyway, we're going to head to a short break, if I'm not mistaken, and when we're back, we can start looking at map 2. But before then, you'll have the
sebenarnya nggak kalah kan, Black? Nggak kalah Aim ya. Nggak bisa adaptasi. Nah, itu. Bukan gameplay, nggak bisa adaptasi. Cuma nggak bisa adaptasi. Aimnya jago, stratnya juga jago, cuma nggak bisa adaptasi aja. Masalah kemarin dia udah diperlakukan hal yang sama nih, Blay, kayak begini nih. Sama persis mainnya di Icebox, Defender. Apalagi lu ada bridge gitu kayak, ya elah lu ngedash ke mid bisa, ngedash ke bilong bisa. Ini udah kelar apa map 2? Map 2. Lagi nunggu map 2. Gagal adaptasi cuy.
Cakep. Semoga aja map 2 bisa adaptasi. Udah ketemu coach kan nih, kayak dibilangin ntar kan. Kalian harusnya
dari kemarin lah ngentot. Besok cuma ada 2 game. Tiga deng. Game terakhir Sentinel Nocturne, buset. Jam 4 pagi Sentinel Nocturne besok.
Tidur dulu ya bang ya.
Ini yang menang lawan V1. Nanti Liquid lawan KRU, yang menang lawan Vikings.
Besok Sabtu kan?
Iya. Sekarang kan udah Jumat.
ก็น่าทำให้คือทีละคูณมึนๆอยู่
Mirip bu anjir Patipan.
ปรับตัว
Iya.
เราปรับตัวไวมากก็
Dikuncir gitu.
Action breakable gitu-gitu terus. Iya, nggak bisa
ถ้ามัน
adaptasi.
มีเมตาอะไรใหม่ๆเข้ามาการปรับตัวคือเรื่องสำคัญ
We learn that we can
เรา
adapt
เรา
pretty quickly. Nope.
Join Ryan and the LGBTQ+ community in celebrating Pride Month. Inclusive games mean a better experience for everyone, and while we can't march this year, we can certainly celebrate in-game, and all of our games, including
United
Legends and Valorant,
Nations.
will have Pride content, such as emotes, player cards, and more. Equip your content, show your support for LGBTQ+ players everywhere. Thank you so much, everyone, and welcome back to the studio here in Los Angeles. You just heard some words there from Patafan about needing to adapt to the situation, needing to adapt as far as the meta goes. Golden Boy here alongside my colleagues. We got Lothar, Veli, and Achilleos. And Lothar, let's jump straight into the Prime Gaming map highlights because
Bitcoin gue 557 Blay.
the bush. You know, the X10 kind of got mollywopped. What went wrong?
Yeah, there was Zach. So there was a lot of anchoring on sites as well, especially from Mystic, because they basically, let's say, just abused what X10 was lacking, and what was lacking was Sage. If you're paying attention to what I was saying in the previous days, if you don't have a Sage, planting on B is a very tough task ahead of you. And what is even more important is that Fnatic knew about that, so they put a Toxin Orb on B side default, so no one can plant there. They can put a Killjoy Nano Swarm, they can put a Snakebite there, they can delay the plant for such a long time. It's insane. Then spam through the box. Someone standing in the orb has 1 HP, dies to 1 bullet, and because of that, they funnel the people from the attackers to A side, where they're gonna be just hunted down by the rest of the team. So Fnatic playing really well strategically, and X10 just cannot find a counter to what is the counter from Fnatic to them.
You know what? I think Lothar is hitting it on the head. I'm looking at the comp lineup right now, and with Sova, Jet, Viper, Killjoy, and Breach, if you're going just A like Immortals and First Strike, then that comp might work out. But having Breach and not a lot of long-lasting smokes, you don't have Sage's Ice Walls. That's why we've seen that super aggressive playstyle over at B for X10. They're going to have to switch that up and just add another variable to it. If you want to be successful at both sides, you're going to have to throw in the Brimstone. You're going to have to throw in maybe an Omen, maybe an Astra. You have to clear off long lines of sights, because what happened was you had Potafan, you know, he's dashing in. And what is it? You have Doma on ledge. You have people kitchen ledge, just getting easy picks. So you're going to have to block off more sight than that. And a little bit of protection from Sage might help. So X10, maybe they could turn that into a better game next time.
Yeah, I mean, I said that there's potential for this to maybe be a close series, maybe even a 2-1, but right now it seems like they're just kind of getting outgunned at every twist and turn. I think the composition changes will definitely help them, but I mean, Patty's just going for, you know, such aggressive plays, and he is getting outfragged. You know, we're seeing Dirk, we're seeing Mystic coming up with these kills, shutting him down early. So even if they do make those adjustments, I don't know if that's going to be enough for X10 to be able to actually make this into a competitive series. I'm just happy that they still have smiles on their faces at the end of it all. You can tell that these guys, despite the fact that they're kind of getting brutalized there on Icebox, they're still having a good time. They're just kind of happy to be a part of it all. So it's good to see that they are going to be at least like mentally stable to go into this next map. So maybe with some adjustments, they can try to tighten it up a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. And Lothar did want to touch, though, on a particular play that you had brought up as well. There were some decent moments there. I think, on you know, from X10, mostly from Fnatic. What do you got for me?
Yeah, this was actually a very neat play by X10 when they used the Killjoy ult to push out Mystic out of his ultimate. And then when he was pushed out of his ultimate, he had to stand in a corner where an Nano Swarm was being just used. And basically, he couldn't stand in the corner. He had to go into his ult. Then he gets detained. And because of that, he then gets preyed upon. And that's a great usage of utility here by X10. But coming into Haven, this is actually a very good thing to talk about for a brief moment, because so far Fnatic only played on Icebox and Haven, and if they were gonna win 2-0, they're still only gonna play on Icebox and Haven. They're gonna save a lot of strats, but X10 is using a Viper differently than we currently see it in Europe, than Liquid, an example which Fnatic is familiar with. So there might be a little small advantage coming from X10 right now on Haven because of competitive hands, very aggressive Viper play. So I'm really looking forward to how they will counter that that type of play style from X10.
For sure. And they're going to definitely need to step it up here if they want to force a Game 3. Because so far, it looks like Fnatic are looking to only play games on Icebox and Haven. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters now to get things rolling. For map number 2, you got Pansy and Hypoc on the horn.
Thanks, guys. And yeah, this has to now be a bounce back coming in from X10. The Spirits didn't look crushed. They didn't look too down and out. They looked like they were still having a good time, but no one likes losing, so it's time to turn up a little bit here. Straight into the Agent Select, brought to you by Prime Gaming. We can have a little look at the selection coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I know Lothar just mentioned it's obviously Patty Pan flexing onto the Viper here and Fox onto the Jet. Now, a big benefit, obviously, Fox had a fantastic map 1, so potentially here, going to be able to on an agent that suits it a little more. But again, for me, it's the consistency in that front line, and we'll talk about that as we come into Haven here. Again, no real surprises on the side of Fnatic. It's sort of expected them to adopt this comp and carry it through. But yeah, it's. I mean, I come back to it. There was just too many rounds where, you know, the conditions were Patty Pan finding an entry and then having some follow-up in terms of X10's frontline. And it just wasn't there for me on a utility basis or kind of a, you know, positional basis. There was never anything to double down on any of the early round work that they did do. And I say that, it was only really like call it a 25% success ratio. So even on those rounds where they did find entry, there was just nothing to secure that.
Okay. It's got to be do or die time for X10. They're staring down now, a map advantage against them.
X10
and for
fanatic
this has to feel kind of good to shake off that last game, to get their heads back feeling confident moving forward in, of course, a very similar map pool to where they got defeated. So this for them should be road to recovery, potentially at least in their confidence, if they can close this out cleanly. However, X10, we already had Fox stand up a little bit. We need the rest to be able to meet that sort of caliber because he has been popping off. The rest, though, are a little quiet on map one.
Yeah, and I guess once again, the key stakeholders here on defense, at least in terms of information gathering. I'll hold that thought. Sushi actually gonna get peeked on B here. Doma will actually come out on top of that massively in terms of the damage. They're going to reset back towards Garage, at least deal with some of the utility here. So this is the sort of thing I was just about to start talking about. It's reacting off of this early information here. Fox actually will find first blood. Durka will fall, but Fnatic set up elsewhere. It's the perfect contact to give them.
Aku fanatik deh kalau kamu X10.
Gue X10 ini. Siapa tahu menang kan gue kaya mendadak nih. Gue all in X10.
Yang ini tanpa paksaan mulai, jadi harusnya masih berlaku. Yang tadi dipaksa jadi nggak berlaku.
They're not making any noise with this so far, trying to navigate their way around as quietly as possible.
30 seconds left.
I love this.
KRU is watching the CT push, so he's aware that, of course, B is open for business and someone could potentially come through, but keep in mind how far away Fox is. KRU needs to stay alive. The flash is pretty good for at least one. Did get the blind as well towards Doma, but Magnum's on the trade, so already the site's going to be under control. They've got to be aware of Fox, and it seems as though they are. Yeah, Magnum's on the case for that. Now, Spike planted, though. The retake's still got some legs to this. Don't think it's over unless Boaster does more of that. No, Pattypan quickly shuts that down before that became any sort of problem. Mystic still towards Hell, and it's just Mystic. Tries to turn the own flash. Knives out, baby. Let's go. Mystic! It's two, but Scary calms our worries, and X10 gonna get the pistol.
For a moment there, when he's able to still throw out that flash, I'm like, no way. Pattypan comes in swinging with the knife to try and close it out. Again, good presence of mind, though. Again, with the early information, Magnum immediately, after they find this trade onto KRU, Magnum immediately comes across to address Suez, knowing full... I'm glad we caught that as well. Again, if he finds that kill a little earlier, maybe he can reset, actually, for that final kill onto Scary. Very much doable there. I think actually going to invest back into this. Yeah, look at this. 3 Spectres and Marshall coming out.
Gue kalau menang, buset, gue beli pulau nih, Blay. Kalau X10 menang, gue beli pulau nih, Blay.
Fox could be in trouble, but Durka taking a little bit of space, but it's Boaster who might be leaning in on this. Doma ready to try and set this in motion.
Oh, he's going to wall the wrong side.
And here we go. Fox, how much damage can you do? One's good. He could have done with maybe a little more, but straight through. Scary and KRU's just going to lock that down. Perfect play from X10. Instantly nullifying any threat that could have happened towards B.
Magnum will find
Magnum sakit banget,
Sushi, though. Yeah, hunted down. I know exactly where he is. Pattypan going to post up, and we'll find the final kill there. Really, really good setup there from X10.
Magnum yang pakai 4-3 kan ya?
Hit and run, I guess, execute onto B site and putting Fox there with a judge. Only good for one, but the cleanup was perfect here. Coming through from A and C link at the same time, actually.
Yeah. No hesitation on that. Everyone just piled on in. That's a great response from X10 to instantly lean towards it. No holding back at all. And Fnatic will be put in the pocket for a little bit on the economy, at least.
They can't carry across this, so Sushi Boy actually only with a ghost here. But
pakai resolusi gepeng ya. Dia pakai 4-3 ini Magnum.
He can just play distance. It should be fine for him. He's going to be tucked onto the back of C's side, and Fnatic actually looking like they want to force all the way up through the utility onto C. Durka will immediately find him. Scary will trade, but more to deal with.
Wah, Scary bagus banget.
Scary's not taking any damage. No time to reload just yet, but gets a little fade away on Mystic. Still standing, still doing work. Where's the next bit of danger going to come from? Anything from Doma? Yes! He does find Fox. Now suddenly he could have done some damage, but no. Pattypan, great positioning, making sure to maintain. No threats. Damage was there. but the round is X10's, and at this point, I think just
Apa
getting in that motion, getting in that flow state,
orang-orang udah kebiasaan main FPS gitu loh.
on the board after Icebox.
Gue kalau gue tryhard, gue pasti pakai 4-3 juga cuy.
They get damage done, yes, but well, they carried across.
Nembak lebih enak, entah kenapa, karena udah biasa.
Feeling themselves after that cleanup. Yeah, and that's good to see after getting picked apart on Icebox to come back in with the right energy and get the first 3 rounds on the board.
It's much better. Fox quickly on the op though. Heard the Sky Flash pop. From this for now. Had a little bit of a look towards Sewers, but decides to not go for that much more. And you can see that kind of eventual fight potentially happening on A-Long as well, but Fnatic have a couple of challenges to just try and get this map control to build.
Biar paling nggak ngaruh.
If Cruz saw anything there, but Durka already tucked opposite sandbags here, so could get caught off guard. Creep comes through, and actually Cruz will escape for the time being. Blind will slow things down a little bit as well, as there's nobody coming through sewers here. It's everybody stacked on long if they decide to force through.
Ketarik Foxnya.
The good thing is actually
Fnatic di
nobody else
sering
from
main gini.
X10 giving anything else away on the other side of the map as
Tapi paling tidak burung lah. Tapi lebih enak nembaknya. Jauh lebih enak.
Try and force through as 5 here onto A side.
They managed to pull away 2 of the flashes, now 3 from Cruz, so he's going to have to try
no
and
info
play
off
this.
that. Look at this.
Yeah.
And this rotation.
Ya, ke-fake. Ya, ke-fake.
They're all biting on this Mystic fake and just sending in the fake flash as well, keeping all these players
fake-nya parah banget, cu.
completely scot-free.
Cuma
That's
perkara
unbearable for X10. They had 3 players here. They were all in the right place for this. And the retake's going to be rough as well. Mystic still got that flank. He's still holding map control.
Cuma perkara nggak dengar suara blinded.
No audio cue off that flash. No information gathered. Or at least the information they think nobody's there. And Mystic's timing sells this fake perfectly. X10 now got to break through with a 4v5 retake. Fnatic already set up everything in place to hold this now. Durka already causing problems in heaven. Will get dealt with.
There's no player in hell either. Interesting post plants here. Doma could get isolated depending on Magnum on the swing from sight. Takes a fair crack of damage there himself, down to 17 HP, but time. And Fox with that off, he's probably going to want to try and keep that, but Doma's now going to cut off the retreat. Fox is in a little bit of trouble. Oh, he doesn't get away either. Good catch from Doma there, just to cost them that op. Picking it up if they wanted, opting to not go for it this time around. They're happy with what they've got.
I love that timing as well. If Fnatic actually read that perfectly, it's like, yeah, did anybody get blind? No, we can immediately creep on the back of this and actually probably get close enough to hear the audio cue of them falling away, right? So right there, Mystic's got all the information he needs to work on. He needs to throw out the flash, throw the Seekers in, and then as soon as only one of those goes to C site, and you know, a couple will split off towards Garage or whatever, then it's literally the perfect fake from Fnatic. Dealing with that information perfectly. And like I said, I mean, you look towards a couple of players of X10 to be the stakeholders in terms of map control here and gathering information. Right there, Fnatic pivot perfectly on it.
Now, ult did just come up, and we saw that being picked up by Paddypan there, so he's going to pop the ult, try and keep control of sewers and slip back towards A. Still a 3-play stack towards A as well, coming out from X10. Fnatic, however, exploring options elsewhere. Durka not shy on showing presence, but has to be cautious. There was a little bit of a play out on long from the jet on the other side, so Durka again trying to maintain a little bit of presence, but joining the rest towards that C side.
A little bit of a set piece here. Is Magnum lining up this Nano Swarm. Mystic going to try and clear through some of these close angles in Cubby. Coming through just yet, but Doma with the pinch actually will find Sushi, and now Scary got to be very careful. Isolated on backside here, and Doma will clean him up as well.
Yeah, that isolation coming in through Garage. Doma with a bit of a wide step on it. Paddypan though dragged back away. Can't do exactly what he wanted. Still finding Doma, but look at this. Fox has to do some big work now. Even Paddypan going to be called upon in a 2v3. Now the spike's yet to be planted. That's in the hands of Magnum right now, being dragged towards side. Paddypan, he's ahead of this. He's going to get the freebie. Denies the spike plant. Quick trade, though. Now the 1v2. Fox can still do this. 13 seconds for the plant. There's a player in the back. Cubby of sights. Durka says no. Fnatic convert. And with the 2 standing.
It's super unlucky for Paddypan, not able to escape there. Does deny the plant coming through, but they're so split. Unfortunately, I mean, say as well, Fox potentially needs to time his push at the same time there. Fativan has no option to get out, and I don't know what Sushi was doing there. He completely caught sleeping inside garage. Didn't even react to Doma walking up.
Spike down, C.
Really, really nice round from Fnatic. Yeah, a good response. Gonna two back on the board for themselves, and actually X10 on a funky buy here. Fnatic looking to change the pace.
Oh, the flash. Just Boaster was so ready for it. Utility was there as well to try and slow the hit, but Dirk now going to fill the void. And this is just Fnatic striding through towards the site here. This is going to be hard to handle. The flank gets caught, Fox found, and now it's down to the two. And playing retake on these weapons is never fun. So when the spike plant goes in, you can kind of put this one in the pockets of Fnatic, unless Durka massively overextends. But no, he's keeping his composure here. Scary now. Might be just forced to try and catch a couple on the way out, maybe do whatever damage he could, but now noted. It's just not a nice situation to be in, is it?
A Bucky in hand is not what it used to be, that's for sure. I don't think Fnatic are even going to give him the consolation. Should leave him alive, actually, here. Okay, maybe clear him up. An opportunity to punish the economy even further, force him to carry that Bucky across into the next. It's almost like the most shameful thing that can come out of that is being forced to save the Bucky.
Never nice, is it? With the space, Fnatic are finding it. They're not being held up at all. This confidence from Icebox seems to have been carried into now the gun rounds at least. But we do have the buy coming back out for X10, so if there's going to be a time to stop the rot, it has to be now. Because keep in mind how these rounds have gone down. We had the force from Fnatic in the second, so you expect that knock-on if they didn't convert it. So the first three kind of get put down almost as that pistol round, as in a weird way. But once these rifles have come out for both sides and the break on the back of it, X10 have kind of been struggling a bit. Let's see what this goes down like. Already an early investment of the ult here.
Yeah, Fox is drifting down C long. He might catch one, but it's a triple peak comes through there. Does find the first, but traded. Doma find that one will get Magnum straight back on his feet.
Yeah, there's utility here, but there's no one to stop this or utilize it. Durka's already worked his way forward. Paddypan has no idea. Durka is just thriving in no man's land. He is just claiming it as his own. Once again, X10 on the player disadvantage. Sushi, Scary, and Cruz going to try and find ways back in, but that was a quick hit. There's still plenty of utility with Fnatic. Ball goes up. Durka just going to be sitting there, funneling them forward, just dodging bullets like Neo. No problem. Tapping away, keeping them back, biding the time. Seeker's coming out as well.
Like
Big
Neo,
investment
Matrix,
for X10. Now, timing on the reload could work out, but no. Mystic on the bailout. Durka's still alive. Scary, not looking so threatening until now. Comes alive, gets 3. The final player. Would he expect it? No. Mystic pushing up aggressively to find him. And it's going to be another for Fnatic, even though X10 did get close.
Came very close, and I mean, on the back of that investment, rightfully so. And down the Cosmic Divide as well. Pretty late on during that retake, actually after the Seekers get thrown. Fnatic were just good enough control. And again, it's a similar thing to what we saw on Icebox. That's a really good use of the wall here to create just another choke point. Also, Boaster gets caught in that lurk actually pretty early on. Usually in these sorts of executions, we look towards Boaster to be that late round presence or the game changer for Fnatic, and it didn't end up mattering this time. I think actually as soon as they find that lurk kill, right, they can kind of be a little more aggressive, get stacked up a lot closer because they know that they have no flank threat to worry about. X10 actually going to call a timeout here with Fnatic pulling one round ahead. The buy's not pretty, Lauren. It's I mean, it's no real surprise, but once again, there just seems to be an inability to kind of deal with the early round pressure. And again, one thing you look towards is certain players kind of being on point with their rotations, kind of finding early information, backing away, knowing when to, you know, give up a site and play a full retake. But I think it's just so good at setting up a strong post plant that, I mean, even there where it goes, you got to say favorably for X10 in the first, you know, 10 to 15 seconds. Fnatic just play numbers. It's just a trade back and forth, comes down to a 1v1, and the players on Fnatic right now just on point.
And I don't want this to necessarily deem that X10's individuals aren't good. Like, how many times have we seen Pattypan having great rounds, or in that preview one, Scary, Fox in the last map? So many of these players are great individuals, but you got to be that collective right now to be able to take down Fnatic, it looks like. But a fast flash through middle, potentially. Nothing massive off the back of it. But a quick build towards A-Long, and as you highlighted earlier, the economy's in a bad spot for X10 here, so if they can get anything out of this, that'd be fantastic. But Boaster ahead of the flash plays into it, does not care for the birds, and now Dirk are going to take up that space, and once again, they just take so much early map control here that they can fall away from this. They've done brilliantly already, getting a little bit of a top-up as well, and they can reaggress when needed. You can see Fox trying to find that room, and it's just Dirk is very aware right now.
Yeah, maybe comes through to try and retrieve that weapon. I think Fox is the only one that didn't purchase anything. Yeah, Fnatic still cautious in approach. Yeah, this is when that paranoia starts building. Fnatic trying to abuse these rotations. So you're going to come through. Pattypan will find one. Boaster trades it out though, and there you go. A site on a platter for them.
So many bodies still up. There's the wall as well. Just having so much utility to make this hard as hell to play back in from. Speaking of the double stack down there too, Sushi Boys. It's gonna have a brutal time trying to make anything out of this. No one offering anything up either. You can see the discipline on Fnatic right now. Yeah, Magma and Doma can be the first ports of contact. You can see them trying to clear that. Not gonna quite get what they want. Instant pressure comes back in. Good connection there towards Magnum. They still have to clear out that now triple stack in hell. Oh, this drop down's not pretty at all. No, Boaster. There's the first. The mad leap out from Scary. But Fnatic are fine. And this is road to recovery for them. I think, once again, take what you want from that loss to Sentinels. I think most of us put... I'd say... I don't know if I'd say most. I'd say a lot of people did predict Fnatic to go to that lower run after seeing, look, if you're facing Sentinels, these guys are on point, but this is the first real time we've got to see Fnatic beyond that now. We get to see what they look like after the back of that quite big loss. And something we often said about them, at least coming into this event, was that they do well having to build back in. They're good at learning from mistakes. They can pull this one back off. We questioned whether or not it'd work with these younger players, but at the moment, this is confidence building. We do have the buyback in, though, for X10. It looks like Pattypan wants to get involved.
The two members actually drifting all the way around. The flash goes through, though, so both Cruz and Pattypan at least noted in terms of the audio cue there from the flash. It's on Durka and Mystic really be diligent if they do decide to push through. Elsewhere, three members of Fnatic pressuring towards Garage, maybe trying to pull out a rotation once again. There's one flash left, but Mystic able to clear through with close angles should he choose to. And just look at it. I mean, X10 have to respect this. They're backed up so deep. Nobody even playing inside B. They're all huddled towards C-Link here, and they're playing so deep on site.
Durka can punish this double stack on long. They know it's there. Yeah, Durka's perfectly read this off the back of that Sky play as well. Mystic does get caught by it, but now Pattypan's trapped. He's trying to get himself out of it. Durka denies, and that's huge. That's now the side theirs, but look at the spike. It's on the way, but there's going to be a bit of timing on this. 30 seconds. Maybe Scary can cut off these rotations, make it maybe manageable for X10. It's a big amount of pressure on him, but they've just slipped away in time. He's lost that window of opportunity. His position now noted, and Fox can't make the play back in on this alone.
Spike planted.
I don't even think he can with the teammate. Scary now backing away wisely. I mean, at this point, you got to hold on. X10 have to get something going. And even in the rounds early on there, like I said, Mystic finds the audio cue off the flash to note that somebody's on long. And they're given so much time and space for Durka to move through sewers. It's almost like just like not respecting the Viper setup, right? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna walk. I'm just gonna walk it. And the problem being, I mean, Fnatic are barely investing any utility in terms of stalls. So once they're getting onto site and getting these plants, the retakes are just rough. Like, it's always with the wall. I mean, even now, look, Doma's still got the wall, right? So even if they didn't find these kills, they'd be able to get up, set up comfortably on site. Nobody can contest the wall before it can reinforce it. It's just, when you talk about this sort of composition,
sama kayak kemarin si X-Men main di Heaven juga begini.
Same applies for the post plants here.
Spot on. And this is going to be the question mark that we put to whoever makes it through the lower bracket. Is, I guess it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Fnatic are bounding back here. This is what, 6 in on the trot now. And we haven't quite seen the reply yet from X10. They've tried a couple of switch-ups, getting aggressive on the extremities. None of it's paid out. As you highlighted perfectly there, this is where they've got to stop it now. Otherwise, again, the buffer's going to be so slim, so marginal to work with on that half switch. It's going to be very hard to bounce back into it. So we've got to see a little more from them. Fnatic still, though,
mainnya kayak di kompen anjing, ngepick window
definitely have the
bangsat.
run of A, but it looks like a switch-up's come in.
Siapa orang turun yang mau ngepick window bangsat?
That's going to play a much deeper setup. With Sushi Boys rotating over, I guess on the back of having that lockdown, which has been online for a while here. I've got to highlight it. X10 need to build a plan around making that, or putting it to use at least. So with this readjustment, hopefully that's what we're going to see. Another set piece coming out from Fnatic, at least a little bit of utility involved. Durka going to come all the way up onto site, and Fox actually will find Doma and Sua here, but site control in favor of Fnatic comfortably.
This does give it a little bit more leg towards retake at least. Fox can be a nuisance, can be a problem. Magnum really wants to dig him out of this, and I don't think Fox is aware of it. No, he's not at all. Magnum finds him. Ult can go down if wanted, trying to get that timing just right. Seeker's going to go through, and X10 were postured for this. Both ults coming in now.
Yeah, and again, Magnums has gone down later, so there's nothing X10 can do to close the distance. Durka actually is going to ride it out because he knows. Again, the second lockdown should protect him. Scary will find one. Actually, a man advantage now as a 2-for-1 trade comes through. Mystic going to respond.
Cruz, maybe. He's got to get that speed going, though. He can't wait too long. He's still got utility, but he's banking it on being on Suo. If he's not, he's on the close box. He gets down Magnum, but time now. How do you dig the final player out? Mystic just has to play the clock. The shoulder peeks in, the jump peeks there. And he's done more than enough with just that little bit of movement in the end as X10 once again gets so close. It does not matter. Fnatic win the round. It's 7 on the board.
Yeah, it's just not an awful lot that X10 can do differently there. Like I said, it's just such a good execution from Fnatic. Again, they isolate Fox. They know that they have enough site control where they can invest 2 players literally to just go hunting. And there's no counter pressure comes through. Nobody is able to push through because they're setting up for this lockdown. The call right there from Sushi is, no guys, wait, I've got lockdown, stay in A-Link. We don't need to come through and challenge. So it's almost like Fox, even after first blood comes through, sent to the slaughter, there's nothing they can do to keep him alive.
No. And you can see the money. Again, the economy's been harsh for X10. Even in the rounds they've been getting close on, not getting away with guns, no benefits, but Paddypan trying to make the difference. Sheriff by the side, expecting the swing from Doma, but he can't deal with it. Cruz, though, pounces. Good work. Spike now dropped. Aggressive burst comes out from X10. Maybe that's what they needed. Magnum turns the flash and turns the kill. Gets Cruz down. Tries to convert towards Garage as well, but it's a mad battle to retrieve that spike. And finally a 2v2. And he's... Oh no! Oh no! Only one. A couple of missed knives going astray. Leaves Dirk with a chance now to close out in this 1v1.
Durka just anticipating if Scary was going to come through and try and find a weapon upgrade, but he hasn't. He actually respects it. Backs all the way up onto C site. Durka going to have a free plant here and an opportunity to play very, very aggressive.
Spike planted.
All the time in the world, and Scary's still on C long, Lauren. It's going to take so much time for him to come through. He's going to be running. He's not going to have time to walk here. This is all playing into Durka's favor.
He's got a Spectre. I think there may have been more down there, but Divide coming out.
Yeah.
Durka now needs to kind of play without the audio cues, but it doesn't seem to matter too much, at least to this. Scary can get close towards the site, and Durka going to take the time. He spotted him. Durka's just going to play him like a fiddle. This is nasty work. Durka can just play it out, dips in, does have a look. Scary, great work, but he doesn't have the time. He tried the best he could. He gave it everything he had, but in the end, Durka just played it to the second.
Tipis banget, Blay anjing.
Just toying with him, with that divide going up. You gotta say again, it's that divide going up almost gives Durka a secondary layer of, you know, playing a much deeper angle than he would be from Suez. So, yeah, it's a really tough round to watch. I mean, Unfortunately, misses the first. Only good for one from the window. Fnatic on the brink of closing this out. 9-3 on the half. Decent purchase coming back in though. It's the only saving grace really for X10 here.
Oh, Fox just full take in that, but great pick. Denying Durka freedom. 4 would be a gateway. It would be a start. It would be enough to suffer through a pistol loss potentially, which is maybe what they need here. Magnum going to build off the back of that flash. Can at least force him back for a second. No, good work again from Sushi Boys here. Nice punish on Magnum. He knows more pressure could be coming through towards Garage, so going to go for the adjust back around towards the C site. So far, so good. Ticking the box for X10.
Well, they readjust here.
Expecting,
really scary, expecting for Fnatic to maybe pivot
away.
Kalau gue
udah tahu Fnatic udah pasti bakal menang, cuma gue mau ngepredik yang chance yang kecil aja, Blay. Biar sekali dapat banyak.
Perfect counterbeat, scary. We'll be very, very careful now. Actually, that's giving them the revive here, so it brings it to a 4v4, Lauren.
Where is that spike as it stands? Still in the hands of Mystic as they do start to build towards that B side. Scary isolated a little, but now he's got pressure from both fronts. He's going to be boasted to punish. You can have a look down towards the C site. Connector now controlled to an extent. Mystic with the quick plant. Fox on the way, but 3 players on the playback. Always tricky to play retake with ops, but opting for the rifle above it. Both still at the back of site, being a nuisance, being a pest to try and clear. Fox needs to find a way in the double stack as instantly comes around. Mystic doesn't allow it. Paddypan tries it. This is a shutdown. Fnatic maintain large and supreme. This is just them in control here.
Foxy juga kurang jetnya nih.
Yeah, nothing that can stop them. Really, really convincing. Even the rounds that, again, right there, X10, they get their big win condition, right? They deal with Durka in the early round. They find the first blood, and Fnatic are able to just completely control the pace of that round and swing it back in their favor.
Fnatic paling tinggi, cuy,
to make a move throughout that round, and Fnatic able to just exploit that.
Mau cheat banget, kagak, Blay.
We could talk Fnatic and pistol rounds another time, but come to round 4 onwards, and it's dominant.
Yeah, it is, and X10 need this. They picked up the first 3. There was the force in the second. If you're just tuning in, it was a good start for X10. Maybe a little bit of hope that we had managed to find.
Bisa make
and potentially there being a turnaround, but now you're starting to see it looking like this could be the
Foxy enggak sama sekali. Dia mati full smoke dulu aja.
Looking now to continue that lower bracket run on 9-3 map advantage as well. X10 have a mountain to climb.
Bagus banget apa.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, come back to the same things that we kind of talked about before this series started. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. You know, a couple of things we highlighted that were the big win conditions.
Gue tahu tuh tadi.
They just haven't gone their way.
Patipan udah gila. Mereka kayak ada bonding dah nih.
Really, I gotta say, you know, as well, Fox having a fantastic map 1.
Sama-sama bocah aneh.
To do some real work on the jet. That hasn't worked for him. Again, good opportunity here with the side switch for maybe that to become a possibility, but I just also haven't, fundamentally, I haven't seen enough from X10 where, you know, there's utility to back up that front line, like I said on Icebox, time and time again. It's just not being invested correctly.
I'm with you. And, see the juggling going on? Hand warmers everywhere.
These spirits are still high. Come on.
It's hard to not like X10 as a team as well. They've come in and had...
Yep.
I mean, the win over, was it Crazy Raccoons to get to this point as well?
Yep.
Was pretty solid. And Crazy Raccoons pushed, who was it? Version 1? I believe so. I mean, they've played well, and it's not over yet. There's a whole other half to play out, and it's round by round, right? Kill by kill, step by step, it can always happen. But in their way is a Fnatic who looks like they have a point to prove. I think that's the main thing here, is that they got pushed down to the lowers. Anyone coming into this bracket, when you looked at it, when you saw who their opponents were, thought this could be a possibility, and I'm pretty sure somewhere in their heads they went, Yeah, that might be the case. And it's going to be an arduous journey, but they've kept it clean so far.
And again, I mean, one of the terms I used before this series started was Fnatic come back to their comfort zone, and this is when we see them play best, right? And it's kind of crazy to think that, you know, there are a lot of things that went wrong versus Sentinels, and having those early fact-finding rounds that, you know, I want to say investing Durka as a whole, as his own entity, right, to kind of try and figure out Sentinels. Right here, they can invest him time and time again because he's finding kills. They don't even need to look to that secondary layer of, okay, how do we adapt based on, you know, what happens with Durka, what happens with Mystic in the early round. There's nothing. It's just finding value left, right, center, everything they do. Even if it goes wrong, they have to follow up and convert.
And I just see boys to make it to Reddit. I'm just like, every time I see a camera near him, I'm like, okay, what's he gonna do now? The guy constantly putting on a show. But it does seem as though there's just like a couple of tech issues, so they're gonna be hopefully picked up and fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah, L.
Do you know what? There used to be something where we just put Patty Pan and both sit in a room and just
see what happens.
Film it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love the fact that we have players having fun. I mean, this is highly competitive, right? Tournament life on the line, all of this, but you get to see the personalities behind the players, which I'm gonna say some esports really don't have. So it's kind of cool that we get to enjoy that. We get to see it from the very first tournament. Some of these players.
No, I saw
just putting on a great show. I love it.
I saw a discussion of somebody. It was almost like an arena studio appreciation post. Yep. It was like, I'm so glad we have the players facing each other. And you know what? I actually thought about it. I was like, yeah, fair point, actually. How many times do we see it where it's just a bank sat up next to each other? You know what? Some of the player cams have been fantastic. Thank you, version 1. But just even
mereka having fun, mereka tahu udah kalah level. Lalu kemarin pas mereka menang juga mereka having fun. Itu salah satu cara mereka biar nggak demam panggung lah.
It's been an incredible event so far. We're not even towards the real pointy end of the stick, I guess you could say. That's the big part of it. Yeah, there really is. Between these two, though, it's one of those games that's, being brutally honest with you, hard to kind of find depth in because Fnatic aren't performing on a higher level than X10, and there's no need to sugarcoat the pill. We're, you know, we tell it how it is, and the win conditions for X10 are pretty vast at the moment, and they need to hit them fast. But poster, any more clips?
That's the secret handshake, right?
Here we go.
Oh,
wait.
Oh no, we're back in game. That was a sit up straight. We're back in.
I do get nervous. There's a classic thing, right? And we'll let you guys at home in on the secrets because we're filling time. When you see players like put the chairs back, headsets are off, you know it's going to be a long pause. And I get nervous. If headsets go off, instantly danger. Because you know that admins are normally straight on them, like, put your headset on. But it does seem as though, look, I'm seeing like posture up, they're leaning in. Here we go. The screen tan coming in. We're back into game, and it is 9-3 still in the second half here. Fnatic with a dominant performance to begin with. However, the pistols have been a problem.
They have, as Boaster will fall off the rip here. A swing out of double doors. Magnum there to greet anybody else looking to follow up on it. And actually, the turret going to get dealt with, and it's 4 coming up long here. Magnum got a lot to deal with. We'll find the first, but will be traded out by Sushi.
Durka's going hunting, and the timing could be just so perfect from Scary. Just turns around. You can see it knife out now. He's just trying to close that gap. But Spike is going down.
Spike planted.
Now he's got good positioning here. Now Scary's going to at least consider this. Yeah, turn. Good timing there. Spots out the utility coming from corner of sight. Spots one on the site and knows that Scary's there. That's big information garnered just from Durka, but he needs Mystic and Doma to do some work from CT. But look at this post-plant positioning in Garage.
Should lean away from that again. 1-for-1 comes Sushi. We'll find that. Doma will respond. Good opportunity. I mean, we just needed to catch Sushi there, but he's going to find one more. Durka falls. It comes down to a 1v1.
Sushi boys. He's tried to play the timing. He does it so well. Excellent round from him to claim the perfect start for X10 going forward.
Difficult in that 1v1 situation to get it down and find value from it, but potentially if he has a little more time and space with Durka not falling, Doma could have set up that wall when really, really difficult to break through that. Fantastic round from Sushi Boy. They're finding that initial trade on the entry up C long. Good work from him. Again, clutching out this 1v1 as well. Nice little 4-piece from him, and another pistol round slips through Fnatic's fingers.
Feels Fnatic, man. I mean, welcome. What are you gonna do? For now, it looks like a little set trap towards C, just stacked up, right? Just off the back of maybe some contact and a pop flash from Mystic, potentially. Boaster gonna try and bait him in.
Bitcoin gua habis Blay, bangkrut.
I don't think...
Udah bagus tadi dapat 500.
Bit of a labored spray, but Cruz will convert towards Boaster.
Kemarin tim mana Blay yang pakai Spectre klik kanannya jago banget?
I'm getting nervous. Okay, no. Thank you. Yeah, Durka got the tag there. I was like, I think he's low, so I'm just gonna send it. This whole time, oh no!
Wait, that's Spike.
Magnum's found a spike.
Down A. Okay, it's okay. Fox is still alive. It's okay. Magnum. Gonna hear these steps. See other players coming past. They don't check it. They don't check it. Oh god, he gets one. Okay, okay, it's fine. It's still fine. It's still all okay. 35 seconds and Doma is gonna be on the site. Now keep in mind, one of these players is pretty far away. That's for... Oh no way, Doma! 1 HP in a dream. 25 seconds in a 1v1. Jet is on the way. Fox is trying to come over. Patty Pan up and over he goes. Finds Doma, and it's all gravy. It's all good. There's never a problem. There's never a problem, Hypok. Don't worry about it.
I glanced up to the minimap and I was like, Fox is literally in Narnia
While
all this is going down on A site, and he's only 30 HP.
Pokoknya tim antara
It's okay.
Shark sama Crazy Raccoon kalau nggak salah.
That's a start, right?
Main di Ascent sama main di mana ya?
Series, at
Dia
least
nggak ada pakai Spectre, buset, jago banget, Blay.
So,
very true.
Let's hope they can continue this, but build a little momentum in the early rounds, get some of that economy online. That's not what you want to see. Durka gonna find Sushi Boys right off the rip. That's
sumber pendanaan lu, sumber pendanaan
gitu. I think.
Oh, Doma, so much pressure. Nice work from Fox to try and capitalize on that fallback. Mystic with a good trade, but now he's going to be controlled towards the site itself, but gets himself out of it. Now, they've lost that timing or maybe that quick hit they could have gone for, capitalizing on some of these picks, but as it stands, Cruz is going to back away from this.
Crazy Raccoon ya di Ascent ya? Asli, Spectre-nya nggak ngotak.
Mystic going to get a little more information off that. Again, this was riding through the economy. 3 Spectres on the side of X10 here. Weapon advantage definitely in Fnatic's favor. Bass goes out again, not going to find anything, and Boaster, similar situation to what we saw in the half.
Good flash.
Oh, actually, it comes to they don't check that. Cruz, though, will find Mystic.
It's on a knife's edge, but it's being kept together okay. Magnum only gets 1. This isn't tradable either. Boaster, though, still alive on long. I'm amazed he gets away with that on Patty Pan. Now Scary trying to push through towards CT. Gets claimed by Durka. That was close. X10 could have... I felt they could have done even maybe more with that, even though it was a bonus round. Fnatic are going to get to 10.
I mean, with no information on where Durka is, it defeats me why Scary doesn't stack up and just hard clear Boaster. They know that they tagged him up on the cross. They noted that he went towards long. I don't get it. I don't get it. A little bit of a misplay there. Maybe the pressure really piling on here in map 2. Again, they're fantastic for the clearance on the way in. And again, on the back of that flash, again, similar situations to what we saw in the first halfway. No audio off the flash, they swing immediately on it.
Kurang disiplin Patipan ini.
Oh no, Durka, this terrifies me. He starts getting a little frisky. Do you get nervous? Yeah, he's trying to re-peek into that box. Absolutely denies it. Going to quickly take the space that Durka was trying to play with, and he's actually going to push further on. That's pretty nice from Fox. That's a lot of room garnered. Yeah, Magnum has no idea. Boaster could even be predicted. No, but he does stay alive. But great damage from Fox there off the back of some good space. But Doma just absolutely Ferraris it up mid. Now the spike's still to hand with Sushi Boy, so they still got a good chance on a spike plant here uncontested.
Seeker's come out, reveal Boaster's position. He reads that one wrong, unfortunately. Gambles on the wrong way. Mystic, the last man standing here, and Extend on the brink of actually putting up a nice round here. Mystic will find a consolation in the form of Cruz, but quickly traded out by Patipan now. Bigger picture, I mean, ultimate progress way in favor of Fnatic. Even though these early rounds have gone the way they have, they found enough kills to make it worthwhile at least. And I gotta say, even with 2 surviving there, it's not as clean as you want. For X10 to really build any sort of buffer here, they need to be coming through and winning flawless rounds, or only losing, you know, 1-2 players max. So yeah, look at this. Everything except Boaster, right? 2 away from the Cosmic Divide.
There's every opportunity now for X10 to try and drag this back. They have 6 rounds, and Dirk has done that to them. They've taken away Fox, okay, but still, keep in mind the other 4, all rifled up, geared up, but they have no one really watching that back. You can see the paranoia in their mind starting to build. They've had to kind of change things up, investing the Killjoy ult as well on this.
Go down the Nano as well, but no real follow-up on this just yet. It's a little late, if I'm honest, to come through. Hopefully doesn't get punished.
Who's that in Garage? Is it Patipan?
Yep.
That's pretty big positioning. If he gets this right, there should be no problems here. Fnatic may be looking just to try and do some damage, get these guns away at this point. Seeker's going in as well. Okay. Patipan's position kind of gets a little bit of its efficacy removed, but it's dealt with in the end. He does a little bit of damage. No way, Doma, don't be doing this. No way. He's sticking this one. No one's taking him off it just yet. Doma is getting away with murder. He finally gets taken down. X10 having to put everything. Mystic, he sits in, but no. Big deny comes out from X10. It was close.
We've seen something similar from Fnatic before, right? The only thing missing there is the Cosmic Divide to make sure that the wall can reinforce and it can stabilize there and tank a little more damage. I mean, and that's on the back of, I gotta say it, you know, Sushi Boy's gotta be the one, and I understand it because the lockdown is what they're trying to, I guess, make sure that they can get control of B side from, but there's no control in the early round, and if you've done any homework on Fnatic, you've got to come back to, on Haven, on defense, they're very proactive in A lobby. So to not have that flank control there and invest a player solo with no contingency at all,
bro.
If he does
so good.
It's a little weird to see. I mean, it doesn't end up being a factor there, but it's just these small kind of adjustments that I want to see with the utility and positioning from X10 that just makes it feel a lot safer. Because even there, they won that round. My God, was it close? My God, was it close?
And you're right, like, we've seen, you know, with the Astra ult coming in as well, like, coupling it together, what can actually happen. So it's that, not necessarily, I guess it is the next layer of that piece, but you could see how dangerous it is just with that wall on its own. So, good work to X10 to, I guess, keep composure, question mark? It got a little bit scary. It's a round on the board, right? Let's kind of roll it back to what it is. Looking at the second half, it's now 4 rounds garnered, 1 response from Fnatic. Yeah, we know what pistols are like, but these are now gun rounds. This is the meat of it, right? This is, you know, the lettuce, the tomato, Dan. It's, you know, we're really going through all of it. This is everything that they needed at this point. So forcing the tactical out of Fnatic's pretty solid.
It is, and I mean, ultimately, to economy-wise, to break that momentum and go 2-1-2 in terms of the round timeline, sorry, is a big win. Yes, Fnatic back on their buy.
Bisa comeback ke di live, bisa comeback ke di live, menurut lu live. Live, menurut lu bisa comeback ke di live.
You can bring it within 1 round. It's only 3 rounds now, and now bear in mind, it was 9-3 on the first half.
We might have
a big investment, actually.
I'm getting excited, Hypok. We actually might get a bit of a game. I was a bit worried after map 1. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, the other thing as well, investment-wise from the Ultimates, it's going to take Fnatic a couple of rounds to get back to that position, right? And you talk about when you have such a huge lead, you can't just ride out until you have a round where you have all 5 Ultimates up. And you can literally just, like, bully a round win, right? to either stop the momentum of your opponent or just kind of
Kenapa
cheese out
itu coachnya Fnatic tuh?
Now, with that investment there, the Seekers come through, the Blade Storm, Boaster's one away from his Cosmic Divide, but really, I mean, if the stars align again and X10 tries
Ngambek
something
kayak
similar,
udah bang, billingnya habis bang.
the same
Alah, tai lah, bentar lagi ngapa?
It's going to take Fnatic a couple of rounds
Gitu,
to recover
Blay.
from that.
Fix.
If X10 can now pile
X10
on the
dari
pressure
negara
to
apa,
what they've already
Blay?
done early on here in the second half,
Thailand.
It's going to get really interesting.
Game on here. One more and they're right on the verge. The money's not perfect for Fnatic. They're, you know, it's these kind of hit and miss buys, these kind of on and off ones. And we've got the quick flash towards middle, going to try and force away this peak. They just countered Durka's over-aggression so hard. Mystic, though, doubles down on this. This is a messy rifle round. And Fnatic trying to just play this fire-based game. Magnum somehow got Patty Pan there, but Sushi Boys with a quick trade. This is just, look at this round. Look at where they are taking this fight. It is all on like attacking side spawn almost. And now here comes the change-up. Sushi Boy's going to take that spike right towards the site. Dome is going to have to lean back away from this now. And you're going to have Fox tucked down at the bottom of mid.
Yeah, going to be able to reset for us a couple of nanos on the spike as well. So Boaster and Dome are going to be quick here. Now looking at where the Fnatic players fell, no opportunity for the res either. X10, if they can remain composed. No wall either. Was used in the early round. And the clock ticking away here, Lauren.
The rest of us, Fox, that's a freebie. Oh, great work from Doma, though. Just body blocking it. Oh, my word, Doma. Out of nowhere. How does he do that?
Okay, yeah, he has got. I was going to say for a second there, Doma maybe came through a little late.
Gila nih Doma.
Baits the res perfectly. The timing on that swing, you can see the cogs turning for Fox. He's like, when do I reveal my position here? When? But Doma, absolutely perfect. Perfect. Coming up huge for Fnatic to stop that one. And do you know what? As well, the nanoswarm, it almost makes it, what was it, 1.1 seconds? Yeah, if that nanoswarm's just a little later, it keeps Doma off again.
Posisi jelek anjing di situ.
I mean,
main ada smoker antara lu main jauh bareng sama temen lu ya, lu masuk dalam smoke nih.
A couple of ults coming online as well
Soalnya masih
for
berdua.
X10, so make note of that. And Boaster going to post himself up. It was Durka getting Aggie in mid last time. Boaster this time going to go for it, but already losing out. Mystic, really nice mid take coming out from X10. They seem very well prepared for this now after that last dabble of aggression. They've been winning out on this first step, but there are plenty of players from Fnatic here. Magnum in the ult with Patty Pan. Doma up on top. Divide's there. This is a heavy invested round. Magnum does get the better of Patapan. And now this is where the pressure starts him out, because look at where the spike is. Over towards that C side, and Durka's on the other side. Sushi Boy's waiting just more in a traditional spot. He's going to step this. Yeah, Seekers go out, but he couldn't quite get the shot as cleanly as he wanted. A trade was there for Scary. And now the 2v2. Magnum, brilliance, but now Fox called upon against Doma. Tries to catch him early. The slow's there. The tag comes out. The spray from Doma again. Big Daddy Doma clutches this one up out of the chair, in the faces. Fnatic making it onto 12.
Fnatic dari negara mana? Fnatic dari Eropa.
Putting two huge rounds on the board here. Fnatic on 12 on map and series point.
Playernya Boaster itu dari England.
And again, everything goes right for X10 now. I feel like this is such a good hit. And they
Mystic
pivot away from the aggression
Doma,
perfectly. Magnum finds Patty Pan. At that point, they have to respond
Doma,
quickly. They
Croatia.
have to readjust. And X10, like I said, they do everything right there.
Dari ke Finland.
He's
Magnum
out of the
dari
chair. He's
Ceko.
loving it. They're on 12. And X10 have been pushing hard in these rounds. These have been clutches. These have been individuals just kind of closing it out. But
STK.
seen a triple stack on Sewer.
Yeah, it's not typically how we see Fnatic pressure A lobby or fight for control here. Definitely a little different, but already Durka coming across here. It's going to be a fourth.
Killjoy out comes in as well. Durka on the other side of this, going to see him above it on the wall going up. Doma going to back away now. They've done as much as they can in the time they had. Mystic.
Oh no, Mystic can stay.
He's got a bit of a corner to play with here. That ain't bad. He can be real quick to this, but Doma even faster. Finds Sushi Boys, and now the 2v3, and it's X10 trying to just hold on for their tournament life. Mystic can only get one, and they cling on off the back of Paddy Pan, shutting out Mystic.
Okay. So the stops on 12-8 now, the score. A real back and forth round. I thought there would maybe Mystic makes a sound, and whoever that is,
Sushi is
playing all the way deep in A lobby, catches that.
Terus menang lah anjing, poin nih, poin.
Hey, I criticized the set pieces and the executes. That's another one right there, Lauren, that really impressed me. That's to counter the stack. That was a 4-man stack from Fnatic.
That's a really good point. It was a massive investment. Speaking of investments, all out war.
Dia besok masih kerja lagi, nggak mau gue bangunin.
The money's shoddy from Fnatic. They're down to bits and pieces, marshals and sheriffs. Nothing much. And there is heavy armor actually behind Durka, so eyes on him, I guess. But Fox, how much space has this man got?
If he doesn't catch this C long or the garage, say yeah, he will spot out Magnum. Because they could get a little dicey there. Sushi Boys will double down. Find that again. This one.
It's got to be clean.
Let's say yeah, really nice.
Beautiful stuff. It is.
Trying to thread the needle.
Yeah. So, well, back down to the old classic. Not gonna happen. X10, huge round, clean as anything. That's 5 alive. Everything they'd want.
I mean, we talked about obviously the recovery from that round previously, and Fnatic now back on 4 ultimates, and it's the key playmakers, right? The Cosmic Divide, the lockdown, Rezol. I mean, only the Blade Storm invested there. They have the Seekers to boot. This is the one really expecting Fnatic to weather the storm and take control here. On the side of X10, nothing left in the tank, ultimate-wise.
Durka is struggling to make it away from that. You can see him taking a chunk of damage off the back here. Has to fall away, bailed out by the flash. And a little bit of map control garnered early. But you can see the response over towards C-Long. It's Boaster trying to go for a walk. They want aggression on both sides of the map. He's going to post himself up, allow them to stack out towards A, and the Seekers have gone out as well. So Boaster's in a world of trouble here potentially, but they've got to check on this. He's been found, he's gone down, and now it's the site open and available. It doesn't matter about the divide by now. They're going to be on the side. They're going to be planting this one out, but Magnum, he's ahead of this. He's trying to get around this one as quick as he can. No, Sushi Boy's huge denial. Great work there, but the answer comes back in. Mystic out of nowhere, and it's just Paddy Pan. No way did they just do that.
And it's Doma again. Coming up massive in a round for Fnatic here. And again, everything goes right for X10. The execution is perfect. They isolate Boaster. They try and come through. Magnum even dipping his toe before site control has been relinquished.
Is this the voice? Are we getting the voice, really? Is this trademarked? Are we allowed to show this? He's in. He's been approved of. There it is. They made it through the first real challenge in the lower bracket run. And we said it before, right? This is what it comes down to. It matters how you finish in these tournaments. You get knocked down to the lowest. They lost to the Sentinels. It was still a good game, but they persevered through. And you saw X10 starting to warm up. They were no slouches on this map.
Another huge round from Doma. Beautiful stuff from him. And coming through, Mystic finding 2 really nice kills as well on that retake. And this is heartbreaking for X10. Like I said, I mean, my biggest criticism was going to be the set plays and the execution. Right down in Haven, they demonstrated some really nice plays. And Fnatic, weathering the storm in these rounds. It's not as if really great counterplays, right? It was on the back of a couple of individual pop-offs to stop that momentum in the round. And like you said, I mean, those are the confidence boosters, right? You come down to the lower bracket here, and those are the sorts of games that you want to kind of, I don't dare I say squeeze out a win, or at least on a map like that where not everything's going their way, right? I was talking about coming back to a comfort zone.
Gue penasaran. Di P800 sensitivity 0,35 Blay. Dia pakai superlight Doma 0,35. Magnum nih. Ya nggak ada dong. Magnum nggak ada cuk. Derka ada gak? Nggak ada juga anjing, cuma ada Doma doang bangsat. Paling banyak dicari kali ya. Mystic ada Mystic. Nggak ada juga Sensei Mystic, cuma dikasih tahu ini dong. Gear and settingnya dong. Anjing cuma ada Doma doang tuh. Magnum nggak ada. Specs.gg. Durken 0,740, Magnum 0,5. Tapi di P400 dia. Berarti 0,25, jadi kecil banget sih. Itu tadi di pro setting, coba kita lihat di specs.gg. Awal mulu sambil lihat juga. Oh, 74 400 di P400 tapi. Maklum 400 0,454 anjing. Nomor 35. Kecil semua loh Lihat siapa lagi Blay yang ada di turun ini. Kita lihat liquid ya. Tim liquid. Kita lihat scream 0,785 400. Kecil juga Yampi 0,317. Soul cash ya Allah. Chill semua Blay anjing pro player. Tens 0,3 deh sekarang. 0,5 0,53 400 kecil banget. Bawang dapur pasti kecil juga dia soalnya steady banget. Aimnya sick juga nih pasti tekan 0,235. Fanatik Blay, udah Blay tadi udah fanatik Blay. Aduh. Siapa lagi yang belum dilihat? Udah semua zooms. Chill semua Blay. Ada apa lagi yang masih ada timnya? Version 1 kali ya. Mau 283 anjing. Tadi yang gue mau lihat nih ZLC 0,296 tapi geter banget Blay, buset. Penny, kagak ada anjing Penny. Kagak ada cuk. Nuturn dah, kelas kita lihat nuturn. Seges 1600 0,15 800 setengahnya 0,3 deh. Lakian 0,333. Buset 0,3 400. Tua 0,69 400. Nggak ada victim rise. Victim rise punya Valorant. Nggak ada cuk. Apa lagi yang pengen dilihat? Interaktif dah, kelas Suna 1400 0,295 di 800 itu dia berarti 0,4 sekian. Hiko 0,72 di 800. Gede Hiko. Ethan 0,4 800. Mana lagi undertif? Nggak ada HSN. Itu tadi. Yo. 2. Lah player barunya mana? Siapa ya? Ethan ya. Udah 0,4. Dari tadi yang kita lihat yang paling gede cuma Hiko 0,72. Tim apa lagi, Blay? Faceland. Las nih Las ya. Zakari 0,52. Lumayan. Oh, 306. Buset. Rapus. BBB mana? BBB 0,244 anjing. Kori 311. Cil-cil banget orang main. Gue gara-gara titik gue gede sih, jadi gue biasaan pakai yang gede-gede nih. 0,45 di PL Park dari kategori apa bang? Mid sense lah, nggak lembek banget, cepet banget.
Moving towards Haven though, again, this one was an interesting kind of flow of game because they took the first 3 rounds, but then it was 9 straight for you guys.
Kalau di Logitech nih di P ini ya, kalau aplikasi yang lain gue nggak tahu.
Once those gun rounds started up, did you just find certain windows? Was it winning those gunfights? Did you figure out within their gameplay something that you could target?
Yeah, I think we
figured out
makin ke kanan makin cepat.
We again lost one pistol at the start, so that led us to 3-0 at the start, and then when we had gunfights, we knew
beda mods kayak gimana.
And like I don't know, we played very nicely on that. We had good calls and Buster read them very well.
Yeah. Oh, well, speaking of reading them, because if we look at the back half of that map, it started to slip away a little bit. They gained some ground, but there was a tack pause.
Nembak jauh,
4-1 on that side.
Lu bakal susah banget nge-spray
What was discussed there in terms of like the major threats? What were they doing well that you had to disrupt?
Bener-bener impossible banget kalau jauh buat nge-spray. Kalau lu bisa sih, tapi kalau lu benar-benar terbiasa bertahun-tahun kayaknya harus belajar. Tapi kalau lu pakai low sense, lu buat nge-hold angle tuh gampang banget pakai low sense.
Fnatic as an organization struggled in stage 1.
Cara ngitungnya gimana? Apa yang mau dihitung, guys?
And Magnum joining kind of took off like a rocket ship, and here you guys are competing
VCT
in Masters 2.
boleh pakai makro
When you first joined the team, was there much of a conversation about what specific role they needed you to fill?
Yeah, so we had conversation
standar. Paling standar tuh 800 sama 400.
Like Jet on some certain maps and more flexibility. So we had that in me, and in Magnum, it was so nice.
Gue kebiasaan dari chest crouch pas shoot kalau di Valorant gimana? Bisa aja. Gue juga masih kayak gitu kok, tapi gue nggak langsung banget jongkok. Kalau udah recoil gue mulai berantakan baru gue jongkok. Soalnya kalau jongkok di Valorant lebih gampang banget.
If you're gonna get that rematch with Sentinels, you're gonna have to fight through version 1 first as your next matchups. The other NA squad, just give me your thoughts.
Habis ini Liquid lawan KRU.
Yeah.
Gue ganti title-nya dulu kali ya. Kok display gamenya pada terang banget sama itu karena tahu mereka pengen ngeliat yang cerah banget kali. Gua sendiri nggak suka. Tim Liquid versus KRU. Nih, kalau lo mau ngotak-ngatik warna yang kayak tadi, nih lo klik kanan di desktop, Nvidia control panel, terus mana sih color, desktop color setting, digital vibrance yang lo otak-atik. Warnanya jadi makin terang. Nih, referensinya nih. Tuh. Jadi makin terang, nggak enak banget di mata, sumpah. Gua dulu main CSGO sempat gue pakai berapa ya? 80% kayak gue dulu buat CSGO gua. Tapi lama-lama sakitnya banget. Apalagi sekarang kan gua main gila ya, maksudnya berjam-jam banget. Nggak bagus banget buat mata gua. Sense aim itu dari mana, Blay? Ya tergantung lu, Blay. Lu doyannya kayak gimana? Gue cuma pakai sense enak sih, Blay. Pakai sense gue yang mana? Mouse keyboard bawa sendiri apa disediain, Blay? Bawa sendiri, cuy. Gue masih sering gonta-ganti sensi, bosenan gue. Ngelatih memori tangan gimana, Blay? Main, Blay, cuma main tiap hari, asli. Main tiap hari doang. Sekarang sensi gue lagi 0,615. Gue pengen bikin 0,55 sih kayak ntar. Udah gak pakai 622 gue, 615 sekarang. 0,3 di P800 masuk low sense ya, masuk. Buat gue, kalau buat gue pribadi, gue di bawah 0,5 tuh udah low sense banget buat gue. Lagi belajar ngelatih sense kecil lu, Blay. Enggak, kemarin kan gue sempat pakai sensinya Tense 2 minggu. Cuma capek makanya. Di Valorant kalau main operator quick scope itu berlaku nggak, Blay? Bisa kok. Bisa. Mending Gpro Hero itu mana ya? 304 LIGHTSPEED ya? Gpro wireless superlight, mending itu sih kalau gue. DPI 900 sense 0,559 termasuk apa? High sense. Gerakin mouse pakai lengan atau pergelangan, Bray? Gua selama ini gue cuma pakai pergelangan doang nih. Gue cuma di sini doang selama ini. Tapi gue udah mulai nurunin sensi. Gue main dulu lumayan pakai lengan. Jadi gue main udah lumayan begini nih, Blay. Gue main udah lumayan begini sekarang. Lengan gue udah lumayan maju ke mousepad. Dulu gue main cuma segini doang. Karena gue dulu high sense. Gue pertama kali main Valorant 0,75, gue main cuma begini doang. Lihat kan lo di facecam gue cuma begini doang. Soalnya gue sekali begini nih udah muter balik nih. 0,75 gue. Sekarang kenapa gue turunin sensi gue? Karena gue sekarang pakai mouse super ringan, mousepad gue super licin. Sebelumnya gue pakai mouse ini nih. Ini beratnya 2 kali lipat dari ini. Dan dulu gue 0,75. Ini the good old days, anjing. Prime gue kayak gue pakai ini dah. Masa-masa terjago gue pakai Valorant tuh gue pakai mouse ini. Dan sensi 0,75. Gue semenjak pakai ini lumayan susah buat nembak. Soalnya kayak apa ya? Karena keringanan ya. Gue belum biasa, tapi udah lumayan sih, udah lumayan biasa. Jadi gimana ya? Jadi nggak balance di tangan gue karena gue nggak biasa. Soalnya dari dulu mouse gue dari dulu G5. Dulu tuh mouse gue G5 yang shape-nya benar-benar sama kayak gini. Terus udah nggak produksi lagi, ganti 502. Udah Artisan di mana? Di Jepang. Tapi itu kayak gue store gue udah mau restock lagi kayak Artisan. Lo pantengin ntar. Mouse buat Valorant bagus berapa DPI, Blay? Nggak tergantung game, tergantung apapun itu semua udah dari lu doang, Blay. DPI 3200 sense 0,66 itu high ya, high banget. Enak mana, Blay? Lu main di 0,75 apa 0,69? Gua sekarang 0,615 dan performa gue paling bagus masih pakai 502 sensi 0,75. Gue belum mencapai titik dimana performa gue kayak dulu pakai mouse ini. Dan ini mouse dari seminggu gue pakai, scrollnya tuh udah kepencet-pencet sendiri. Makanya gue kadang-kadang sering lompat sendiri. Gue sering ngeluh kan masalah itu. Ini baru seminggu waktu itu. Baru seminggu tuh udah bermasalah. Dan klik kanannya udah bumpy. Bumpy tuh rada kendor gitu loh. Dan belum gua belum gua garansiin. Ini masih garansi. Gue masih bisa tuker baru soalnya. Minusnya, gua kalau mau tuker baru, ini gua kirim seminggu 2 minggu baru balik. Nah, gue malas banget pakai mouse ini lagi, Blay. Nanti kalau gue pakai mouse ini, gue adaptasi ke ini lagi tuh lama. Adaptasi shape mouse tuh susah banget, asli. Gue adaptasi ini mouse seminggu kayak. Seminggu. Kalau ganti sensi buat gue 2 hari 3 hari udah lumayan bisa lah. Dari yang 0,75 di mouse ini gue ganti waktu itu ke sensinya Tense 0,485. 2 hari 3 hari udah lumayan enak. Gue main udah nggak cuma pakai pergelangan. Gue main tangan gue. Lengan gue main. Cara atur di PM semua mouse gimana, Blay? Tergantung aplikasi ya. Tadi gue udah kasih lihat. Lu mundurin ya dikit. Tense di nerf ya, Blay, nggak boleh ganti-ganti mouse lagi. Apanya yang di nerf, Blay? Itu emang peraturannya aja, semua orang juga nggak boleh gonta-ganti mouse. Kecuali mouse lu rusak. .102 enaknya pakai sensi berapa? Sensi, DPI, semua apapun tuh lu nggak bisa nanya orang, Blay. Tergantung lu enaknya di mana. Tergantung lu enaknya di mana. Lu nggak bakal nemu sensi lu dari orang lain. Lu nggak bakal nemu sensi lu dari orang lain.
Team Liquid, what does KRU do to try and counter this?
They're going to have to play like they do in LATAM, especially on attack. They're going to have to really give it to Scream and the rest of the boys. But it's their defense, which I think is going to be the difference maker. If you watch the VOD of TL versus version 1, you will learn a lot. You're going to learn that, especially in overtime in the first map, they like to really go on their default and push heavily to go and win their 1v1s. They do that all around the map. What version 1 taught us is that if you stay back, if you play passive, then you have a good chance at winning. They love having the same setups. They love having traps. They have brimstone mollies they can abuse. The thing is, if they're able to do that and play off of each other, I think that Team Liquid can walk into a firing squad.
Dari zaman gue pakai sensi CSGO gue tuh 2,2 kalau salah.
They're gonna certainly need to. Of course, folks, make sure you guys are checking us out on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for the latest news, highlights, and most importantly, the chance to participate in our daily predictions. And the fans overwhelmingly voted 84% in favor of Team Liquid.
Game sense-nya kurang banget setiap main suka naik turun terus. Game sense-nya berarti lu harus banyak main, terus setiap kali lu main, lu pikirkan apa yang musuh lakukan, Blay.
Alrighty, and Veli, what about you, buddy?
Jam terbang dong sih. Sama lu harus tahu, kayak tiap kali lu melakukan kesalahan, lu harus tahu salah lu tuh di mana.
Come on, Lothar.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I believe in Liquid. Like they have to take it. They have the honor to defend on the lower bracket, but you know it's nothing new for EU because we're used to seeing them anyway.
Yeah, well, guys, map select with the coaches is about to get underway. So now we're gonna send it over to Reykjavík, Iceland, and our casters for this one, Daniel.
Ada cuy, lu cari di Google. Lu cari di Google, banyak kok.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yeah, we got a thing going. It seems. And silly. This is going to be an exciting one. KRU up against Liquid. Liquid finally putting a life here, and I'm sure that they want to make it all the way back to where they feel like they should be, which is in that grand final spot. But it's going to be a hell of a fight to get there. And although KRU certainly on paper, especially after their last performance against the European team, Liquid's rivals Fnatic, didn't do so well.
Mencuci-cuci Mousepad.
Something different here against Liquid.
I don't think
apakah
so,
semua mouse bisa diatur DPI-nya? Kalau mouse zaman sekarang harusnya udah bisa ya. Semuanya harusnya udah bisa.
From yesterday versus Sharks than when they did versus Fnatic, but what really has to step up here for this team
nyari sense yang paling enak gimana, Blay? Ya lu nembaknya enak, Blay.
I'm not sure if they actually have it.
Dulu tuh ada cara
against what we have for Team Liquid. You're going up
cara tergampangnya gimana ya? Misalnya ini target lu nih. Nih tulisan musik target lu. Lo goyang ke kiri lu mencet A, lu ikutin nih, lu harus tetap crosshair lu di musik ini terus lu goyang ke D, lu tetap lu goyang ke kanan, lu gerakin badan lu ke kanan, lu ikutin crosshair tetap ke musik. Kalau itu tetap lengket, itu lu enak, berarti lu nyaman.
So that element's always going to be present still when we're talking about Liquid. It's going to take some time for us to see them prove that wrong, for us to change the script on that one. But that could be something that could benefit Crew here. You know, if Liquid is not dealing well with pressure, and they're finding themselves in a spot like this, there might be some cracks to exploit.
Alon-alon Dre, gue main dari X1 selalu plat 3, main 60 Hz FPS dapat 70-100, main pun bata-bata, emang bener respect dan itu harus memadahi. Minimal 144 Hz lah, Blay. Oh, sama kalau lu 60 Hz, terkadang tuh beberapa monitor bisa dibikin kayak gini nih. Lo buka Nvidia Control Panel, lo bisa bikin 75 Hz. Lo turunin resolusi ini nih, lu turunin sampai 1028 sampai 12.720, nanti di sini nongol 75. Biasanya ada yang kayak gitu. Beberapa monitor ada yang bisa kayak gitu. Beberapa ada yang enggak, tapi lu turunin sampai 1280 atau 1024, ntar bakal nongol 75. Itu lebih enak 75 daripada 60. Lu cobain ya.
With you on that one, and I like the point that you made about Scream being sort of the natural in-game sort of captain or team captain really for everybody.
Beberapa monitor ada yang bisa digituin. Bisa dipaksa ke 75 Hz.
You gotta have the right kind of mixture of
rekomen monitor 144 di harga 3 jutaan apaan, Bang?
People that are calm when things are getting crazy.
Apa ya?
People that are able to get the energy going when things
BenQ Zowie yang 144 tuh 3 jutaan ya sih? 60 ke 75 memang kerasa, Blay. Kerasa banget. Dari zaman CS16 nih dulu ya, gue pasti selalu maksain ke 75 Hz. Kalau monitor yang nggak bisa 75 Hz, sebenarnya itu udah cacat. Kerasa banget, 60 ke 75 tuh kerasa. Sama kayak 75 ke 144 itu kerasa. Yang nggak gitu kerasa tuh dari 144 ke 20, nggak gitu kerasa, tapi efektif. Di mata nggak gitu kerasa, tapi di gameplay lumayan kerasa. Konten Gigi Mousepad mana, Blay? Udah kah? Harusnya dikit lagi nih, tinggal approval dari ini dong, dari klien. Soalnya gue sambil gue gabungin sama ada konten buat
It's all about the walk-ons,
buat
seeing the energy
itulah.
from both teams coming through, and there's a lot of tension here too. This could be the last time one of these teams to walk out onto the stage
during
the tournament. Again, the first LAN event, the first global events that we've seen in Valorant. A historic moment and something that's truly special to be a part of, especially considering that you're representing your regions.
It's crazy. You're looking at right now the records too at the bottom, right? Despite Team Liquid being like the favorites coming into the tournament, that's the thing. They haven't tasted victory yet. Crew has.
Tuh, kata Randy Wakj, LG ASUS Zowie udah ada kok monitor 144 Hz di harga 3 jutaan. Gue kurang gitu tau. Mousepad Artisan beli di mana, Bang? Di Jepang, kalau nggak di toko gua, Tokopedia. Cuma kalau ada lebihannya ya gue jual. Susah banget lah nyari barangnya, susah banget. 60 Hz itu standar kan lu bilang. Paling bagus 144 Hz, paling bagus 360 sekarang.
Haven has come to no surprise for me for Crew right now. I mean, they wanted to come in with some great strategies. It didn't work out.
Kalau main di laptop pengaruh banget cuy, jauh.
And they were looking good for the rest of the series. So seeing the next 3 that are happening, what I find interesting here, Dan, is that Crew are going to get tested on 2 other maps that we haven't seen them at the Masters yet.
Gue ganti kali ntar namanya jadi Mansen Store.
And I think they haven't played Ascent yet on the Master stage either.
Mau beli Artisan gue nggak beli. Gue udah punya. Gue mau beli yang Exoc. Punya gue yang sekarang punya gue yang sekarang soft.
Yeah, and interestingly, you know, we have seen Crew being one of the teams that has, of course, been very, very far away from perhaps meta-defining regions that you would perhaps, you know, you could describe North America and Europe to be the meta-defining regions, the teams, or rather the most competitive.
Nah, itu ada link toko.
And interestingly, you know, I don't think we're going to see from Crew.
Ini Durin memperebutkan apa? Valorant point kah buat beli BP? Iya. Ini yang menang bakal dapat Valorant point 10.000. Udah kayak turni barbar ngentot.
They stick to what they've been, you know,
G60 rekomen nggak, Blay? Belum pernah pakai gua belum pernah pakai G60. Kalau lu mau, gua bisa rekomen mouse budget sama mouse enak. Kalau mouse budget 200 ribuan kalau nggak salah. G102 itu mouse budget menurut gua paling enak. G102. Kalau mouse under sejuta enak dan lu suka yang berat, G502 Hero. Kalau mouse ringan tapi nggak budget, Gpro superlight. Kalau nggak G502 superlight. Lightspeed bukan superlight. Lightspeed. Nana tidur. Kru tim asal mana, Blay? Kru Latin Amerika. Oh, 640 Mousepad. 640 enak kok.
Yeah, certainly agree with that one. It's also
ya, G60 Mousepad. Gue pakai kok. Gue sebelum pakai Artisan pakai itu. Enak gitu.
On a split as well, so that's something that
itu enak banget. 640.
I think overall, this is
G60 enak banget.
Strong opening map here for
Mousepad standar awalnya itu 60 enak. Enak banget 60. Gue masih punya kok sampai sekarang. Mana? Belum gue cuci.
Again, split is a solid one for them.
Definitely, and I even think that on split it was.
Ini nanti Artisan gue mau gue cuci, terus gue mau ini nih.
Version 1.
Mana?
Again, I think they were able to get
some
great timings, especially against Zelsis, actually, just punishing the peaks that Zelsis was doing with the abilities. So if they could continue with this type of timing that they have, it's going to be great. But I think not only that, what really enabled Team Liquid to get these rounds and string these rounds together was actually how Soundcard for me was striding onto this map. The way that he was setting up Yampi on these dashes onto the site was actually perfect for Team Liquid on the execution on a map like Split. Keeping a Brimstone right now, I'm not too against having a Brimstone because right now you're thinking about the Molly pulse plants.
Tapi
it doesn't really happen right now on a map
Artisan
like Split.
Beda sama Artisan tuh, Artisan tuh speednya dapat banget, kontrolnya dapat banget.
Out ropes and you want to do splits into B,
Artisan,
or vice versa into B heaven if you want to take mid control into A. So that could definitely happen. That could definitely help out into Team Liquid. We'll see how it pans out. Now that you see Crew again, looks like they're not changing anything at all.
Yeah,
mulai. Let's go.
Udah
pasti Liquid kan ini 2-0 sih.
Teams they played in Latin America, but still, we'll see how things go here. Right on the attack for Crew as they look to make their way towards A, but Sarkaz already with some scouting information. It's going to spot a lot of this. Yampi there as well. Into the setup they go. Link with the double, and with that said, it's going to be a tough recovery here now for Crew. As Liquids have plenty of time to rotate and push around the map. They've got all the information.
Wajar banget cuy, emang mahal.
They're going to have to just force the issue. There's not really a good answer in this situation.
Yeah. This is just a great
start. Kayak masuk sini tuh mahal, Blay. Gua jual korpet aja, Blay. Korpet kan nggak ada yang jual di Indo ya. Itu Mousepad paling enak. Enaknya banget. Jauh banget beda. Itu gua masuk sini per piece-nya tuh gua kena 40.000 kayaknya ada.
Very nice. Scream. I mean, if you
ringan under 1 juta apa tadi G102.
Then historically
rekomendasi mouse yang cocok buat tangan lebar.
Yes.
Gua nggak tahu gua. Coba lu cari.
The whole thing.
Yes. You'll find it for sure. And at the same time, seeing how Scream is already landing shots like this with a frenzy on the mid-range to long range, it's gonna be scary. That's a one-tap literally with the frenzy. That's already hard to do in itself just to try to do single bullets off a rapid-fire pistol right there. And he was able to open it up against version 1 yesterday. If he continues with this form, Crew, it's gonna be a very hard one for them to get.
And here in terms of objectives, we're looking to see if Crew can try to find a way to get kills, maybe facilitate a spike to get some extra money on the board. But when you're operating in a situation like this and you don't really have much in the way of investment, you want those smaller goals, and you can maybe work towards those with all 5 players. But you can see here that Liquid have a very good setup to deal with anything like this. They're giving up the B side effectively, playing retake there so that they can have more presence to deal with anything in mid. So playing retakes on both sides.
Gue tiap kali ngeflick nggak selalu tepat pala. Ya kurang presisi, Blay. Kalau nanya guanya kenapa, gue juga bingung kenapa Blay.
Team Liquid to see if Crew was going to already cross over into ropes. So bring that Trailblazer in there, knowing that there's no aggression coming in from Crew. It's still a default, and they're still in great positions. They don't have to over-rotate yet. You see those guidelines coming out from the minimap.
300-an dah. Kalau nggak salah 300-an ya.
There it is, the judge comes to play, and that's the Prime Gaming flawless in the bank there for Liquid. Again, pretty much just almost, it feels like an impossible scenario if you're a Crew in that position. Just as you said, Vansily, you know, Liquid playing it kind of
300-an apa 400-an gitu, gue lupa.
They're not really putting a foot wrong. They're actually giving up the sites, so there would have been a possibility to rush down a site for a plant, but maybe that would have been the best possible outcome. But either way, we're into our first gun round.
Definitely, and as I was talking about that guided light, it was coming out from the mini-map if you were paying attention to that end. So they're trying to group again, Yampi and Soulcast a lot for Team Liquid. He's looking for a guided light towards B main, no information, it's still towards mid, and that sets up Yampi perfectly. In this round, they're just going to continue to rotate Soulcast around with all this information. They catch one at the entrance of A main, but as they still try to battle for info, that's perfect right there. The wall can come up, they get automatically sprayed down, they hear 2 sets of shots to break down the wall. So now they know they're playing extremities for Crew. They're playing a slow default once again.
Kita fokus ke pertandingannya lagi, Blay.
To it by playing maybe a slightly more heavy mid side with again Soulcast this time with Scream.
And right now Liquid aren't really too sure what's going on. They will be getting some flashes through towards B main just to get some information. And that would have detonated, and I don't think it would have flashed anybody, so still no info here for Liquids.
Itu Mousepad paling enak anjing.
Contact through Mail, and oh wow, Nagzed, that's a fantastic shot. Scream's there with the judge. That should have been an easy one for Scream, but Nagzed too quick, and Crew are now barreling into this B site, looking quite effective. They've got pretty much everything that they could want. There goes the dark cover as well, and the plant on default, so fantastic contact play from Crew.
Beautiful kill. That actually shambled the whole setup here for the defense, but Yampi's on that flank. They have a lot of utility to watch at the same time, but here comes a push in from spawn side.
And looking at quite hard fought here at the moment, down to a 3 versus 1. After all said and done, Liquid fall. It's a good attempt, but Crew, man, I'm really impressed here. Just as you said, that one opening, that truly was the linchpin of the round. Getting that instant kill on Scream, having everybody pushed up so far. Liquid didn't have information overall to know where anybody was, so that's when contact plays are at their most dangerous.
Vamos!
Yes. And especially now that Team Liquid on that previous round were on a bonus round, I found that Cryptics maybe overextended a little bit from the default boxes just to try to catch some players off guard, but you're playing a mid-range weapon with that Spectre versus Vandals and Phantoms, and also potential trade setters for Crew immediately on that spacing on that catwalk. It was very hard to hold. Maybe being a little bit more sneaky there could have helped out on Team Liquid with that rotate because they still had the guided light to come back in. This round though, Team Liquid with the gun round, they are putting a heavy aggression towards this mid side. Look how far up they're pushed up, but it's immediately getting pushed back by the paint shells of B&J. Very well done for Crew.
Yeah, they are reacting quite nicely, not really giving up anything to Liquid so far. Late into mids. They are also looking after A main as well as B main, so should Team Liquid try to push any of those positions, Crew will know about it. Trying to edge their way up middle. Heavy defense there for Team Liquid. They have 3 players. They can actually go with a flash, and they're going to do just that. Straight through the wall. And they see nothing in mid. So now they're starting to wonder what is going on.
Karena udah di setup Blay midnya.
This wall is so strong though. The wall at the same time to see towards
mid. Itu emang udah strat dia, si Gempi suruh ngepick di mid karena udah di setup tadi. Udah di smoke suarnya. Itu juga udah di smoke.
Yeah, looking really good here. Scream at the back of the site. Oh, fantastic work from Scream. And it doesn't seem like there's all that much left here in terms of firepower for Crew to take this site. BenQ with a nice position up in heaven, able to find Cryptics. But he is the last man standing now, BenQ. 10 seconds to go. The pressure is really on in this situation. It's just not enough time for that one, and Soulcast will take him down. Really nicely, I mean, you're really seeing the value of Sky, I feel like, Vansily, because when Liquid didn't really understand what was happening, they can gamble pretty effectively because they get to send these Sky flashes in mid, in B main. It's just so much information.
Yes, and you combine at the same time with the Viper Cloud that they put on the top of the right side of market, so that it allows for just like these quick peeks through the toxic screen enabled by the flashes of Soulcast. So to gain that map control where you don't have information, you're putting bodies out, you're ready for a trade, you're ready for a fight. When there's nothing happening in there, it could actually now set up your anchorman towards A or B to be just ready for any type of pushes. And you saw how Scream was ready right there. So unfortunately, Crew, this puts them on an eco. Sort of a hero buy here from Azino with the Spectre, but they're picking up the Blade Storm on that B side that could potentially help things out once they're going to go for this potential anime battle, but looks like they're falling back towards mid control once again. And you can see it, Dan, at the same time for how they're setting up for Crew. Because they only have that solo flash, they're going to have to group up a lot, have that slight spacing to be able to get those quick trades in there. But against utility that you currently have from Soulcast, the way that he's running his abilities, it just allows for Team Liquid not forced to hand against the aggression of Crew.
Yeah, I really like Crew's pacing as well, because they're setting themselves up to be able to throw in a super fast round and perhaps catch Liquid off guard a little bit later on. But they're also so far avoiding a lot of these setups from Liquid by just playing very slowly. And in that sense, that also is allowing them to sort of feel more comfortable in their game. And with that said, Klaus with a huge frag all the way from downtown to catch a player in Screams, and now Crew are going to collapse onto the site. Link able to defend from elbow. Huge defense there from Link, able to hold backside control for the time being. Soulcast now reinforcing and getting the kills as well. Liquid doing everything they need to hold onto this position. 10 seconds to try to plant this spike. There's surely not enough time here, and in fact, that's going to be a wrap. Liquid defends. Really fast response.
I'm actually surprised that that hit actually got it into a kill, especially if I think that Scream had full armor, because for me, that's a frustrating 145 damage with the Sheriff. So it worked out perfectly to get that first entry, and you saw, as the pacing you mentioned, Dan, to get where the defense setup wasn't at for Team Liquid, Crew was able to go for that ropes into the A heaven, crunch into the A site. But Link, from the Blade Storm that he avoided from Nexet, just allowed for Soulcast to move in right after and just anchor perfectly inside the site. So it looked pretty good for on the get-go, but just unfortunately with sometimes the RNG that you have from the Blade Storm, it comes back and swings back in the favor of the defense.
Yeah, quick trade there towards A, and should be helpful. Trailblazers sent forward by Soulcast. There goes, oh my god, it's Soulcast! My goodness gracious me! Absolutely denying everything from Crew. It looks perfect for them. Soulcast hitting 3 insane shots completely turns this one on his head, and that's going to destroy the round for Crew. Oh, I really felt like they hit
I think so too. I think it was just maybe a missed satchel charge to get BNJ a little bit faster into the B heaven side, but the positioning from Soulcast, you see it, it's right in the open. He's flying in the air, he's trying to clear out towards that left side, and Soulcast, it's not only maybe on a missed satchel, it was how fast Soulcast was able to react onto that satchel charge coming into that B heaven for that pick. And that was just an easy lineup for the other two when they're just grouped up. And like I said, the spacing has to be very important right now for Crew so they could actually set up better for their trades instead of having these individual peaks in the end.
Once again, Liquid looking good on the defense here towards A as Crew go in pretty quickly. We talked about that switch up of pace. They are on just Sheriff's hip though. Soulcast ready with the flashes. And right now it's a difficult spot for Crew. They do have some forward positioning. In fact, they're actually going to force the issue here. Able to take control of heaven as well. In comes Soulcast once again. Out go the flashes. Turning the corner. It's not going to work out for him this time. And Crew are actually holding onto some position here, but they don't have the sight just yet. Res comes up, bold stuff. The bait works though, because Cryptus goes down on the swing, and now huge advantage. And there's a res coming through from Scream as well. Oh no, into Yampy, into the crosshair. Just sitting here, ready and waiting. Dash, good, with Scream as well to clean it up for the 3K. Oh my god, what is that? Was so back and forth.
I gotta have to hand it for Screams just to be able to throw that Frost Orb into the entrance of the spawn side. If it wasn't for that, again, the aggression from Crew looking at the spawn side early kill, you're trying to go for a close range frenzy kill on the attacker side. And you saw it coming. There was gonna be a rotate no matter what into that B site after they take control, forced to rotate out, trying to catch him off guard. But just because of that slow orb and enables Team Liquid to get the first kill into the battle, into the trades, Scream is able to rotate back even faster. after. They read him like a book right after that, and that's an easy lineup when you're playing against less firepower from Crew's side. Now, though, at least, unfortunate for this spray to put Klaus down to 6 HP, but they do have a lockdown to work with where it could have maybe helped towards his A side in the end. I think, again, you're just trying to waste this utility on mid side before. You see it or not, aggressing that fast, if they could actually get a couple of flashes out from Soulcast and end back towards A later, it could be a very strong ult for them. Or that, or that.
Huge punish. I love to see that. You can hear Soulcast jump, peeking that angle. And NZXT picks the perfect timing. Great mechanics there on that one end. What do you do with the 5v4? That's the question. You're on the attack. It's such a strong position to be in.
It's passive on A side, right? They kind of want to give that up, play for that retake, so they still want to position Scream off this off angle on B. So he's going to try to battle it up against NZXT, and that's actually a really good position against that up.
Mati semua nih Mas Scream.
Off angle here from Scream. Can he get the one and fall back? Ooh, dropping down. It's scary. Yappy goes down. It's up to Scream now to hold on to this position by himself. Klaus will take him out. Not too much love here on these engagements for Liquid, but the crew, they've got the bomb site. They have the plant. And there's only 2 players from Liquid to do anything here, and they want nothing to do with this. And you can't blame them.
That's for sure. I think just the jump bait switch there, just for getting the entry for Crew, was actually quite perfect. When again, you don't have that much utility in terms of flashes to try to take over the site. You got to throw the bodies in, unfortunately, and that's how it is. And they played it perfectly now this time for Crew in terms of trying to bait out their teammates to be able to at least get an opener. And Scream, you saw that Frost Orb. He was trying to put it there towards that B heaven side just to slow things a bit. It just bounced off, unfortunately, off that balcony, and that catches Yampy in an awkward position where he got shut down. So it's not too bad so far for Crew. They add a second round onto the board. It's going to be a Prime Gaming flawless at the same time too, or unless it was a res going on at the same time, I kind of probably missed it. But at a 6-2 right now, it's not too bad to finally warm up here on this first half, especially with that shot.
Yeah, really awesome to see that. And it's just great too, because it shows a degree of flexibility within a team like Crew where they can spot small leaks and be on the fly, be like, okay, let's punish this and actually create a round out of it. And that's a much needed round too. 2-6, still plenty of rounds here to try to make this a more respectable scoreline against Team Liquid, who have been very dominant so far. As we go into this next buy round, we'll see the flashes coming through once again to B main. Crew will take control and over B main though, regardless.
And you see the walls that are set up right now on the defense for Cryptics. It's actually not going all the way towards the entrances because he wants to leave it clear so that Yampy could opt towards his A ramp.
Speaking of Yampy, it's a nice opening. Repositioning, surely not going to peek into this one. Yampy looks so poised for this, and of course he connects it. And the problem with that one is now they're down to 3 players. They've got no map control. We're getting the Trailblazer thrown through to B main once again. Soulcast on that Sky, able to get so much information, and also Andy with the headshots as well. Always very nice. And now it's just 2 left here for Crew.
Even a flash coming out to confirm that there's at least another player going there. Because after that first kill, like you said, Dan, no map control, the Trailblazer that came out, you're just knowing that Crew is going for a desperate maybe last second hit with the 3 players remaining on that B site. But when you lose a fight like that, off angle out in the open for Soulcast on how he got that kill, because he doesn't have to be afraid, again, of being flashed. He could just play it out in the open and being secure or being confident about his aim, is able to get that kill, and that will now force the last 2 players of Crew to save at this point. But you're looking at it so far here, Dan, this is a lockdown that still hasn't been invested yet by Klaus. I could sense it coming into the next, but you're starting to build the ults up at the same time for the defender side. They already have the Seekers ready. They're 1 away from a Brimstone ult, and they're also 1 away from Yampy, potentially with an op kill to bring out a Blade Storm. So they're going to have to try to use it potentially soon into the next round here for Crew.
I believe in Crew. I believe.
Oh, yeah.
It is definitely very tough, though, against an operator when you have just only the paranoia for flashes.
Clean.
I love the slow motion voices.
Yeah. It's one of those nice ones, but yeah, this time up I think is a good one here, Dan. I think it's a good call for it so far.
Yeah, the thing that's been interesting too is that there has been some moments where I feel like KRU absolutely had the advantages to convert the rounds, but we saw some really huge clutch moments. You know, for example, let's say, Soulcast getting that 3K in B Heaven on, able to just instantly headshot the Raze that's just flying around with the satchel. If that's not a headshot, and even if that Raze does die, but it takes a few more bullets to do it, Soulcast dies there, and they lose the entire site. And there's this post plant that now can be played by KRU. So, just some of these like moments have been so phenomenal, and the timings from Liquid looking very confident so far. And you can see Sliggy there in the command center, and there with the manager, his good friend Eamon. I spent a lot of time with those guys. They are really fun to hang out with, and it's also been cool to see the storylines in this game. I know a bit more about those two than some others, but Sliggy, for those who don't know, is someone that was renowned for really changing the game and observing in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And maybe that's a story for another time as we're back into this one.
You know what? At least naturally, it gives him like a good eye on how to observe his team playing this game as well.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You've got to do something different to be to have the mind to do the things that he was doing. But into the action we go here, and it's a huge aggression here on A main, trying to fight for this early control, and Scream running backwards and spraying, finding the frags. Two down now for our KRU, right at the offset of this round. Ooh,
they read that perfectly.
They really did. This looks very desperate now on Van Silly.
Yeah, I mean, you can try anything you want so far for KRU, breaking that wall, getting the flash out at the same time. Like, the timeout was like, hey, we just have to try to explode. They were trying to throw the paranoia into A main, and if they could break that wall for KRU and catch them off guard, perfect. But then a self-wall that comes out from Scream, you have a flash that comes out from Soulcast that was already posted there, by the way, when it's always lurking towards that mid side. They were just ready for it. And with that, I feel that because of this action that happened at the beginning, Klaus was still keeping his killjoy ult. And I'm not against that at the same time too, because if they actually did make it into the A site, Dan, they could put one of those very powerful ults at the bottom of that rafter by that flower pot that covers the whole site right now, including forcing to push your opponents back all the way into their spawn. So I think the idea was there just to try to overwhelm Team Liquid. But just look at the amount of utility. They even had a Viper Cloud that was ready there to set up that DK running into the site. It's like he's doing his homework.
Yeah, with the operator in a really close range position.
Oh my.
Gets the kill, dashes out, and it is problematic here for KRU because what they're doing now is completely known to Liquid, and you can see that they've got all the utility in place to just prevent this push completely. Just being stopped dead. And the push from Soulcast through A main now has him in the attacker spawn, basically.
Yeah.
He wants to be there, but he could get timing pretty hard if they rotate through mid, back through to A, so he's going to hang out towards sewers instead.
Killing noise is a good idea though, because now Soulcast is pushed all the way out. He can't use any of the other guided lights to get information for the team. So they have to default a bit, but they also have to keep guessing of where KRU could be. So for KRU right now to group up and try to go back towards this A side, yes, it looks like there's a lot of numbers here towards this A side, but it's still individual 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1 when they come in.
Yeah, they did a dark cover there as well towards Mail, which cut off vision for Liquid towards B. So right now it could be A or B as far as Liquid are concerned. Really smart stuff from KRU. Yampy will whip that one. That will give an opportunity here now for KRU as they make their way forward. Bladestorm comes out from Yampy as well. Time is of the essence here. They can't afford for anything to go wrong here, but everything is going wrong. Cryptics with a double, and it might just get worse a bit. No, KRU able to try to convert this one here with a plant off of the back of those 2 kills from BenQ. Out comes the Showstopper as well to try to delay things. Liquid will have to wait surely, and there's that res. 3v3 after plant now for KRU. Oh, orbital strike comes through. That forces BenQ into a fight that I don't think he was interested in. And now we get the lockdown coming through. So many ults, just the dive from Link onto that lockdown. Oh my goodness, and now Liquid with perhaps the last effort coming through from A main. There's Mazzino with the defense. That one, not the second is Scream, of course.
Suka-suka abang Scream lah,
Scream has time off the back of those 2 kills. This guy is always reliable for Liquid. Definitely the one you want last alive in the clutch.
Suka-suka abang Scream
I think it made it seem weird to actually place that lockdown right in the middle of elbow. But at the same time, I'm not against it. Maybe using that as a body shield just in case when they're actually trying to rotate back for Team Liquid to allow there just to get that first kill, because Link got picked off, and then right after that, an easy hold. They ran down the clock of the lockdown, but just this lineup, the setup that they have on a pulse plan just to give Scream the edge shut machine. Easy kills like that right now. It wasn't perfect in the end on a 2 versus 1. It could have been a little bit better, but here comes another explosion into the A site.
There goes Crew straight in there. Link at the back of the site looking to defend.
Oh
my god, he's owning absolutely everybody so far. Nagzed was drifting there, floating. He thought that might be the trick to get Crew into the site, but they're still stuck here. They've only got A main and a ramp control. That's all they have. Seen as they were to take down 1, but Scream to finish off the rest. A decisive first half here from Team Liquid for the first map in this best of 3. And he's 17 for 5. He is scary.
Almost scary makes you scream every time you see him, right? So it's the puns are coming, Pansy. I know you're listening. But that said, I just love I just love how strong things have been right now for Team Liquid on this defender side. If it's not also for surrendering sites, but just the sheer ability to prevent Crew from pushing even further into the sites, right? Getting screen control, even if it's an ult that you don't get that often, to split out that positioning from Crew at that screen side from Blink, and also having one player force his hand towards you, and you just post up, put your gun out and take him down. It's just been very, very good at how things have been utilized in terms of Team Liquid on that defender side. But now the tides have turned. We'll see what happens now for Crew. Can they turn it around? And this Viper Wall is already a great start for a fake.
Straight into spawn for Yampi. 15 health.
It's an open site.
And indeed, just a walk into A here coming through from Team Liquids. Don't know that there's anyone to stop them. They know about Yampi too, so it's quite awkward. They're going to try to crunch on him, and well, he's going to go down, but it did waste a lot of time. So there is that. Scream, the frenzy, and here goes Link to kind of body block this one and take those first engagements. Link and Scream doing the damage there to hold on to aim ramp control. Still though, Crew in with a chance here. The time is starting to tick away pretty quickly. There they go, making their way forward now from Heaven. Just jumping straight onto the defuse. Is it going to be a stick here? Now that comes off of it. Soundcard removes him forcibly. And there we go. Liquid able to hold on to that one. I like the little fake at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. And also a very good idea there to get off the spike. You still have a bit of time there. Putting it halfway. You heard already a couple of right clicks that came out from Cryptic, so technically he didn't have that much left in terms of bullets in his clip. But there's Soulcast with the rotation coming in from sewers on top of that, or from A ramp, sorry, on top of that. Just makes things very difficult on that 2v1 for the future exit. But yeah, it was a great fake from Team Liquid. You can see that they continue this wall up towards that B side, so they're already starting an early conditioning towards this map, which is great because they're already leading 11-2. One time it could be a straight push into the B site, then you might have nothing left here for Crew because you're forcing into this round, and you might not have that much going into map points should you lose this one here.
Ay bagus, nggak harus pakai duels. Young bro.
Nagzed on the judge. Yampi also on the judge.
Here.
Kalau split gue pakai Sage.
They go to Trailblazer, clearing out some of these close positions. Liquid now exploding onto the site, and Crew have sort of given up the site, which is fine. Play the retake game. Question is, can Liquid get good post-plant positions? That's the real battle for Liquid now. You can see Scream's trying to work a main, but doesn't really have the ability to do so. Falls back off of that one. That's good news for Crew. Soulcast will take down Mazdino, though. Good punish from Klaus. But again, Liquid very constricted on the site here. Not many places for them to stand as Crew comes in to try to trade these kills. Yampi's still that judge playing the close positions around elbow. That's going to be very difficult to deal with. In comes Klaus, and Yappy will reveal himself with that judge. And indeed, it doesn't seem like they have any answer to that. Liquid hold on to the site, and that's round number 12 for them.
Definitely some great positions sitting in that pulse plant after for TL. Just playing close range with that judge, good enough. And even on top of that, Cryptix continues that same type of like snake bite into Viper Tug, into screen, so that it's just very difficult for the for the defenders to come back from screen side and try to retake the site. So map point already, it's been not necessarily lackluster for KRU. I just think that Team Liquid are doing a very good job reading into KRU, but also controlling the pace. Something that KRU was able to do versus Sharks before, and they're still trying to find their footing, unfortunately, on their map pick.
Yeah, using that wall to get that B main control straight away, but I don't know how much that's going to help them. It does give them the information. But Liquid's walking up into a ramp control at the moment. Slowly but surely, we will see KRU rotating over towards A now. It's going to spot this. Guardian is in hand. Oh, in the eyesore though. Mazino able to defend at least against Yappy. That's a big win early on. Remove the jets, and they have site control. So Liquid aren't in the best position ever right now. KRU actually have sort of rotated in time, and Liquid, it's going to be tough for them to push forward. But with that said, Scream able to take down Mazino might make things somewhat easier. B&J with this judge. Ooh, Cryptix. He's going to take that as the cue to go forward, and that position's been given up now. Oh, B&J, that's so close, isn't it?
30 seconds left.
I was actually surprised about that one too, doing a lot of audio calls, but here's a push towards spawn side. Delzik has to come up huge.
And Soulcast will take down Delzik. With the Guardian, it's going to be tough to hold off a lot of players at once with that one. Unable to get almost anything with it. 10 seconds to plant the spike. It's getting quite desperate here on time. There goes the spike on the ground. B&J, he's not in a position to deny it. He's got no HP. The classic has to come out. And Liquid, it's a slow bleed in that round, but a 13-2 finish. It will be for them as they take down KRU on map 1 in this best-of-3 series in this lower bracket matchup. So it's not the best start.
Perlu diturunin nggak sih, Blay? Map kedua. Di Asen, Liquid juga defend duluan anjing. Pasti ada pembantaian dulu. Udah aja, Blay ya. Bukannya disrespect nih, Blay, cuma udahan aja ya. Gimana, Blay? Kita udahan aja, Pak. Nanggung, Blay. Seru ini map 2. Kagak akan seru, Blay. Liquidnya defend duluan anjing. Biasen lagi. Ya nggak sih? Nggak ada yang Liquidnya attack duluan. Kayak gue tidur ya, Blay. Udah azan subuh belum sih? Jangan. Kita tonton. Respect. Kun Aguero, love you, Tekuro mucho. Gracias. Aha. Gua ini dulu dah. Gua wudhu dulu. Jangan. Gua wudhu dulu. Tapi gua mau nyebat ya. Nyebat tuh batal wudhu ngasih gua lupa dan anjing gua harus mikir bangsat. Ntar ya Blay, gua buka dulu dah. Biar ada segeran dikit Blay. Sama gua mau kencing. Blay, kamar gue udah dingin, enak banget Blay, tidur Blay. Udah tahu, di bawah Max ya. Di bawah tahu. Kita tahu sekarang tak. Pasang ini. Azan cuy, pas banget tuh azan subuh. Di gue udah azan Blay, sama Blay. Gue sholat subuh bentar ya. Ini lagi nyetel ini gak sih? Copyright gak sih?
Hyper walls, the toxin orbs, the mollies, the cutting of corners and so on, the flashes that are
Lu
just
kalau
taking back
copyright
control and so on. But then someone like Scream just comes in, gets a res, and then gets a triple kill, and suddenly he's 3 out of 7 on his ultimate, and then next round he gets another triple kill. This guy, if I'm not mistaken, got 3 triple kills in this match alone in 15 rounds. He's nuts.
Probably.
Like, you cannot just ignore the elephant in the room, because Scream is here just to dominate.
I don't know if it's an elephant in a room, more so as it's a panther, you know, a tiger, a lion. I don't know. I'm thinking of some vicious creature out in the jungle because Achilleos, that's what it feels like Scream is doing. He's pouncing on his prey, and KRU, they have nowhere to go, man.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those like you're locked in here with me type scenarios. You know, even if they get a couple kills, that, you know, they find like 2 opening picks or whatever against Team Liquid. Like, if Scream is alive, then it's just like, well, we probably just lose anyway. It's so rough to watch, unfortunately. I'm hoping that KRU can find some stability, kind of like we saw from X10, and, you know, moving into their second map, make it a little bit closer. But right now, this is TL just looking to speed run their way through this final series of the evening. I mean, my wife is not even going to wake up for like another hours. I might actually be able to be done work before she gets up to go to work.
That's very nice.
Team Liquid, I guess.
How considerate of Team Liquid. Well, KRU's certainly going to have to figure something out, and we're going to send it to our casters. I've been game planning a new name for them, VDK. It's good, right? It's good.
That's actually not bad. That sounds cool.
I don't know, man. Do you think so? You gonna give him that?
I mean, Golden Boy can call me whatever the hell he wants to call me, and I'd still be done with it.
True that. Well, hey man, it's definitely gonna be difficult here. Like going back into this series, we've got the energetic music. I'm loving the music here so far. It's fantastic. And I actually love they're showing the artists on the actual stream, so you can actually just get the info, because I feel like it's the most requested thing, isn't it? It's the actual music. But in terms of the situation in front of us here, KRU are in a dire one. Vansily, it's fair to say. As we move into Ascent, you know, we were both going over the lineups and some of the, you know, the strats and tactics to expect with these two teams and how they like to play Ascent, which is map 2, and it does feel like KRU are playing a little bit of an outdated game at the moment. Again, we've described previously, there's nothing wrong with that if you can make it sing. And as we look at the Prime Gaming Agent Select, you know, what do we have here in the composition?
Well, that's it. KRU hasn't changed anything, but although with this composition, they're still looking pretty good in their own region, right? When I was looking back at the stats of how they played in Stage 2, qualifying into here, it's still an 8-1. But you're playing against Team Liquid that they themselves have been unstoppable on this very map until they had to face off against version 1. And although for Team Liquid, we talk about outdated compositions for KRU, it's not necessarily outdated for Team Liquid, but they're still putting a lot of good use on to Link with this Omen. So to set up right now a Jet with an Omen with a heavy execute on the A site, it can actually still work with these two teams. It's just you're getting a little bit less now that Team Liquid also has Scream on the Phoenix to add a little bit more flash assist into these heavy hits. So he was definitely the player to look out for in the first map. For KRU, they have to look out for a way to stop him from building up these run-it-backs for these heavy hits for Team Liquid on this attack.
Yeah, Phoenix, really great agent on Ascent. We'll talk more about that as we now go into the pistol. Round 1, map 2 between Team Liquid and KRU. Team Liquid starting off on the attack this time. And a drone will spot a couple players in mid, actually, as Liquid make their way up catwalk.
Heavy presence, Dan. They're looking for a lot of stuff here towards this mid side with the utility. And just on the A side, they're playing the more passive play possible, the retake. But Yampi already cancels the whole kit from Killjoy of Klaus on A.
Yeah, that's a great pickup
and a frustrating moment for KRU, as you say. Klaus would have been quite useful in delaying things. But Liquid will be set up on the side. It is a pistol round, so
yeah,
anything can happen here still. We've got the Paranoia available for Delsic as well on this retake. Oh, Yampy, nice timing there. I don't think BNJ expected that at all. These small maneuvers here from Yampy have been very difficult to deal with, and get that one way there as well, making life even more hard. And you can see the counter coming through with the cloud burst, and Scream goes straight into it. Out he goes to try to see if he can find any of these opponents who are coming onto the site now. KRU trying to get something going here, but it is simply too much to deal with as Liquid take it home.
Frenzy pakai shield sehat. Di Gempik pasti dikasih di dropin Frenzy cuy. Lupa gue tapi di dropin sama siapa.
They took map 1 home too. You're pretty much halfway there, Dan, so it's okay. but I gotta say, Yampy, you talked about it before too in our pregame or getting into the series. It's very important on how you could basically stop Team Liquid of how good they could be with their timings. And that timing for Yampy, just a dash into that tree side to catch Klaus off guard, get into heaven to catch out the rotation, even an off angle on the third at the bottom of the catwalk for the pulse plant for Team Liquid. He's gonna be one guy that could mess you up definitely on these timings and maybe even cancel any type of kit you're trying to do.
Well, that aggression has been completely dealt with. Not too much left in the tank here on this eco round for KRU. Just a couple pistols.
I think there was a Paranoia invested at the same time too, right, from Delsic, so they were trying to go for this type of like smoke entrance. Very old school at the same time too, but sometimes when you try to play these old school plays and it's been a while since it's been used, it can catch your opponents off guard. Just unfortunately, you're playing against Yampy's Judge, who adds up another triple.
It is an amusing point actually, like the fact that you can say old school setup when the game's been out only a year. It just really speaks to how quickly the meta moves in Valorant compared to other games. The amount of like metas that we have had already is just kind of astounding.
Just on the stage itself right now, right? As the
prediction mulai pembantaian lagi nih kayak.
Semi-different from region to region, so it's still very interesting. It's still very fun to watch how this all unravels on Masters 2, on the Masters 2 stage, and see that how the debate is going to finish. Can you actually confirm that it's still going to be a European setup that's going to win it all, or a North American that's going to win it all, or even Neutron now with Korea's meta, if that's going to be the one that's going to win it all? And I even feel that after this tournament, that conversation is still not going to end until we even reach Masters 3.
Definitely. I look forward to it. And we're going to be in our first buy round here. That said, it is a bonus from Liquid. You can see him. In fact, the Link is still on a ghost even.
Very confident at this point right now with their bonus. So, I mean, he's going to be the one carrying the spike at the same time. You see the L drone working up towards this mid, but right now with Yampy only having a Judge and they have these Spectres, I think it's just to create noise, create a diversion, and try to work where they can work into the close range battles. Maybe towards that pizza close range, but then fall back on Catwalk. We'll see what happens then here for Team Liquid, as it seems as though Catwalk is going to be the play.
You know, I like what KRU are doing. They're playing a retake setup on A. Just they want to maintain tree control, as that you can't really give this up and have a strong retake. So as long as you keep that, if the opponents take the A site, it's okay, because they'll only have the A site and A main to work from. So it's one of the reasons why teams try to put a lot of emphasis on at least holding a tree. And right now you can see Liquid, there's lots of, or rather, sorry, KRU, there's lots of movement. They're not entirely sure what's going on. Liquid are playing so slow.
Wah, gue kagak ngepredik ya.
A lot of movement.
They had to recon at the beginning too to force them back from Team Liquid onto KRU at the back of tree with the smoke, so very good to get into the site. We're playing the retake now for KRU.
There we go, there's that Phoenix wall. Lots of good applications for that on this map. Spike planted on the A site here for Team Liquid. Again, working with a Judge, a few Spectres and a Ghost. So it'll be a huge round for them to win if they're able to do so. That's a great first pickup though for KRU. That's Yampy down. That's the Blaze Storm gone as well. Topcast ready with that recon darts. And in goes the paranoia as KRU try to charge this A site down. Link's actually made his way back through the smoke there.
Tapeling boleh-boleh nih.
And could have a nice little flank timing coming in here. Deals with Mazzino, and that's going to cause problems right now because time is of the essence here. Link still creating a delay, still in this position. They have to stick it. I don't know if there's actually time for this one. It's going to be a close defuse here coming through for KRU, and they're going to make it work.
Masih 1 detik pula. 1:34.
But it is a KRU round.
And that all came down to if KRU actually were losing a couple of more 1v1 inside the A site, it would have definitely been winnable there for Link. For him to be able to squeeze through, what, 2 or 3 defenders coming in towards that doorway side through his own door cover, but also 2 cloud bursts set down by Nagzet on that rotation was a very scary task there. Actually, I was clenching if I was a fan from KRU, because at that point, that backside that he had onto Mazzino was actually quite huge, but thankfully, he got taken down. So it looks like we do have a pause coming in right now. Not sure if it's going to be a timeout right away, but at the same time, it's a good way to calm things a little bit because, like we just mentioned here, Dan, it was a bonus round for Team Liquid. Link only had a Ghost. Yampi had a Judge and Blade Storms, and they almost still won that round to a 2 versus 1. So they did hurt the economy of KRU a lot here. Nagzed's going to have to play with a Judge, and we'll see what they'll have for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I completely agree. It will be quite difficult. Lots of pressure on KRU to convert this next buy round, as they are, economically speaking,
what the fuck?
Really in a pretty desperate place. No reserves available. Will be on an eco, I believe, if they full buy and lose. So Liquid definitely with the money control here, and the question though is that, you know, what do KRU want to do against Liquid? Because I'm sure they've done some studying. There's certainly plenty of odds available for KRU to see what Team Liquid's tendencies are like when they're playing the attack. Because if you're KRU, you may want to play aggressively on A main. If you have setups for that, maybe you want to take B main control. There's lots of different approaches you can have on a map like Ascent. Unlike Split, where it feels much more limited.
I think it starts off pretty well of how they counter out how Team Liquid wants to take mid control in the beginning, because one of the main defaults that you see, not just for Team Liquid, but having a Sova in general on Ascent, is that you throw an Owl Drone right off the get-go onto that mid side. So BNJ playing towards market, and as he's always playing towards B side, for him to throw an Owl Drone back is a great way to counter it in the end. But Team Liquid, they like to go for these heavy hits on the A side. They like to go for splits at the A side too, just enabling the recon dart and the split from Yampi combo into this tree side. So to try to fight back on that area, they have the numbers advantage going on there too. So the setup is actually not so bad. It's only 2-1 so far. And they've also won here into the bonus round that Team Liquid had. So I think they're still on a good spot, at least to kick off this game.
I like what KRU did here at the opening. ISORB on B main, used a dark cover as well. That prevented Liquid from taking control there, and Liquid instead pressured mid. So in that sense, you know, KRU have a fairly good feel of the map right now. And a timely dark cover comes through to short as well. So again, KRU know exactly what's going on. Scream pops to run it back. There goes the curveball through the dark cover. Oh, can't quite find the frag though. That was close. BNJ survives. Liquid continue the press onto the A site. And that's the spike now planted here for Liquid. But again, it's this game of post-plant positioning. Cryptics will delay things with the nano swarms. And they surely know, KRU, they surely know about Scream. And indeed, they'll deal with Scream before Soulcast can do anything about it. Soulcast, though, through the smoke, able to find one. The trades are coming through, though. KRU looking pretty good on this retake. Time is a problem. We do get that lockdown coming in as well. That's going to send Link back further, deeper into A main. The TP comes through, and KRU are going to take him down to get the defuse in the bag. Beautiful retake. In fact, from the beginning of the round, Vansili,
exactly,
just KRU played everything really well.
Exactly. So sometimes you see that Team Liquid, the heavy hits, as I was talking about before, sometimes even throw the run it back from the A-man instead. But to have Screen go through the tree this way, how did they set it up? You had a turret coming in from the defender side from Klaus, all the way from the A site, looking down that area, an alarm bot with a nano swarm. And not only that, they already had 4 players on the A site playing passive, getting ready for a push right after, so that if they surrender their site, they have a lockdown, they could protect the lockdown, and they push back into it. So So as we just mentioned here, Dan, they're actually reading this game quite well for KRU. The firepower is starting to come up at the same time. It's starting to shine a little bit more here for KRU from NZXT, more specifically at the same time too. And now we'll see if KRU could continue a reign on the defender side as Team Liquid seems to go back on another force buy. So they have a couple of Spectres, rifles, and an off from Yampi who looks to dash away almost into a wall but does not get punished more than just the armor taken away.
And once again, you know, KRU have a pretty good feel of the map here, getting that early B main control. Liquid going for those hits. You know, you're talking about them favoring set pieces on this A site. We're going to see one of those. Pals getting some damage in before having to fall back. Link on backside with the use of the Omen ult TP. And once again, you know, Liquid are going to get the A site, but the question is, can they hold it? There is no lockdown here for Klaus, for KRU. And with NZXT indeed on this flank, the amount of pressure on Liquid here is pretty huge. Oh, I love the move from NZXT as well. NZXT able to just rotate back around. Liquid have to worry about the flank.
Oh, yeah.
But he's able to reinforce this main push. And there it is, the swing onto the sides. Beautiful stuff coming through here from KRU on this retake. Got to get all the kills though. One player still left is Soulcast. He has the Hunter's Fury. Is he going to pop it? Oh, Mazina's just sticking it. He is just sticking it. No fear at all. Beautiful stuff. Soulcast is wondering what the hell just happened.
It was so close too. I mean, he had the crosshair there. He just had the low bullets in the end and just runs out of bullets. Maybe needed one more shot to be able to take that diffuser down. But yes, indeed, they're trying to figure out what the hell is happening on that retake. Because despite them losing the op of Yampi at A main, it still had so many bodies inside the site for the crossfire. But KRU, the way that they played it, excellent way to use NZXT to dash into the site, Dan. So when you said that he fell back into Catwalk, he was a pivotal player to actually get into the site, create that space, and allow his teammates to come in right after, just behind, to just mow down TL on that retake. So very well done. Forces now Team Liquid on a half buy at this point.
Dikit lah ini kayak ada nih. Kayaknya susah sih belah Asen Blay.
So he's going to maintain that Vandal. The rest of them are still working behind that Vandal though with the Sheriff's Inspector.
Yeah, KRU changed that setup completely, but we'll go more into that in a second.
Yep.
Ooh, nasty shot from Scream. Nails NZXT with that Sheriff. Klaus comes out to try to get these trade kills. BNJ stuck in a very dangerous position, and Team Liquid doing a lot of damage here. They're looking very good. Velzik has to deliver from backside from Boathouse. Yampi with the trade, though. Leaves it to Mazzino here for KRU to save the day. Rez coming in. That's huge. Can he defend, though? Scary stuff. Hunter's Fury comes in from BNJ, and it's just one player left. Cryptix creeps up the side, straight into BNJ's crosshair. KRU saved the day there. That was a close one, though.
Yeah, and even thanks to that, because of the res that came out, it kind of kept Team Liquid in a space of like, oh crap, should we plant? Should we try to go for a fight? They tried to go for the fight instead, and because you have also the Hunter's Fury ready, that just it cancels out the lockdown. It made that 2 versus 2 a little bit better there for KRU. In the end, though, like you said, Dan, forcing out the res was nice because you said it was pretty good. Why? Because Team Liquid, they're on a half buy there. So they forced out a lockdown. They got a couple of kills. They're forcing a lot of weapons being bought back for KRU Esports into this round. So this could potentially break the bank for KRU moving into the later rounds, maybe one or two more rounds.
And here we go, just looking for that A main control here on Team Liquid this time, going quite heavy into this one.
Yeah.
And we've got Mazzino playing the A site. He's mostly been playing B so far, so this is a switch up. There goes the wall as well to slow things down, and it's very different looking rounds here from both teams. In goes Scream with the run it back, popped immediately. There's the dash into the Cloudburst from Yampi, trying to get that forward position. And he goes down. That's a huge kill from KRU as they look to hold this site. In fact, they've completely deflected Liquid. They can't make their way through the choke point. And at this point, they've been completely routed. I don't know what's left for them to do on this A site.
Yeah, you got to save now, I think, at this point. A 4 versus 2. I mean, you still have 40 seconds. If you're able to punish KRU that wants to overextend, they could maybe turn the round over for Team Liquid. But with that, I don't think it's going to happen. You already see here Soulcast heading back towards the attacker spawn. Actually, with the Shrouded Step that comes back towards the A main, they could maybe meet up. But like you said, Dan, I feel that they read that perfectly for KRU Esports. This was a typical set play for Team Liquid. We've seen this before. It was the L drone coming out, fall behind it, have actually Yampy try to dash into the side at the same time, and that blaze wall that comes out from Scream, it's always going out towards that right side, so he can try to create like a little wall of surprise, a curveball he could throw, or just try to go for a dry peek from his blaze wall into Heaven's side. And the position was just perfect for KRU to cancel all of that and nullify any type of like, look at the X's. They didn't even cross past the entrance of the A site here for Team Liquid. So this was perfectly played.
Yeah, it looks really nice, but
wow, with a recon dart too. It was so good. It was so good for KRU.
Yeah,
confidence kan. Kagak Blay. Krunya bagus ngedefense.
It's just such an impactful moment for KRU, and also just like the fact that they had Mazzino playing A also. Switching up where Mazzino's playing with the Sage has been pretty cool. And Mazzino has been combining with Delzik in the early round to go for these slow orb plus dark cover combos. Pretty cheap combo to gain full control of either B main or A main. That's what's been happening in many of these rounds. This is actually, these are one of the reasons, this might be one of the main reasons why KRU has had such a good read on Liquid's pace and the flow of the round, because they're getting that early control. But I don't think a single time it's been contested, really. So if that continues, KRU are certainly going to remain in the driving seat of this one.
And I mean, continue it that way for sure. I think they're starting to build that confidence at the same time too. And we've seen these matches where even typically you're watching as a fan for Valorant, you're like, okay, head-to-head region, Team Liquid versus KRU, Fnatic versus X10. Technically, it should be blowouts on paper, but everybody's being underestimated so far. So to see KRU just bounce back so well and so quickly into the beginning of the second half, or should I say second map, sorry, you want to continue to build up on that. And Team Liquid, I think at this point, I know we have a tactical timeout. They're trying to figure out what they want to do with this buy here, Dan, but there's been a lot of just forced buys every single time right now for Team Liquid, where I feel that we really didn't have a full buy, or I guess with the exception of the previous round where they got absolutely thrashed. But I feel that Team Liquid have to slow down a little bit with the economy, and I think this is a perfect way to call that pause from Sliggy, so they could actually calm down the nerves at the same time and just reset in terms of their strategy against KRU, and even the momentum, try to bring that back in their favor.
Indeed. There goes the drone. Max is forced back. Yampy, very quick forward position with that Blaze Storm. Mazzino again, wandering around the map. You don't ever know where he's going to be playing from if you're Liquid. That wall coming up in mid, slowing things down. And BNJ, meantime, with that Odin pressuring B main instead. So that's another kind of difference to how this defense is evolving for KRU. And once again, Liquid going back to Old Faithful. It's that A-bomb site.
And again, I think this is read perfectly. The round that they went towards the B side, Klaus had his utility towards the B side as well. Now it's towards the A side, and I'm pretty sure Klaus is the IGL right now for KRU Esports, so he's doing a very good job at the same time to be able to read it out, and it's going to be Nagzet with the first kill onto Yampy as he was trying to dash into the site.
Such a huge kill to get, and look at how difficult it is now to get through onto the site. In fact, they can't really seem to do it. It's going to be with that wall from Phoenix, from Scream, to make it happen.
There it is.
There's the curveball through that wall, showing the value of Phoenix here. Nagzet repositioning. And this is difficult here for Liquid. They're fairly spread out. They may be isolated from one another here. Scream is on site with Link. Soulcast from A main has Hunter's Fury, so there is actually a lot to play with.
Yang pick map malah kewalahan, karena ini mapnya city-sided banget, Blay. Bukan masalah kewalahannya.
Oh, Scream with that one way. And at this point, it's looking quite difficult. BNJ with no shock darts remaining. That would be absolute money if he had some of those. But they're going to give it up.
Mazzino's still holding towards Catwalk, though. He's looking to make it expensive. He could get some on the exit. There's the first. And there's a second.
Nice.
They did their job. They did their job. So despite losing a round, to still continue to make expensive for TL, as we said, They had pretty much a half buy coming through. They're trying to chase down the last player at the same time. Because you've won so many rounds here on the defense, 4 crew in a row, the economy's still looking very good. So to chase this down, I'm all for that. But we mentioned it here, Dan, that Blaze Wall not only from the curveball coming out from Scream, it also allows Link to just book through towards that site and get the plant where they need it to on this post-plant situation where it doesn't get really wall-banged or not really wall-bangable usually when you're trying to plant in that corner. But that curveball not only flashes towards the doorway, it also flashes towards heaven that allows Link to swing out at the same time too. So good communication for these two to enter the site.
Absolutely agree. It has been really awesome seeing some of those coordinated movements, the pacing, the trade spacing. And once again, we're seeing Mazzino with these walls in mid now. And it comes the pressure from Liquid to try to deal with that, forcing Mazzino back and taking mid control away from Crew.
Di Asen dapat 5 udah enak banget sih jadi attacker.
Correct.
We'll see if that is the name of the game though here for Team Liquid.
Well, with the amount of shots that you heard with the wall coming out, the Aldron spawning one towards B main, you're seeing a rotation coming out from Crew at the same time. 2 mid, 2 B, but the noise starting to slow down here. You're starting to have Crew guessing again. You're going to have to try to wait for your recon dart to come out and try to get some information if it's going to be towards this B main inside, because BNJ seems to be fully committed to hold this Odin towards this B site. There you go.
That's a lot of info.
Very run it back again.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is a scary one. The time is going to be low here, so Liquid are not going to have too much time to error correct. Run it back goes down straight away, and they're calling a cancel. They're going to rotate back to A, but we still have NZXT still in position on A main with the operator. This is a great angle. Oh, it's the perfect angle there for NZXT. Nailing Link as well for 2 kills. Might be more here. They're going to feed straight into him. There's nothing else that they can do. NZXT's done everything that's been required. Scream has no time. The round goes to Crew. 6-3 in favor of them, and this is a very different map of Valorant to the first map.
I'm all here for it, Dan. I'm loving it so far, but you could still see the amount of respect that Crew Esports has versus Team Liquid, because as NZXT is landing these shots and their beautiful positioning shots, they still invested in Klaus's Killjoy ult just to try to make sure that they could secure the round. Thankfully, though, we have them dominating this defender side so far too. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see another Killjoy ult sword maybe by the end of the half. But this is beautifully done right now for Crew Esports. They read the run it back. This is twice that the run it back is available for Scream, and he gets stopped immediately into his tracks when he's trying to get into the site, where he cannot create the diversion. He cannot create the fake for them to get the full fake into the sites. Very well done.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, I hadn't really thought about that too much. The Scream is not getting value in terms of creating space from that run it back. And in this off-buy situation that we're in right now, it's a few Sheriffs and this saved weapon from Scream.
Last match, Bang. Ya, ini game terakhir. Kalau Liquid ini menang, udah kelar. Kalau Crew di Asen ini menang, bakal ada map 3.
Really where the strength is in rounds like this. The team that has less equipment. NZXT could be in actually no, he's got assistance on the side.
Crew dari negara mana, Blay? Crew tuh dari Amerika Latin, cuma nggak tahu gue negara mana. Regionalnya Amerika Latin.
Oh, Cryptus will take him down. So some damage is being done here as Liquid pile into the side. It's looking a little bit scary here for NZXT because Scream he's got the rifle. Great timing there from NZXT. Really looking comfortable here. Oh, beautiful premium jet stuff from NZXT.
And you just see how he doesn't care like the game sets for NZXT so far under a high-pressure matchup. Because think about it, chat fans, this is still an elimination game. So the pressure is high right now for both of these teams. And for NZXT to just know that Link's coming behind him, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to focus on this 1 versus 1 because I know Scream is going to try to swing out from the shadows. And then he positions himself for a perfect kill onto Link right after like that. It's just really nice to watch. Like, look at how they're cheering each other up at the same time too. That confidence is definitely reigning in here for Crew Esports.
Yeah, it's huge. Liquid do look very stuck at the moment, that's for sure in this half. Maybe the next half will be different. We'll see if they can get themselves a couple extra rounds here. NZXT moving around will be.
Nih bisa-bisa comeback, buset kelar jam berapa, Blay?
Twice he does that.
It's good to see that not only has Manzino with the Sage and the utility that's offered up with Sage be moving around in these defensive setups round to round, also, of course, with the Operator, NZXT gets to do the same thing. So there's a lot to worry about for Liquid, and they're going to just explode onto the B site by the looks of things. And NZXT's repositioned here again if they contact into this. Oh, they're going to use the Paranoia, of course, and there's the punish with Yappy with the dash, but the trade straight back in there from Klaus. 1 for 1, and it looks like Liquid, once again, might be stuck in this choke point.
Nice banget, dapat satu lagi. Dia 3 lawan 3.
Oh god, the Odin is looking very dangerous here from BNJ. The spray is wild there, commits all the way. You got to respect it, but it's not going to work out for KRU. Oh my goodness.
He was a little surprised once the dark cover dissipated, and it's like, oh, I just realized I'm a little bit off here on my spray with the Odin. He got punished with that for sure. And I was going to say, Scream, after getting that kill,
di defender menang ini harusnya.
He wasn't getting enough value off the run it back, but you could already see that off that kill, he already built another run it back after picking up the orb. So I think he's still doing a very good job being able to get a couple of support kills, entry kills, but still trying to create that space when I run it back. That's where it's not necessarily lacking. You have to commend KRU of how good they've been positioning and reading out how it's being played for Team Liquid. With this last round to go, though, Yampy, maybe he's going to pick up this Blade Storm. He will. And the 5 players, we're looking for another potential set piece towards this A side, as they have a lot of ultimates to work with for the attack here of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're really going for this just contact burst style and keeping things simple here. There goes the drone, the wall as well. The run it back is popped as well.
Cancelled right away.
Back is gone again immediately, but there goes Yampy now with the Blaze Storm. Oh, he's gonna whip that one. Klaus with the punish. Scream trading things through, and it's looking pretty crazy right now. KRU though looking pretty good on this. Still, the spike has to be planted here for Link, and beautiful fragging there from Link. Oh my goodness, from strength to strength. And Team Liquid, you know, this was looking like a pretty dire half. They actually managed to cobble together the last couple rounds, making it a 5-7 finish. That's not bad at all.
Definitely not bad, especially now that they have the advantage of taking the defender side too. I know it's starting to get a little bit more even, depending on the playstyle too, right? You really have to think about playstyle and compositions that sees a little bit more attacker, maybe attacker-sided rounds or defender-sided halves. But at this point, I think for TL, they're definitely comfortable here playing the defender side of this map, of this very own map pick, and to be able to scrape those last 2 rounds, and also to make it 5-7 overall, I think you come out pretty happy with the first half. It looked pretty dire. It didn't look like they were able to do much here with Scream's entries, but following that, it still has been pretty good for Team Liquid when they actually make it into the site for these pulse plants.
Into the pistol we go, and Liquid with a similar approach and just holding onto the tree position on their defense right now, and they have 2 players forward and B main also, so just mostly giving up space towards mid, which is where KRU actually are.
Great boss again from Yampy. So Frenzy, small shields, doubling up with potential curveball from Scream.
And here come the trades into the sights. Oh, it's looking good for KRU. 3 kills straight away for them. Spike planted as well. This will be tough for Soulcast and Link, although 3 players are quite weak for KRU. You might as well give it a go on the pistol. There goes that recon for Soulcast. Immediately dealt with.
13 asik kayaknya.
And it's looking quite difficult here. You know, Soulcast, you can see he's worried about that push.
Jangan map 3 lah anjing, jangan map 3 anjing, kurang ngantuk banget.
They're going to try to clear one position at a time together. And BNJ is doing exactly the correct move. It's making them run as far as possible. And now maybe, oh, okay, BNJ's actually going to get a kill out of that. Surely not both of them. Indeed, Link's going to take him out.
And I'm okay with, okay, this is smart, because I was just saying, you don't have to chase him down. Right now, you could potentially give more money, more orbs for Link. At the same time, just let him die with the spike, just so that you don't give him the opportunity of getting from the shadows for information a lot faster here on the defender side. But this was actually a very nice run by the attacker side of KRU Esports into the site, because you see it, they crept up slowly towards this mid side. I would assume that they poked and dropped the Owl Drone from Soulcast quite early into the round to allow for them to surprise the two defenders inside B main by rushing into the market after the wall. So KRU playing it slowly into this into that round to eventually burst into the site has caught TL by surprise.
Oh, hello. Klaus wins the battle there in B main. That's a huge early victory.
Yeah. On another force buy, mind you here, Dan.
Udah mati duluan. Blay.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here. See how Liquid want to try and deal with this situation. You can see them rotating Cryptics on the Killjoy across 2A. So they're stacking more towards the A side of the map here. Completely giving up B. Yampy, very strong defense possible here on Catwalk with this judge. And it looks like KRU are going to be moving straight into this.
Caution here. At least I think it's all going to be towards A main. I think understanding that it's dangerous, that they could potentially play against shotguns into this round, especially after they won that 1v1 in the beginning of the round and seeing that there was a Spectre invested, going all into A main is so smart.
Next there, straight on top of Gen. Love to see it. Team Liquid struggling here to get the kills that they want. In fact, everybody's still standing for KRU at the moment. Yampy with the judge. Well, absolutely denied by that door.
And there you go. You're forced to try to retake with a judge at long range, or you have to dash into the site to make things expensive. You've invested a lot into this round, and he's even invested into small shields. So for Yampy, if he could try to come out of it unscathed, it would be nice. But he's just going to die. A flawless from Prime Gaming.
Yeah, fantastic round from KRU. As you say, you know, they did a good job in actually resetting into that A main push. That was a good call. It is really scary because, you know, they cut noise and they lost a lot of information to do it. So, you know, it's really hard to say, you know, what Liquid's actually doing with their weapons. But they managed to avoid all the dangers, and they're 9-5 right now. That's awesome to see. KRU looking good.
100%.
And we get the half buy from Team Liquids. Cryptics on the Nova. The Nova? Oh dear.
Listen, I said counter at the same point too, Dan. I think we're just rubbing off each other at this point. So yeah, the Bucky coming out from Cryptics. I mean, it's not too bad. You're buying the Bucky right now. You don't have any shields. You should be okay to buy into the next round too.
Bro,
but look at this, just a random
gameplay.
spray through the dark cover, and it catches Yampy down at 34 HP. So you're just expecting these type of slow pushes, knowing that you're going to be on these low buys on a Team Liquid, that you might try to play a little more aggressively, trying to catch your opponents off guard, and they're just, again, it's the reading rainbow. It's a pop-up book right now for KRU Esports on this map.
Yeah, and I would always be, I think the advice that I think is always valuable in spots like this for KRU is like, you know, what is the scenario in which we give up our lead? You know, really is allowing there to be kills early on from Team Liquids with these sheriffs, but nothing's really been given by KRU. They haven't overpeaked anything. They've been keeping the sheriffs. I think the sheriffs have fired a shot. That's a good sign that KRU are doing what they need to be doing here. Now they're trying to just barrel into the B side altogether. Really smart moves there. Don't spread out. Don't split up. Cryptics there at the back with the Bucky. Able to find one. Gets a lot of damage, but just the one kill. Spike goes down, and that spells trouble here for Liquids. It's going to be hard to retake with these sheriffs.
Yeah, and they're all turned up inside the site as well. And this, I'm okay with it as well if Liquid wants to let them die and go for exits.
Dapat nggak tuh?
But for KRU, I don't mind them dying too, because it's a bonus round for them.
Uh-oh, the paranoia comes through. Oh, the hot hands as well. BNJ able to... Oh! That, but the headshots coming through from the sheriffs.
Tiba-tiba langsung 3 orang mati, cuk.
The timing on that one from Liquid was incredible.
They're definitely gonna... yeah, sorry, go ahead, Dan.
10.000 dari sisi gelap yoga, pesan, Sen lu bayangin yang duduk di sana mukanya takel cengengesan ama Bani.
Itu bayangin yang duduk di sana mukanya takel cengengesan ama Bani. Nggak bisa ngebayangin gue asli.
Exactly the right timing of landing one share shots every single time. The one taps coming out from Blink Yampi. That was just so clean right there for Team Liquid. And they actually managed to secure the round. On top of that, that's a heartbreaker round for KRU Esports.
Oh, it felt like they did so many things right there. You just can't account for those kinds of rounds. You just got to hold your hands up and you just got to take those sometimes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It is what it is. Get straight back on the horse. And right now, KRU moving pretty fast actually up middle.
Yeah, and the buy's still low though for Liquid, despite them winning that on sheriffs only, right? So you see how much was invested into that second round for the defender side.
And the spike did go down at least, so that's some extra cash that went the way of KRU. And I love the fast pace into just cut noise. They took that early space in mid, they dealt with some utility, they also convinced Liquid to use some additional utility, and now they just...
Sweet case tim mana ya?
Look how spread out they are, Dan. They
Bali
have
Esport
some pretty good positioning for a team.
Sweet case, kalau sweet case Bali Esport.
Right now could dash away if he misses. They have Link inside one if you're looking at that mini-map. They're in good positions to catch KRU off guard. And that's a great way to start things off to push him back.
Straight into a fast maneuver through catwalk towards the A side. Liquid do have players here. That's a fantastic paranoia getting sent through by Link. That's going to slow things down. The hot hands as well to make matters worse. And then an eyesore. There's just so much delay coming through here against KRU, and they don't have time for this. Making their way up through the window to try to find their way onto the site, trying to clear some kind of a path. The curveballs come in. It seems like Liquid have so much utility here. 10 seconds to plant the spike. Time is a problem right now. KRU are still trying to get their way onto the site. Soulcast denies the spike plant. A second kill.
My God.
Every kill there from Liquid right at the end.
And that's where, Dan, it shows where it's a series of unfortunate events, because that slow orb that was thrown and that slowed them down was actually from their own teammate. Because they thought a push was going to come in from Garden, they had everything set up to get into the doorway, into the A site. But now, time is of the essence. Time is against you. A hot hands gets thrown on the ground. A paranoia came also from A main. They're like, oh crap, it's a crossfire set up into the A site. Can we go through heaven? No, unfortunately we can't, because we slowed ourselves down. We also allowed for TL to actually get the rotate over from the spawn side in from B. And this is a crucial timeout right now that is definitely needed for KRU Esports, just due to the fact that on two consecutive rounds, where it was two lower buys in terms of the economy for Team Liquid, and they still converted into round wins. And you're catching up right now on your defender side for Team Liquid, taking the, like I said, the easier side right now for Team Liquid's map. KRU needs to figure something out right now.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, Liquid, at the same time, I'm curious, if they're going to try to mix things up here, because oftentimes when you expect a team, taking a tactical, you're thinking, okay, they're going to change something. You can decide to go really aggressive just to really just take the initiative. So if they had a plan, you kind of just blow it up right from the get-go. Yeah. And that's something that we actually saw Liquid doing on Split. They did that later into that one after a tactical from KRU. So maybe they'll do that same thing again. We'll have to see. And Sliggy looks kind of like the evil Sliggy, like a Sith Lord version of Sliggy in that black mask. It's just...
I was gonna say, like, did he dye his hair black too, going into this event? I mean, he's straight up looking like a snack right now for this event. Big shout out to Sliggy. This round though, the timeout comes back, right? So we're about to resume the round number 17. I feel that right now, trying to get control towards A main and try to give this orb from Azino is already going to be a great start, so that he could potentially have a res into the next round when they have the ultimates to work with. So try to waste out the utility, try to pull them back right now for Team Liquid to turtle back into the site, get this orb, and then figure out what you want to do. And actually, it's invested into, screw it, let's just go with the Hunter's Fury and Bladestorm and immediately go and take the offensive right away off this timeout.
Oh my god. Scream very confident there. NZXT is missing those knives, unfortunately. That right click, that's what he needed to land. And that's the most dangerous player out of the round, effectively.
Yep. Just off straight utility, right? It was a Bladestorm that was there. And, whoop, okay. The frenzy's going to help a bit.
Buset.
He actually dinked up Link as well. But yes, it
boleh tuh frenzy.
just a save round here from KRU, so not too much going their way. Quick 180 there.
Boleh kuping lu sering sakit gak sih kalau sering pakai kacamata? Gue kalau kacamata pakai headset Sennheiser gue pakai kacamata frame gue yang ini itu plastik, nggak yang besi. Kalau yang besi gue cuma berjalan.
This next buy round.
Correct. I think it's, let's try to figure out what investment we can use right now. I'm not opposed to the blade storm into the unnecessary, just trying to take control of tree and see if the blade storm could actually amount to a round victory here for KRU Esports. But a right click, it didn't connect onto screen. But you're looking at this round right now, we're still 2 away from getting an ult for Soundcard, which will be a perfect moment for Klaus to actually use his lockdown and enable KRU to get into his site. With a from the shadows, this is a perfect play for a B side take.
Iya tau.
Good tag coming through from BNJ there. That's going to secure the ore pickup. That's an ult now from Mazino. He needed that 1 point. Now there is the Resurrect online as well. KRU lots of presence towards A so far. Definitely suggesting to Liquid that there's something going on there. Liquid actually might be going for a play here. Yeah, they've got the drone. They are just retaking the A main position. Great maneuver. This is going to have Liquid an advantage on information now. They're going to know exactly what's going on.
They could even start rotating back right away. You could see it right now. They want to make sure they get that res so that once it gets bloody into the site for KRU, they could res up at the same time. But that lockdown's going to come. You're going to have to from the shadows at the same time too. But they have really good utility to start delaying right off the get-go and then have the rotate come right out for Team Liquid.
Minum dulu nih, Blay. Bird Nest. Udah hari keberapa nih gue minum ya? Tiap hari ini gue dicokokin ginian.
That lockdown expires.
Suruh minum sebelum tidur.
Trying to see if they can slow this one down into the sites. Huge flank coming through as well from Yampi through to B main. There is a turret that's been smoked there, so...
Yang ini nggak telat predik gue, yang ini gue telat predik, Blay.
Now it's all onto Liquid, trying to coordinate their efforts here. They've got a few points of attack.
Gue nggak predik yang ini.
Market, spawn, and soon to be B main as well.
It's got to be off screen. Once they get positioning, I wouldn't be surprised if a run it back comes out at the same time too. There you go.
There it is. You called it, and are they able to trade off of that? Looks like they will. 2 kills going the way of Liquid. Mazino able to trade 1 back though, as will BNJ. So it's pretty even here. The spike still ticking away. Yappy finally activated in B main as he tries to swing on through, and it's up to Mazino now, swinging across. Yappy's there, and Yappy will take him down, and there's just enough time to get this defuse in. Oh, it's so close though.
2 detik ya.
Oh, so close. Liquid secure it, and they tie up the score 9-9. And again, if you are just joining us here, this lower bracket match, KRU are fighting for their tournament life. They lost the first map. They got absolutely crushed on split.
Jangan sering minum obat. Jarang gue Blay. Ini gue lagi minum ini Blay, bukan obat ini.
So far, but it is starting to look like Liquid are beginning to take over.
Yeah, I'm just
minuman sarang burung walet kayak buat itu dah buat mengeluarkan toksik yang ada di dalam badan lu Blay gitu dah katanya dah.
Die with the spike, it doesn't matter. Get the round. This is what you want here for KRU Esports, and also not having to from the shadows invested in.
Lu minum tiap hari katanya selama berapa hari gitu? 12 kalau nggak salah yang punya gue ini.
Let's cross that out. It's gonna be KRU Esports looking to explode into the A site.
Iya.
Oh, they're going straight from the
makanan asli.
That's going to connect the screen. Beautiful stuff here. Link, though, takes down Nagzed. Amazing stuff here so far from Liquid, deflecting this attack. Scream is tapping the heads. That's what he does. That's who he is. And that's Liquid with the 10th round now on the board as they deflect that contact through that smoke. I love the mix-up from KRU, but Liquid was somehow so ready for it.
Yeah, I think now the story falls back in the hands of Team Liquid. As much as I wanted to commend KRU Esports of how they were so good at reading Team Liquid on the attack, this was perfect for the same thing for Team Liquid in the end. To have that 2 players set up towards that A site, a perfect crossfire. I know they were able to hit Scream towards that backup generator, and while he's affected by that paranoia, to have Link get the first few kills, have the opponents focus on Link after on the kill, and then Scream comes out right after when he's not blinded. This is just some nice back and forth in terms of supporting teammates
makanan
into the A site here for Team Liquid. So
now
that you regain the lead on this half,
kemarin ada orang rumah gue yang minum gitu kan. Nah terus kemarin pas Lebaran Nanat ngasih ini, ngasih apa? Ngasih beginian nih. Hampersnya beginian buat sama bapak gue kan. Gue dibeliin juga sama mak gue. Katanya biar kamu sehat. Dia nggak tahu gue sehat banget, karena kayak buset. Kasih unjuk di camp nggak boleh dong. Nanti saingan sama Red Bull, Blay. Makanya gue juga nyebutnya real makanan. Gue nggak tahu gue buat apa sih. Kemarin gue pakai yang Everglow. Apaan tuh? Gue nggak tahu ini yang mana.
Oh no, Team Liquid
doing a
fantastic job to deny this one. Classes on another level though, takes down Cryptix, giving just enough space for Delzik to win the fight against Soulcast for the spike plant. 2 versus 2 as Yampy and Link come in to try to retake this one. Yampy's gonna go down. Klaus again.
Yampy ngapain sih sendiri-sendiri? Tunggulah temen lu. Kalau temen lu masuk lane kan, dua-duanya nggak harus nge-pick lu. Untuk Link jago. Hampir ditoyor lu Yampy, Mas Krim.
Another round. I cannot believe that Link just did that.
So many praise this man because he's been one of those key
players. Gue bilang Blay, antara 13-7 sama 13-9.
Qualifiers to help TL qualify into the Masters 2. The Red Bull clutch coming on his side. The Red Bull clutch that he's done, and he continues to demonstrate that in this event. And like I said, it was going to be a very impossible or a much harder task for this retake to happen for Team Liquid, just due to the fact that they're not forcing the hand, they're not trying to regain map control for the defender side to know exactly where the hit is coming from.
Teriak-teriak lu biar pada lupa lu ya.
On a 5 versus 2 inside the site, it still comes down to like great and better positioning for the pulse plant for the attacker side, and Link just did a great job to negate a 2 versus 1 swing and take the advantage off 2 individual 1 versus 1s.
Yeah, early presence and control from Liquid here on A main, and they now feel the presence.
Besok jam 3 subuh, jam 3 pagi.
Yampy though is in a great position.
3 jam 4-an.
There is definitely a world here where he does not get flash or anything, gets just a straight up peek from an opponent, and that would be a decisive moment.
Tadi kenapa gue bilang 13-7 tuh karena kalau tadi Liquid menang pistol round, harusnya nggak bakal ada round lagi sih, jadi stay di 7. Cuma tadi KRU menang pistol round, jadi dia dapat 2, jadi dia dapat 9. Terus pas udah sama-sama buy, ini begini jadinya.
Able to find that one. That's a huge pickup.
Santai Solke, santai.
Yeah, and that's spiked down at the same time too. They have still the Killjoy utility on the B side. This is such a great hold for Team Liquid.
Beautiful finish there from Soulcast.
13-9, gak ada duit.
That is it. Game point now for Team Liquid. Another round where it really looked like KRU had done a lot right. But it's just that extra kill that Cryptix got, and then obviously losing the spike in a position such as market. Just these small edges that Liquid are winning are really making all the difference.
Nih, buset.
And they're running back too to force the hand and let Team Liquid know, let's get ready. The hit's gonna come towards this B site. When also you're not ready for KRU Esports for a run it back, then you kind of just want to run away from that one too. So
besok last day kagak cuy, last day-nya Minggu.
Funneled everybody back towards a heavy defense, and that starts things off very well to win the series for Team Liquid.
Instant res coming through though for
you
KRU.
Will not kill anak alay.
That does give advantage to KRU, but Link, if he finds the timing on this peak and gets a kill and gets away with it, that would be an enormous problem for KRU.
Yeah.
Will they be cognizant of this angle from Link? Trying to play an off angle here, trying to be unexpected with his peak. And just Link seeing nothing also tells Liquid a huge amount as to what KRU are doing.
And you're just walking back potentially to a heavy nanoswarm setup off the sidewalk from Cryptics. This has been a thorn in the side of KRU Esports. Whenever they're hitting towards this B side, you don't see them dashing, or, well, they can't dash right now as Nags is dead. But with them trying to get across towards the switch onto the staircase, just going through the sidewalk has been damaging for them so far.
And there's Undisputed to deny the
Gak nyampe tuh ya?
Yampy pulls out the blades as well, looking for the moment to go. But already Liquid are in a great position. Yampy
Gak
actually
nyampe
gets
tuh, wait,
detained. In
Soulcast.
fact, 2 players from Liquid are detained. Cryptis backside, can he get out of this in
Ih,
time?
perkara Soulcast nih,
Kedetain. They won't take
dah
down
Soulcast
Yampy,
lu
but with
kagak ada
that detained,
bosen-bosennya
they have the
ngetro
side
ya.
under control. BNJ in a critically important position.
Mampus.
Yampy
Ya,
leaps
udah GG
through
Blay.
with the blades, and there it is, straight in the face. Delzik goes down. Yampy with the defuse.
Beneran Blay, 13-9.
Have locked it in. A 2-0 victory.
Tinggal lihat Liquidnya menang pistoleran atau kagak doang anjing. Kalau menang 13-7. Kalau kalah 13-9. Udah gitu
Was it
doang.
that expected at the same time here, Dan?
Easy
Because when you looked
predict.
at how that played on that second map, it looked so promising for KRU to bring it back. Even Cryptics is saying almost at that point. What I'm guessing is that was a stressful match for the team. But yes, unfortunately here for BNJ and company of KRU Esports, they are walking away and unfortunately out of the tournament. But you could definitely walk out of the stage very proud. They brought it to the distance against Team Liquid on that second map when it looked like it was going to be Team Liquid all the way. And the chances of KRU unfortunately trying to bring this to a third map unfortunately falls. And maybe it is that in the end, once you found your footing here on the defender side here, Dan.
Udah Blay. Ini gue nyetel lagu apaan ngentot? Waduh, kayak dari tadi kesetel copyright Blay, goblok. Ya udah Blay, thank you ya yang udah nemenin gue nobar. Nanti malam gue bakal nobar lagi. Game pertamanya itu adalah V1 lawan Fnatic. Game pertamanya, game jam 10 malamnya nanti V1 lawan Fnatic. Game keduanya Viking lawan tim Liquid. Game terakhirnya Sentinel lawan Newturn. Oke, gengs, terima kasih yang udah hangout di sini, yang udah nge-like, yang udah nge-subs, thank you, yang udah donate juga thank you. I'll see you guys next stream. Bye bye guys.